We got time, but no money. But there ain't nobody stopping us. We got bills, but no dollars. But now we don't really give up. No, we don't really give up. Living for that ray of light. Life can be beautiful. Life can be beautiful. Going all the way tonight, making it beautiful. Acting like there's no tomorrow. Acting like there's no tomorrow. Acting like there's no tomorrow. Acting like this. Acting like this. Acting like there's no tomorrow. Acting like there's no tomorrow. Acting like this. Acting like this.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the Permobil Suzuka 12-hour. We're about 5 or 6 minutes away from kicking off today's proceedings. We've got 46 teams, 3.6 million drivers, and absolutely a load of stats that make no sense whatsoever. I'll be joined soon by Nick, and that's not the right one on the bottom there, Mitch Hobbs. But let's just go over the grid first today. We don't want to rush through it on the formation like we've done in the past. Let's give some of these teams some love as we head down to the track today. It is sunny in Suzuka, so it's not going to be a wet start unless I've just cursed it. And if so, unlucky. But as you can see, 20 degrees out in track. It's nice and early in the morning. And let's just go through that grid. Congratulations to Alpha Venturi Racing last night. They picked up the pole position in the shootout. 200ths faster than No Idea, who were 100th faster than BS Plus competition. So that's a stellar shootout last night. So we've got Alpha Venturi Racing and No Idea on the front row. BS Plus competition and Rockets Evolved. They actually qualified 9th in the qualification server and moved themselves up to 4th last night in the shootout, which is huge. We've got BD Motorsport 23 there on the third row. On the fourth row, Alpha Venturi Racing and Team SX83 SimSport. They're making their debut today, so congratulations to those guys. They're starting in 7th. OES Orange, they've got 3 teams competing today. Their number 1 team is starting in 8th. And rounding out the top 10, we've got Kovacs Racing Purple and MRT Berry Slow. Moving over to the next bunch, Sofa King Slow, they just missed out on the shootout, but I reckon they're going to have a big day today in that Lamborghini. Speaking of Lamborghini, we've got Ramborghini in P12. Kaizen Motorsport have made a return. I just wanted a welfare check on Corey Sweet, and I think he's okay. Today. Bricks Racing, he's also okay. Bricks Racing starting in P14. We've got Kovacs Racing Red, FPS Evolve Yellow, Cowabunga making their debut today. So good luck to those guys. IPEX Racing, they are making their debut as a team. 2T Racing and Kovacs Racing Green. Over the next row, Shakedown Racing, their number 1 team starting in 21st. GSR Esports in 22nd. Convicts and Colonials, I'm pretty sure they've done every single event. Absolute troopers. They're starting in 23rd. Bush Pig Racing are making their debut in 24th. I do love that logo. OS Red starting in 25th. Alliance Pro 26th. Another one of the Kovacs cars in 27th. That's Kovac Racing Blue. BDM Motorsport 732 and 28th. FPS Evolve Orange in 29th. Underdogs are making their return in 30th. MRT Legendary, they're going to start in 31st, and that's the first time I think that the MRT have used the McLaren. So good luck to those. Shakedown Racing number 2, they're starting in 32. In the Moment 33. Alliance Green in 34. Alpha Venturi Racing 35. I believe they might be solo manning today. And they've already copped a grid pen for not doing qualification. So, Pat Oliver, you're the hero. Do it, mate. MRT Lost Our Way in 36th. OES Blue in 37th. First of our AM class teams, we've got Rutama Spin in 38th. Alliance Gold in 39th. And Break Czech Republic in 40th. And the final 6 teams, we've got Team First Name, 41. ANZ CRL, 42. That's the, I think they call them the blue team. Team Last Name, 43rd. Jake's Mowing, I need to ask about this name and this logo and everything at some stage today. They're 44th. ANZ CRL Black, 45th. And in 46th, making their debut as well, is Arc Motorsports. And on that note, let's introduce the commentators for today. Nick A. Oh, I'm going to bugger it up. Nick and Mitch. How are we, gents?
Good, how you doing, Moloch?
Fantastic. Amon. Is that right?
There it is. Yes, you got it. It's Amon. Malik, you finally got it right. How many times have we had this conversation?
I can end the stream now, can't I?
No, please don't. These people have been waiting oh so long to race at this track. I don't think we should rob them of this pleasure.
Oh, we won't do that. G'day, Mitch. How are you, sir?
Okay, Mal, yeah, good. Welcome everyone to the stream. Cannot wait to see this race. It's going to be a cracker.
Do you think we're going to see dry weather all day?
No, it's Suzuka. There's no way we're going to see dry weather all day.
I hope so. There's going to be some rain. I really, really do. I think it'll spice up a 12-hour event. Obviously, this race finishes at night time, so it's going to have a bit of everything today. And all 46 teams are out there on the grid, so no one has missed out. Thank you, Sim Racing Gods, so far. Touch wood, cross fingers. And the countdown begins on the grid, so I'll leave it into your trusty hands, gents.
We'll do our best, Malik. Don't you worry.
I know you will.
But no, we're here with the final countdown before the Permobil Suzuka 12-hour. We had this track getting showcased in our sprint series Wednesday and Thursday. EU and NA had some technical issues on the broadcasting end. My apologies. So I think a 12-hour race here and myself being present should make up for that. But one thing I really wanted to talk about actually was the top three in that shootout. So Alpha Venturi 818 pipped out that pole by 200ths, but if you go back just one more position behind No Idea, you have BS Plus Competition. They missed out by 300ths. So the fact that the gaps between those top three teams are that small, I wouldn't be surprised if we're seeing battles between them already at the start.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it was just unbelievable to watch, and we saw, I think, those top three battling it out, and we saw that Lucas Burrs in the shootout had the lap in there for pole. That's quite zoomed in. That's really doing my head in. That's better. There you go. So 58.1 for Zachary Smith. No Idea. Only 2 100ths behind with Lucas Burrs in the car. BS Plus Competition XHL had the 58.132. So 3 100ths in it there. That's minute differences. And I think all those three drivers had a bit more time in it, but just a couple of them struggled to put it together. Zach Smith only had 1 lap to put it together. Lucas Burrs had that second lap, but then just invalidated. And Philippa had the lap as well, but just made that mistake through the Casio. So it could have been anyone's game, which is great to see.
Absolutely. And then, I mean, and then the gap from there, it's 3/10 almost immediately. So I'm interested in keeping the top three, but even beyond that, we should be seeing a lot of close battles throughout the course of the next 12 hours or so. You know, no race is won on the first lap. It's just about where you are when the checkered flag falls. But we're going to be here with you guys throughout all of it. Of course, us commentators will be cycling in and out. Mitch and I will be leading you through the start of this race. So just about 30 seconds to go here. And we'll see. Look at all these beautiful cars. I gotta say, the one thing I am always impressed about when it comes to liveries is just how well they're put together and just the talent that goes into making a livery. You know, I have no idea how to do it, and I've looked up tutorials and it still doesn't make sense. So shout outs to those guys and gals out there who really do put in the hours to make these liveries what they are and really give us something to, I don't want to say oogle over, but you know, they're so beautiful to look at.
Yeah, absolutely. I've attempted to make some myself, and they haven't come out near as good as some of these liveries, and it's just going to provide that little bit of extra to the stream as the drivers are now heading off for the formation lap. Of course, it'll be rolling start. There's a Ferrari there that doesn't want to move, so we might have to get them out of the way. Might get some inside information if anyone has any for us, just to tell us what's going on there. But the rest of the cars are moving along. Going to go single file for most of this lap, then they'll get into double file under the direction of the race director. This morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you may be watching this race from, drivers coming around get to have a bit of a look at the liveries going around the track. I've got to say, I don't think there's one bad livery out there.
Oh no, never. If you're looking for bad liveries, you're not gonna find them here. Maybe, you know, Mitch and I can make one, and then we would probably eat our own words.
Let's collaborate and make an awful livery. Let's do that.
Oh, it'd be great. Or, you know, Kevin Parody, he had a wonderful livery for his BMW a couple seasons ago in the Sprint Series. So I'm sure he'd be more than happy to lend that over to us. But right now, it is single file through Suzuka. 18 corners this track has, and every single one has to be taken just right if you really want to push as much as you can. On camera 2, we do see drivers coming up through the first two, or the two Degna corners. Crucial to get right, and this is the run-up to turns, sorry, hold on, I'm a little bit mixed up, a little backwards. Either way, we're heading up to Spoon right now. So the thing I really like about Suzuka is just the two halves of it. You have that really tight, twisting, technical first half, and then the second half around Spoon, full taps. What's your top end look like? What's your acceleration look like? What does your downforce and your grip look like, especially through 130R?
I mean, it's one of those things, you go from quality, think, yes, maximum speed and as much grip as possible through the straight down to 130R, then through there. But in the race, you've got to be a little more conservative because it's going to rub the tyres, lose the grip. So a lot of these drivers need to have looked at their tyre wear fairly carefully and have catered for the potential usage. There we go. So that Ferrari that was stuck on the start of the grid is making its way up through 400,000 cars. They better get a move on, or else the race director's going to give them the old 1-2 hurry up, sir.
Well, they should be back in position soon enough, but it is double file here as we get the last sort of cars in place. We have got several tens of challengers, 40 plus on the grid here. Alpha Venturi on pole by just about 2/100ths of a second. No idea joining them on that front row. BS Plus competition led by Filipa Brukita is looking to add another win to the trophy cabinet. Rockets Evolved and BDE Motorsport are in your top 5. Everybody else follows suit. Alpha Venturi 919 as well, not too far behind. But ladies and gentlemen, we are getting up to the start-finish line. These lights should be going green, and before you know it, it'll be all hell breaking loose here at Suzuka for the Permobil Suzuka 12-hour. The last couple of cars just getting through the final corner now, and it's green, green, green here at Suzuka. It's an incredible getaway up front for both of the Lamborghinis. The third one as well, getting in there, the BMW of Bakita on the inside through turn 1. There's a little bit of contact, and your pole sitter getting knocked around down the grid by the 315 of No Idea. It's already gone down the drain for your pole sitter. Bakita's going to take absolutely no problems with that and go surging into the lead, and we've already had chaos kicking off, but thankfully everybody else is getting around pretty nicely. There's some little bump and nudging in the background here for the 315, but it has been a beautiful start. Otherwise, the inside Mercedes of Hignet there, the 600, just really getting the elbows out and already gaining a position up into the top 5, I believe. So someone's off there on the left side, but it looks like they've been able to keep it together quite nicely.
Yeah, that was an unfortunate start there for the 818 Alpha Venturi. It's definitely not what they wanted. I don't really know how that happened. We might have to get a bit of a check-in on that later on, because we don't want to miss this first lap. Drivers going side by side already through the Degnas. Down out of the hairpin now. Bokita's already pulling out a bit of a gap to Potter for BDE Motorsport 23. Lamborghini coming up to Spoon now. Let's have a look. Goes through nicely. All the cars have gotten into single file now. So now it's a case of keep it on track for the next 11 and almost 12 hours. So Ben Floyd for Kaizen Motorsport coming through Spoon now. Burrs, this is the car that had that little incident at the start with the 818. They're a long way down the field after having to probably let them all go past for the safe rejoin. They're on the back of the OES orange car now. Just in this little train. Oh, this is the 919 car trying to fight off Burrs, and I think they may have seen what happened to their sister car before, so they're going to give no mercy. Bit wide for the OES orange car. Let's see what Chan can do. Goes to the outside. Burrs is following Pinata down the inside. Potter gets fussed up, but that's irrelevant because it's the first lap. 3 wide, they're going to go. This is not ideal. Coming into turn 1, who's going to back out? Burrs does the smart thing. Chan goes wide. That brings Sneakers into this battle now and gets through in the purple Barney car. What do you think of that livery, Nick?
That is a beautiful looking livery. I'm always a sucker for purple. If anyone knows me, you know that's one of my favorite colors. And in the background, Hignet also getting a bit of a piece of that. The Ferrari there of Chan just getting booted down the grid. So that is already into position number 8 for the Ferrari in OES Orange. But I mean, we said it before at the start. These liveries look absolutely incredible. The racing's looking amazing. Of course, there might be a team who probably would disagree with that sentiment. But again, 11 hours, 57 minutes, 5 seconds before checkered flag even falls. There's plenty of racing to be had here at Suzuka. Yeah, the race leader Bokita are already pulling out a massive gap over the field. I mean, in endurance standards, it's pretty big. I mean, just over half a second. But think about how many events that team has won over the course of this endurance season. So I wouldn't say this is just par for the course. I would just say that, hey, I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, there is still plenty of hours to go, so anything could happen. You know, drive-through penalties could be an issue for some drivers with the track limits here. They can be very nasty if you're not too careful, though. Let's have a look at the replay. This will be lap 1. Let's have a look at the contact between Burrs and Smith now. So down the inside was Smith. Burrs went to the outside, just tapped him.
Ooh.
Wasn't anything malicious. It just was the ever so smallest tap, and the 818 had to sit there, wait for everyone to go past before rejoining the track. So incidents could occur. Good sportsmanship there. Bokita immediately takes fast lap 59.3. That's an insane first lap, especially on full fuel. Rob's now at the moment in the Lamborghinis. Behind this battle, Floyd and Chan's here. Rob's to the outside he goes. And sticks it there. Was looking for the switchback, but Floyd closed it off nicely. Good driving there. That's Lindsay down behind in the 83 Ferrari. Maloney's also getting in on this little 6-car battle here. 7, in fact, I can't count. Let's ignore that. Keep going. Maloney's in the Kovacs red Lambo, fighting with the car. Loverink is in on this. Oh, went down to the inside of Raschuti, but couldn't quite get it done. Sticks nicely. He's going to go for the better run out of Dunlop. Good grip. Of course, the tyres take a few laps to warm up on this new patch, the 1.9 patch, different tyre model. First lap's always a bit sketchy. Loverig sticks it to the inside. Backs out though, just sticking the nose and say, hello, I'm here. Does so nicely, just trying to put all that pressure on. It's got a little bit of a gap to Dreyer behind in the second Pro-Am car. Currently, Maloney's up in the front of a couple of pros, which is great to see with this class racing. Loverig still on the back of the Lambo though. He's not going to get the exit that the Lambo does with that turbo lag. This is a great first couple of laps.
Yep, Loverink driver I'm very familiar with over in North America. Incredibly talented, never gives up, never surrenders, is really just ready to throw down until the very end. Rituli's got to be careful, though. I don't think he has the experience that some of the drivers in NA have, so everything here is maybe going to be a bit of learning. Of course, events in the past could have put these two together, but right now it's Ben Floyd who's actually starting to feel the heat of Rob's right now. That bull getting a little bit too close. Doesn't want to stick those horns in. You're on board, though, with the 97 as we head into the Casio Triangles, 16, 17, and 18. Just up ahead is Chan in the 555 Ferrari. Here's Tyson Robs, though. A really great exit there at the end of the chicane, but it hasn't translated all too well. In the slipstream, I don't think it's really going to be too much down to turn number 1, even turn number 2. Yeah, they're just going to have to back out of that one. Tires and brakes should be coming up to temperature by the end of this lap and maybe at the end of next lap at the latest, but I highly doubt that. Behind, you do have the Ferrari and the 2 Lamborghinis as well, and I believe that was also Cook there in the Porsche. But so this is that tight twisting technical part we talked about earlier in the broadcast. This left right. It looks very simple. You think, oh, I just go one way, I go the other way. But getting it to a point where you're able to push out milliseconds over your opponent that you can translate into a faster lap overall is something that takes, I'm not even going to attempt to guess how many hours to get right.
Yeah, no, it takes long. It was just an interesting word of note there as Robs just goes down the inside, knows that I'm going to talk about him. The amount of steering lock that he actually used through Dunlop there, that's going to definitely be putting some pressure on those tyres. It'll be one to look out for, the front tyres on that Lambo coming through the rest of this race. Maybe it's there for the setup, maybe it's not tyre usage, maybe I'm talking absolute garbage. Maybe they've got it set up perfectly and they're going to prove me wrong, but they're still in this battle. A bit wide there for Floyd. Robs gets the exits, going to have the slipstream on that Porsche. Ferrari is not the best on the straight line. around this track or in general in comparison to other cars. There you go, drive-through collision on lap 1, Lucas Burrs. That was that hit on the 818 as Floyd goes to the inside for Rob. Rob has to go around the outside for 130R, keeps it through nicely. Robs is going to have to look to the outside and it's going to stick it there. Floyd places the car perfectly in the middle of the track, doesn't hit as much curb. Round through the Casio now. Bokita, 59.3, keeps pulling out those fastest laps, doing really consistent laps as we can see. Let's have a look. Ben Floyd sticks here. He's lost a bit of time to Vic Chan now. Robs is still on the back here. Let's see how this one plays out. Say's not too far behind either. Through turn 1-2 now. Floyd's got all the pressure in the world. Just did a 2:01.4, so still within his fastest lap capabilities. Needs to get back up to Chan for that slipstream or else he's in a bit of trouble. Still this 5 or 6 car pack here that Floyd needs to get away from quickly if he wants any hope of not ruining those tyres.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty tricky, especially when you see how much pressure is being applied immediately. You want to get away from this as soon as you can, but it's incredibly difficult when your opponent is all over the back end of you. Austin Carpenter here down 21st, David Neighbor as well, and Tafiq in 23rd is hounding that BMW for position, and actually has a run here down the inside. Could this be the move for Tafiq? Barely a letter between them. They're going to touch. The Ferrari gets jostled around a little bit, is able to recover it nicely. That puts McInnes in the mix as well, is going to take advantage of that every single second of every single day. Isn't able to capitalize on that, though, and has to remain. There's Jones there in the background trying to go around the outside. But there is, well, there's no really any real estate for him to take. So for right now, the 420 has to sit behind. Can't go blazing ahead, but is definitely chasing that high.
Yeah, absolutely. That was some really close racing. Here is that 818 car that got turned round at turn 1. Already made up quite a few positions. Would have gone, I dare say, to the back of the field. So it's already up 20 positions, but I can't confirm exactly where they were. But still, to be in 26th after 10 minutes of spinning, that's a really good effort from those guys. They'll keep pushing over the next 11 hours and 50 minutes as we see Tom Jones now for Bush Pigs Racing coming through 130R, still trying to get on the back of McInnes, who's on the back of Taufik. Let's see how this one plays out. There's a good few battles going on here. Smith is going to come into this though, and they'll know that he'll be faster, but of course they have the right to fight. Here is Ben Floyd with Robs now. Burst serving that drive through. Bokita still at the front, 1.5. Nice driving there from Floyd. Was aware the car was there, had to stay to the outside, and Robs is going to get through.
Yep,
And
neat little move
that was nice.
inside. That was cold, calculated, whatever words you want to use. It was an expert move right there, and that's going to be a position loss for the 97. There was a little bit of oversteer from the cars behind. That's just the nature of racing. Stephen Ty is chasing down Pignotta there for number 3. Lucas Briss, the 315, after serving that drive-through penalty, finds himself in, well, a less than favorable position, to be completely honest, but is trying to get around the field as best he can. He's got a Porsche in front of him that needs to kind of get out of the way in his playbook. All over the place. You saw the Porsche just getting out of line a little bit. Wasn't going to go off at all. It's Robert Wenzel right now for Team First Name up ahead. Lucas Brees doing what he can, though, to try and close the gap as we go through the Degnas. And there is a little bit of ground gained right now, but it has not equated into something that he can work with just yet. Could go for something down the back straight, as we do get a 15-second penalty for Pat Oliver for causing a collision on lap 1. That'll be 15 seconds added on to the next pit stop. Brees, whoa, that was dangerous. Avoids contact, though.
Yeah, that was really close there for Burrs and Wenzel, but held it on nicely. Burrs was forced to the outside, touched the grass a little bit there. That's Pethybridge just up ahead, and I think Wenzel made a mistake and has now let Burrs through. Burrs has got a long way to come back from this. The drive-through really hindered their progress. Still got all these other AM cars to get past. And of course, as I said, these AM cars don't have to let them pass. They can fight them as long as they want, because it is for position. It's their fault they got the drive-through for that tap. Nothing that they could have really done, unfortunately, but this is all part of racing. That is lap 1. That is the stewards doing their job. So he's still going to have the slipstream from Pethybridge now. Let's have a look at the replay. And this is Pat Oliver. That was a really bad start for them. Even worse start for Ferrari. He's got a 15-second for a collision on that one, so we'll keep an eye out as to what's actually been happened here. Stuck it there nicely. Nothing malicious. And tapped a Ferrari. And caused... Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's really good stuff. Yeah, that is not an ideal start for Pat Oliver in the 717 Porsche for Alpha Venturi Racing. Philippa Bokita back at the front now, leading fastest lap. 1.3 seconds to Potter in the BDE Motorsport 23 car. They got 5.3 seconds to Pinata in the 919, who has gotten past Stephen Ty, who did start in 4th. Pinata in 6th, so that's a good little effort from them.
Yep, and yeah, just these massive gaps already starting to form up the field. Your top 10 coming through right now. A couple of drivers keeping each other company, keeping each other honest, most importantly. You've got Skylar Lovefrank, a lone representative of the best region, North America, just sticking there in position number 12, so we'll keep an eye on everything. And speaking of North America, I'd like to welcome to the booth Mr. Kevin Parody. Kevin, welcome in. How are you doing? Unless you're on push to talk, Kevin, which sometimes happens.
That's all right. Kev can sort it out. Come on, Kevin. You can do it, mate.
Or maybe his mic isn't plugged in. He's here in the...
Just last night I was in a race. And in a race, you're supposed to have it on push to talk. And a professional would have changed that before tonight. But thank you for having me here anyway. In spite of that lack of professionality, it looked like it was a heck of a start that I kind of caught the edges of as I was ready. And it's off again. Never mind. Hello.
Sure.
And there's Kevin cursing all the cars. Neighbour down the inside. We'll just blame Kevin on that one, I guess. This is the AVR car behind that Smith, the 818. Behind Neighbour, Kovacs Racing Blue, down turn 1. That's one of the Porsches on the inside. Gets past them fine. No worries. I think that's Norris there. Does well. Oh, Neighbour's gone for a bit of a slide. Smith, went to the inside but couldn't get the grip. Norris is right up the backside of that Lambo. So Smith's made up some more positions. Was 26, I dare say, only a lap and a bit ago. So nice to see him back up in the top 20. Still got plenty of time to get back further up in those positions. A great little battle going on here before Kevin cursed it all.
Well, Kevin never really left the booth. He was my co-commentator in North America. So once you've had some time in the commentary box, you hold on to that caster's curse for a while. There's
exactly
another guy I work with in EU who doesn't seem to understand that, Charles. But anyways, in the meantime, Zachary Smith round the outside. Good little move right there. But yes, Kevin, good to have you here in the booth. Good to hear from you again. It's been a while.
It has been. I took a season off of this serious bit and actually went and drove, which was good. I'm waiting for a chance to get in the booth again. I really enjoy working with you guys. I love watching this stuff. The 12-hour format is a bit foreign to me personally. The idea of being responsible for a whole team when you're out there by your own self is a level of fear I'm not getting over yet. But it is a whole different style of racing. Right at the start there, when everything was getting weird, I kept thinking, you guys have got 350 to 360 laps to go here. You could probably let him go right now.
That's completely self-inflicted. It was over the inside. The 119 just completely bottled the entry into the triangles and just on the grass, nowhere to go. As far as I know, when it comes to physics, two instances of matter cannot exist in the same space. And well, you saw what happened, so it doesn't look like there will be a penalty. Could be wrong though, but if I had to give a bit of a guess, I would say that thing should be good. Tom Jones right now, 23, is chasing down McInnes there for 22, and even Tafiq, if things go a little awry. This little pack of 5 actually forming up pretty nice from Neighbor down to Jones here. Macbeth, for where art thou, Macbeth? It's a little bit of a distance between them.
I was waiting for a Macbeth joke. I knew. I had a feeling it was coming, but yeah, this is a great little battle pack. Moeen Tafiq at the moment. He's doing very well. Coming through Degner 1 now. Just behind Cameron Norris. He's doing really nice driving there. Neighbours, I think, actually holding this pack up a little bit. His BMW looked a little bit all over the place through those parts of battling with Smith. It was McInnes is forced to the outside, so Jones gets through, but McInnes is not giving this in. They're going to go side by side down through to Spoon. I think he's going to be pushed out wide, so McInnes is going to get that one back. That was a good recovery there from McInnes. Just got the inside through here. But, of course, Jones isn't going to give this up. He's going to come through to stick behind McInnes. He's going to get the slipstream, though, so we'll see that one handles through up to 130. I didn't quite get the ideal exit. They've got Taufik up ahead now, so I think Norris has gotten past it. He has, so he's going to have a chance now to get onto Neighbour. This is very exciting.
Being part of these little trains is a lot of fun. You can say all you want about Suzuka being difficult to pass, but just nose to tail to nose to tail to nose to tail like this, lap after lap after lap. It's a racer's dream, right?
Oh, that's Nathan Wilson for the OES red off. Let's have a look. Oh, and he's been tapped. That's the MRT McLaren, I believe, legendary. In fact, it has just tapped that car around, so stewards will be onto that, riding them down, going, yep, saw that. Let's get that in. Drivers can, of course, report penalties. This is another Lambo down the inside. Still on the replay, though. Ooh, a bit wide through there. Whoever that is, I can't quite make out the number. It's just a nice little pack. I think this is just a replay still going on. Yep, so back to live now. Stoddart at the moment for the FPS Evolve Racing. Porsche's currently sat P28, just behind, I believe this is Slater, in fact, so a little battle going on here for P27. Bakita update on the lead, 1.8 only to Potter, so hasn't pulled out a whole lot of time, as much as we'd expect from someone like Bokita. Still pulling it out though. Car 191, race control confirming, suffered a DC early in the race. So now they're back in. They're in last, unfortunately, but I know JP Sonikas is not going to give up in the Barney car. They've still got plenty of time. Steve Lewis now for Ruitama spin. Currently sat P41 fighting with the Aston up ahead. So even some good battling here in the AM class at the back. David Neighbour's got a 15-second penalty for causing a collision on lap 5. I don't think we caught that one on stream, so that one might have to come up in the replay soon. We'll stay on board here now. Steve Lewis trying to catch Haynes in the Aston, so doing a good job so far.
We've got that gap forming as well, too. You mentioned first and second are very close together. So we're third and fourth. There's sort of a gap between those two groups, and then another gap back to sort of the peloton. I guess we'd refer to them if we were cycling. It is still, given that we're almost 20 minutes, they are still mostly within half a lap of each other.
Yeah, which is great to see. Taufik now going to try and attack Norris, who got past him just before, but he's got to worry about McInnes behind in the BDE Motorsport 732 car, who's got to worry about Jones. So there's a lot of worrying here and defending and attacking as we go to the replay for Permobil. Let's have a look. This is the incident with the OES red car and the legendary MRT car. Down the inside, saw the gap and tapped them round. Saw the mistake from the Ferrari, incidentally enough, but just couldn't quite get through unscathed. So probably something coming their way. I'm sure we'll see that soon from race control.
Yeah,
see that from in car, you can see that there looked like a space, and then there suddenly wasn't. So I can understand that.
Yes, exactly right. It's just got to keep an eye on the closing gaps. Of course, the driver in front does have the right to close the door if the car is not enough side by side with you. Oh, deep goes Norris, trying to catch up with Neighbours. Got that 15-second penalty, will have to be served in the pits. So those few early penalties will certainly make a difference in the race. We'll see how that plays out closer to when the drivers need to pit.
Yeah, we shouldn't be seeing pit stops for a long while, realistically, just because of, again, how soon this race has started and how these drivers go through their tires. Although Norris in a bit of trouble right now. Taufik gets an amazing exit there out of Spoon. Down towards 130R, the Ferrari on the inside, Porsche on the outside. Surely someone's going to have to back out of this. There's no way they go side by side. They are going to go side by side through 130R. No contact between either driver. Incredible stuff. Down into the Casio triangles right now. It is Norris who is ahead now as we go into the right, into the left, and out of the chicane we go. Amazing stuff from these two teams.
Yeah, it's great fighting. Taufik is still on the back of Norris. He's going to have the slipstream, but of course, as I said, the Ferrari is not ideal on the straights, but is very good in the mid-corner and under braking. So, reminds me a little bit of the old Porsche. Wasn't the best on the straights. Wasn't as bad. This car, I'll admit, isn't as bad as the old Porsche, but this car mid-corner is just wonderful. Great rotation, so they'll need to try and use that if they want to get past this Porsche, but this Porsche's done some unbelievable defending as Jones appears in the background to have gotten past McGuinness, and now Macbeth is also in this one, but Burrs is going to shake things up, having made his way up from that drive-through penalty. Can't wait to see how that's all handled.
Well, I was in the Ferrari last night, and it's my car of choice this season, and I will tell you, it makes you feel really bad about yourself at the start of every straightaway, but then it makes up for it at the end, because when you start closing up and reading the stuff that's written on the back of those other cars, and in a mid-corner you're waiting for them to go so that you can, that part's a pretty good feeling.
Yeah, absolutely. We're just seeing that replay going side by side, Taufik and Norris, and that's how Jones got through. McInnes was forced to go outside into the Casio just to try and avoid an incident with Taufik. Good driving there. Here's Yilin Say now, currently sat in P12, P10 on the leaderboard, so maybe there's been a bit of an incident there for them. Hignett now is on the back of Robs, who's had a great start to the race so far, had some good battles, a bit of bouncing from the Mercedes there. Touch wide, but keeps it within the limits. Bokita 3.2 ahead at the moment. Pinata still keeping that gap to Potter, who's got a good gap to tie, 2.5 seconds. So these gaps at the front really starting to form now, almost 10 seconds to the top four these drivers are. So they're in this little bubble. They can conserve some tyres, maybe go that little bit longer. Of course, the max driver time per stint is 70 minutes. So we will see drivers have to pit by the 10 hours 50-minute left mark. So we'll see what strategies come out. Of course, some cars use more fuel than others, so some cars might be running lighter fuels. Here's Zachary Smith now. Kappa lets them straight past. That's good sportsmanship. Knows they're faster, lets them through. So good recovery so far from the 818 car, back up to P14 after being spun on that lap 1 incident.
Yeah, you think they'd almost be back at the front and do in a short while, honestly, with the progress they're making in such a short amount of time. I wouldn't be surprised if they're at least challenging for, I would say, the top 3. I mean, catching the number 1 is a little difficult at the moment, just when you look at pace and how much competition there, well, really isn't on the grid. But yeah, it's been an incredible recovery drive there from the 818, especially, like you said, after the starting heartbreaks. Although we are here with Lucas Burse here, on the back of the BMW of McInnes, who has been dropping a little bit down the field just due to what's been going on. The Lamborghini looks around the inside. McInnes gives the room and is...
Yeah, that's some good sportsmanship there. As Nick said, the BMW just went wide. You could see that they would let them through because they knew they were going to be faster. And this is Macbeth now going to try and take full advantage of the niceness of McInnes there. Goes wide, does McInnes through Spoon. Now they've got Megan D. She's really going to get on this battle for that legendary MRT car. They had that little bit of an earlier incident with the OES red Ferrari, so they'll be looking to try and make up as many positions as possible because they've probably got the thoughts of, oh, there might be a penalty coming our way, so keep an eye out on that one. Norris is now back behind Taufik, so they've gotten through there. Jones is going to get in on the back of this as well, which is great to see.
There's good racing all over the place. And one of the things I'm seeing is some really good yielding, like some good decision making at this point, going, I could push this, but we got 11.5 hours to go, so I'm not going to. And there's already been some really good decision making that's kept some cars probably in this race.
Yeah, absolutely. Some great driving so far. Here is Matthew Pinata. That's Stephen Ty just behind there. So a little bit of a gap to them. Pinata's got a good gap to Potter. Stephen Ty, of course, sat P4 currently. Did qualify P4. Had a great effort. I spoke to him after the race and he said that even he wasn't expecting that. He pushed as hard as he could and he did a brilliant job to put his team right up the grid after qualifying P9, I believe, overall. So that's a really good effort to get into the top 10 shootout and then put it up in P4. Vic Chan now Had that battle with Hignett, but he's a little bit behind now, so he's in his little bubble. He's got Floyd behind as well, who's got Maloney behind. So top 10's got some decent gaps now, so they just need to pace themselves, keep that tyre wear down for the next part of the stint, because of course the tyres will start to drop off sort of in the next 10 to 15 minutes. Still drivable, just the times will definitely be dropping off with this new model, as they seem to drop off sort of half a second at least over a stint, depending on how conservative you may be. This is the Bricks racing car on the back of Maloney now in the 91 Lamborghini. Let's see how they take the run through 130R. I think the Ferrari should be faster through here, and it is getting a little bit bumped, so Loverink's going to look somewhere, but Maloney placed the car in a very nice position, put it just in the middle of the track so that Loverink couldn't go either side and had to back out of it. Coming down the straight now, Ferrari's going to get that slipstream, but the Lambo is very good on the straight, so I don't think there's going to be a whole lot of nose-in diving action as much. They've got Raschuti and Lin Say behind as well to worry about, so they might just try and tug each other around the track a little with the slipstream to try and get away from the 90 of Raschuti. Burst now on that recovery drive still. Jared Ellis has got a 15-second penalty for causing a collision on lap 8 in the 421 car. They're in 29th. They're leading the AM class at the moment. That's going to hinder their lead in the AM class. Burst still on the back of Norris now. Just got past Jones and McInnes, as we saw previously, and Norris may let him past or may choose to fight this. He's got that gap to Taufik, so maybe he might closer to Taufik now.
Well, we've spoken a couple times about tire wear tonight, and you mentioned that since 1.9, obviously there's been some differences, but there's also been differences between the original 1.9 and 1.9.1 and 1.9.2, and they've been in fairly quick succession. And I'm wondering how many of these teams are still experimenting even during the race to see what their tire wear is really going to be like.
Yeah, it's right, Kevin. And they've, especially in 1.9, there was a lot of graining involved in the car, tyre wear, and they really toned that down quite a bit coming into the 0.1 patch. And from there, it's sort of just been minor tweaking to try and make it as realistic as possible, as the new tyre model does have a bit of dirt touching there. That's not going to help the tyres. Does have that little bit less rolling resistance, which does help with the top speed, but does hinder the speed mid-corner. And that's definitely given the drivers a challenge to adjust to, especially with the new tyre pressures that you've got to aim towards in those 26 range. You know, you can go higher for top speed and lower for more grip. So drivers have definitely been put into a whole new ring with these new tyre models, but they're really, I think, really warm to it, and they've understood that setup does count now for tyre wear. You can't just go max toe or max camber for a race and just know that the tyres are not going to go, because they do go no matter what the setup is. It's just limited by how much camber and toe you are putting in on the car. As Ferrari goes a bit deep there. That's Petty Bridge, so they might look to attack here. Does D Berardino and McNeil.
Bit of a wiggle, and not in a good place before the braking zone. If it doesn't upset the car, sometimes it upsets the driver, and that amounts to the same thing, which is a poor exit. But it looks like they might be holding on. They've got a bit of a toe to keep them going. So, but we've got another penalty, although for an infraction of unnamed. Oh, pardon me. I was looking at the wrong screen. 15-second penalty for causing a collision to Ellis, by the looks of things.
Yep, these penalties, few and far between, thankfully, here in the start, but those will get served during the pit stops, and then, who knows, maybe we give the guys over at Launtel a bit of a break from telling us about all of these penalties. In the meantime, Aaron Thomas for the 911 BMW down here in 42nd. Neil Haynes, number 16, gets a 15-second penalty for being out of position on lap 1. That's another thing these drivers have to worry about when it comes to these race starts, is making sure you're behind the right car at the right time, because if you don't, you are going to pick up a penalty, as Haynes has done already. Is getting challenged there by Thomas in the BMW behind, and I think just beyond them is Faber in the Porsche. So even this far down on the grid, you are going to be having these duels for position, which is great. It's a little bit of a loose exit there for the Aston Martin. Thomas can't take advantage of that. The run up to Spoon, however, could spell a disastrous ending if things go a little bit wild. Thomas looks to the inside, has to back out of it. Is able to meet that apex beautifully and clips the outside curb, as he should. The Aston Martin, I think, up ahead, just a little bit of oversteer, but nothing it can't handle. Now down the back straight we go. It is Haynes in 41st, Thomas in 42nd, Faber in 43rd, and just behind that, it's Wilson there in 44th position, the 556 Ferrari there. Through 130R, done beautifully by all of these drivers. Now up to the Casio triangles. Thomas, I think for a moment thought about something, but wasn't close enough at all, although the Aston Martin ahead of Thomas does send it a little too hard, gets out of shape. Thomas has to stand on the brakes and does get a little bit of a bump draft for the Porsche behind. Not quite NASCAR, but definitely going to be something to try to convert into a position. Now, here we go into turn number 1. Thomas has the move done well before the corner. Haynes just backs out of that one. Or sorry. No, I was right. I see the Aston Martin for a moment. My brain thinks it looks like a Lexus, so that's why I'm confused. But no, Aaron Thomas gets the move done, 41st position, and can hopefully now start closing up the gap to Lewis ahead there in 40th.
I'm just wondering how much that might have had to do on Haynes' part, knowing that they have this 15-second penalty. It's obviously probably too soon to pit and get rid of it, but knowing that they weren't really in this fight, maybe you let those 3 go, get hope for some open track, and really put in some laps to make up for part of that penalty, rather than trying to race them right now.
Yeah, I don't know whether they'll probably look to that penalty. They just want to try and keep that track position. Here is Nico Moan's favourite driver, Nicholas Macbeth now. I'm waiting for more. Macbeth runs over the race. Just
yes,
behind.
Of course.
Yes, that's actually the car of Norris, I think. So he's actually up on the leaderboard on the left. So I think maybe there's an incident there. Megan D looks around to the outside. She does. Can't get it done, so it's going to look for the exit in that McLaren. Of course, this will probably be the last hurrah for this model of 720S, as the Evo has come out in the 1.9.3 patch. So this will be the last hurrah for them. Maybe that's why they decided to go in it, knowing maybe they had inside knowledge. Who knows? Down the inside they go, though. They've got inside knowledge that it's open and gets past beautifully. That was really well timed.
Yep, and sort of I always have a soft spot for the McLaren. I used it for a long while, and seeing how it's changed throughout these patches, it almost feels bad. You know, you think about all the good memories you had, or maybe you're one of those people who was running into everybody who used the McLaren, and maybe those memories are a bit sour, but it's interesting to see how these patches actually bring the field a bit closer. I know that the the NSX was one of the cars that got tweaked a little bit in the 1.9 update, so that, you know, brought it back into the field, and, you know, you bring in the new Lamborghini, the new Porsche, the new Ferrari, and, I mean, if you look at the grid, it seems like it's almost all Ferrari, all Lamborghini. Those are the meta cars. But yeah, I think I agree with what you said, Mitch, about sort of the last hurrah for this version of the 720.
Yeah, and it's, you know, people using those newer cars, it's not just for the meta. They want to use them because they're new, and it's completely understandable because it's very exciting to have 3 new cars come into the game at once. Everyone was waiting for the new 296, then for the new 992 Porsche, then for the Evo Lambo. So completely understood that, you know, for the new, 2-hour series this time, they want to use the new cars. Completely understood, and yes, overall, they probably are faster, because Bouquet are proving us wrong, though, that the M4 is still insane around here. But, yeah, I mean, it's great to see those new cars out there, and it'll be great to see the new Evo McLaren in the next race, which I do believe is a 10 hours of Valencia. Woohoo. New track as well. So, new car, new track. Cannot wait to see that. But still got a 12-hour ahead of us here. Slovrink is here behind Maloney. Has got Risciuti in the 90 Lamborghini, not too far behind. There's Zach Smith there just in the background, recovering from that spin on lap 1 from Burrs. Still, I mean, that's a great recovery even for, 40 minutes into the race. Being back up to P12, probably have coming back on in easily in position 30-something. It's great to see. They've got the car Lin Say behind, but I don't think they're really going to threaten them, especially with the pace that 818 car has.
Still lots and lots of good little races. We're splitting off into some duos and trio little battle packs here, but I think it feels like we're finally getting to that spot where everybody's taken a few deep breaths and looked up at that clock and gone, oh, okay, that's 40 minutes. We got a long way to go. And hopefully they're settling in and just starting to knock out those consistent laps that don't burn the tires off and don't burn the fuel off. And we'll see who does that and who's still pushing.
Yeah, that's the one thing I really enjoy about these endurance race formats, coming from one myself, is when you're doing, say like you, Kevin, in the sprint series where you're doing 60-minute, 70-minute, 80-minute races, that becomes a bit of its own little mini marathon. But when you get into these sort of bigger events, you got to get out of that a little bit, because it's going to get to your head and you're not really going to make it. So it's a test of, I would say, physical endurance to some degree, but mostly just to mental fortitude. It's easy to lose positions like we saw with the 818 at the start. They're already up to P12. In any other scenario, a spin like that would have just been the end of the race, done and dusted in the books, and you're out. But here, when you have 12 hours to prove yourself, you're not going to waste any more time trying to recover positions. So getting yourself out of a sprint mindset and into those longer formats is what can separate great drivers from the absolutely otherworldly. Speaking of otherworldly, Tafiq around the outside through turn number 1. That's an incredible little move there. That was Burst. My apologies. Burst around the outside of turn number 1 in the Lamborghini. That is some great stuff, and Glover up ahead might be the next meal for this Lambo.
Yeah, absolutely. Great battling going on here. Burrs is having absolutely none of it. Glover's up next, as you said, and then they've got a bit of a gap to Carpenter, so they're going to look to try and recover from being 36 after the drive-through penalty for the lap 1 tap with Smith. Oh, right on the brakes there. Could have been another incident, but Burrs pulled that up beautifully. Knew that something was coming there. So now coming up to the hairpin. Is the Lambo going to get the better exit? I don't think so, because the Porsche's very good on exit. Let's have a look. Burrs using all the inside, but of course doesn't quite get the exit because of it. So Glover's going to come back ahead. So a little battle going on here. Taufik's hoping to just try and stick in the slipstream a little bit here to maybe come up to Glover and get a bit further inside that top 20.
These camera shots too are showing us the pardon me, the altitude change on this track. I mean, most places you talk about the difference in height, but there's some big differences here. So I often refer to it as altitude because it's so big. But there's also, like we're seeing right now, off-camber corners and blind corners and corners that flatten out and corners that bank. And you have to be so patient on this track just to get it right once and to get it right over and over and over again, and stint after stint after stint again in a car that you're sharing with someone else, so your setups aren't exactly like you'd like them. It is an art form, and it is a joy to watch. But we do have somebody off in the triangle.
Yeah, that was Glover. Speaking of mistakes, just outbraked himself into the chicane. So that'll be a couple positions dropped. We had a 15-second penalty come through for an unsafe, an unsafe rejoin as we rejoin Philippa Bokita here in the lead. I mean, look at that already. 5.2 seconds. And we're not even an hour into the race. There's Potter in the background. This BMW absolutely just soaring. And Kevin, to sort of bounce off what you said about the altitude change, that's another reason why I just love this circuit. We talked about it earlier in the broadcast, how you have the two halves. You have the technical first and then the quick and speedy second. But the way the car behaves as you go through these elevation changes and how your car reacts to these camber and off-camber corners, I mean, it really just goes to show you how different these cars really are. You might say, oh, well, I've seen, X number of drivers and X number of races, and they all win in different cars. But when you get to a format like a 12-hour, that's where you see some of the strengths and weaknesses come to light. Right now, though, it's Maloney on the inside there. Through 130R, it is going to be one of the Ferraris there of Chen moving wide that puts Loverink up into position number 9. That's good news for the 52 Bricks Racing Ferrari, and already you do see the 2 Lamborghinis behind, and well, it's a familiar face. It's the 818 Lamborghini of Zachary Smith from pole to the back up to 12th. We're not even an hour into this race. That has been an amazing recovery drive for the 818. The number 90 goes down the inside, and this could invite the other Lamborghini into the fray, but it appears as though it was all just for naught. But Zachary Smith, take a bow. He's probably going to be taking plenty of those this evening. Up into P12 for this guy.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a great drive from them. Just needs to get past Chan now. Megan D gets a 10-second causing collision on lap 9, so that would be that incident with the OES orange car, as Smith goes side by side with the OES orange car. I think I meant to say OES red car, but anyway, that's okay. We'll keep going. Smith now gets a good run. He's going to have to hold back in the hairpin, I think, because oh my goodness, that was wow. Chan saw that one coming. That was possibly one of the most opportunistic, latent, perfect moves I've ever seen. That was just insane.
I did not expect that to go the way it did. I was fully expecting a couple cars going off, and well, the little Ferrari there behind getting some cake for its efforts. But that was, I mean, incredible insight there from Chen to just let Smith through, realizing the threat that's behind him and deciding, you know what, I like my car the way it is. I'm just gonna step aside, let this man through, and continue on my race. I might not be able to keep him behind for long, and that's sort of I know earlier Smith was let through by another driver. That's just recognizing someone behind you being faster. You can, you know, say, oh well, I want to defend, I want to practice my defense, but the problem is you're just going to be hurting yourself in the end, because what'll happen is you'll be fighting so much that whoever was behind you could easily swoop in and grab those positions and just get out of town with it. So while yes, it is important to practice the skill of defense, it's important to recognize when you maybe shouldn't.
Yeah, absolutely. You've really got to have that knowledge in sportsmanship and go, okay, the car behind is fast. Like in this case, you look at Carpenter. He knows that Burst will be faster. Burst has just done a 2:01.3, best lap 59.9, so just looking at that drop-off of tyres as well a little bit. He'll know that he'll probably be faster. He may fight him a little bit just to test the waters, see, ooh, can I hold him off? Is it worth it? And then may or may not let him through, but we'll just have to see how it plays out. Taufik will probably hope here that there's a bit of a battle just so that he can get back up on Carpenter now. Taufik currently sat P19. Glover rounding out the top 20. David Neighbours not too far behind there as well, but it's got a 15-second penalty, so that's not going to help his cause for the start of this race. Lucas Burrs still keeping that gap to Carpenter nicely. No real, multiple tenths gain until just there through Degner 1. Coming through Degner 2 now, might also have a gain and does. So Carpenter's going to have to keep an eye on his rearview mirror for this one. Burrs' teammate dropped down with the drive-through to P36, so another great recovery. He's up 18 positions after the drive-through penalty, so could see maybe them on the back of Smith, the 818, at some point. I wouldn't say it's anytime soon, but give it an hour or two, you might see them back up there. But still just holding on to the back of Carpenter. Maybe those tyres have been slid on a little bit and they've lost a little bit of that grip. They're going to have the slipstream though from Carpenter coming down to 130R. Is it going to be helpful? Are they going to go down the inside? We'll have to wait and see.
Well, we've spoken about tires before, and I can tell you from bitter experience since 1.9, when you spin these cars, you will notice the difference afterwards. So that plus this hard drive back may very well be putting, getting towards the damaged part of these tires faster than some of the people who haven't had to do that.
Yeah, exactly right. That's right, T-Mac. Burst did give Smith the tap around through turn 1 into turn 2. Is coming into turn 1 and 2, Burst down the inside. Yeah, Carpenter backed off. That was a safe decision there. Knows that he didn't want to compromise himself. Let Burst through, so nicely done. Burst has got Dreyer next on his radar. Let's see how quick he can get up there, but hats off to Tom Maloney at the moment, leading the Pro-Am class just under an hour into this race, up in P8 at the moment. There's got Loverink behind still. That's Rashuti behind in that 52 Lambo, but Rashuti's got Smith behind. He knows he's there. But because it's the top 10 now, they may actually look to fight this. They may not let him through, but Smith will, of course, look for those opportunistic moves. And I think Loverink's looking for the same here. And Maloney knew, but it's gone wide. Loverink's going to look to the inside, does so. He's going to have the outside for the straight here. Lambo got the better exit, needs to tuck in behind for that slipstream down through to Spoon, then probably at a 130R, because I can't say that the Ferrari's probably going to catch or get past through Spoon, but we'll keep an eye on that. Stay on board with the Kovacs red Lambo coming through now. Sticks it nicely. Lambo did get the better run, so Rashuti's actually going to have the slipstream here. Smith's Loving Life's going to have double, maybe triple slipstream here. This is really going to help his case. This is just slipstream train here. Smith, there it is, going to come up to 130R. I think he's going to have to back out of it, and he will.
Be patient into 130R, and that way you
Yes.
give yourself a chance into the triangle, right? So, or not, depending on how well the driver ahead of you is playing the game. Really well driven by all of them. Again, this is that nose to tail stuff where you can go wrong so easily, and they're just showing why that these are the good drivers. You know, they're the ones that don't make mistakes very often, and it's showing.
Yeah, absolutely. These are some of the best drivers in our region. Smith looks to the inside of Rashuti, and I think Rashuti saw that one coming and decided to let that one through as well. Great sportsmanship from these drivers. I think this is probably the best sportsmanship we've seen in the previous races currently. Just letting the drivers through, knowing they're faster, acknowledging that. Bit of cheerleading squad starting track limits there. Come on, Kovacs red. Hoping that they can hold off a couple of drivers. Kovacs red is up ahead though, holding off that Ferrari of Lovering still, but something tells me that Zach Smith's going to come and spoil the party here in the 818 Lambo, and I think he's going to enjoy it.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, he's got that fire under him right now. He has gotten around the one driver that's sort of been bottlenecking his progress. So now that the chains have been released, it is going to be about reeling these two in. And the beauty of that is the two ahead are going to be focusing on each other quite a lot. And there it is, Zachary Smith really getting comfortable under Lovering's rear wing. So that's the problem with fighting so much, is what ends up happening is the guys behind will at some point catch up. And the problem is, for some, it's sooner rather than later. And that's exactly what the two ahead are experiencing.
We're also coming up to that end of the stint. We're about 20 minutes away from the mandatory limit, if I remember correctly. So I know it's the first into the race, but some of these folks are going to be going, I want to make a mark. I want to, I got 10, 15 minutes left here. I want to hand this off to my teammate in a better position where we are now. So maybe we see a little bit of pushing and a little bit of
Whoa!
Oh, as I said it, that's not a curse. That was them doing it.
That was almost an interesting rejoin. Zach Smith just took too
That
much
was
curb toe.
dangerous.
Wow, that was close, but now he's got to start again. Those tyres will not be loving him. Will have a bit of the grit of the outside of the track on them. So we'll have to just see how this one plays out for them. At the moment, currently still P11, were P9 before that. A little bit of a moment there, just that too much curb. Rashuti though, here he is on the back of Loverink, 3/10 to him. Loverink's going to be trying his hardest. That gives a bit of time for Maloney to get away. Now he'll be loving life, just trying to keep that gap to Floyd. Floyd's actually not too far off the back of Hignett, looking at that gap too, so we might have to keep an eye on that one. Pinata though, hold on. 2/10 to Potter. What's happened there? There might be an incident that we need to look at in the replay. If anyone knows where it is, please let us know so we can jump in the replay and have a look, because 13 seconds to Bokita, and it was a 5 to 6 second gap a few laps ago. I think there's definitely been a bit of an issue there for Potter. So the 919 car going to jump on the back of the 23 BDE Motorsport car, both in Lamborghinis. So fairly similar performance, I dare say fairly similar setups as a whole. Looks to the outside, weaving a bit. Stewards will keep an eye on that one. Don't want to weave too much. The stewards will get the naughty stick out.
Yeah,
there you go.
Want to get whacked with. Oh, here we go. So this is hopefully the replay of earlier. It is. So we're coming up through the Degnas. If I had to bet on it, just a little too much on the inside. Yep, that'll do it. Into the gravel. Was able to recover in time, but that is why Pignata is where he is right now, and that's why Bokita is seemingly on another continent at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. And she's won it. She's an esports driver for a reason for BS Plus competition, and there's actually another BS Plus competition driver in that car that is making his debut. Well, this year's debut in the Endurance Series. Ferris Stanley, can't wait to see him in the car later on, of course, in the car with Andy O'Hara, another staple fast driver in that car, and Marina Morella's jumping in as well. So a 4-driver team there, currently in the lead. They'll be looking to try and improve on that. And I say improve on and improve the gap, because you can't improve on first. I'd like to see you try.
So fast, we ended up 0th.
You get so fast, you actually just win the next race. That is how good.
That's exactly how it is. Yeah.
But I'm enjoying this a lot too, because for me, because of time zones, I don't get to see a lot of these drivers live. I watch some of the streams, but it isn't the same. So seeing them drive live is really impressive. And another thing I think we might be starting to see here as they rise to the top, the Lamborghinis, if I'm not mistaken, are doing very well on tire wear. Since 1.9, as I understand it, compared to some of the other cars. And I'm wondering if that, A, might be the reason a lot of folks chose it, but B, might be the reason that they're starting to just climb that leaderboard even more than they were before.
Yeah, that'll be something to really watch out for as this race unfolds. I think for right now, we probably won't see too many battles, realistically. Drivers getting into that flow, getting into that rhythm, just letting these laps tick themselves out, letting the clock tick itself down. We're just about to get past that first hour mark. Bokita is in just her own little world right now with that gap from Potter's mistake from earlier. Pignata there, P3, Ty in 4th, and Hobbs rounding out your top 5. We're sitting here in 7th with Floyd, who is doing what he can to try and close up to the Mercedes. Hasn't been all too successful, but again, anything can happen in these long format races. We're going to hop back again a little further into the top 10, just about. Zachary Smith for the 818 has already made up one position, is going to be eyeing up Lovering for another as we head down the front straight across the start-finish line. You can see that slipstream really taking into effect. Smith looking to the inside into turn number 1. Decides better of it, but as I say that, just gets off the brakes a little bit, almost into the back of Lovering, but thankfully was able to just reel that Lambo in as the peanut gallery from Parody's apartment joins us in the booth. Always happy to have him here, of course. But that was dangerous for Smith.
They were excited by that. That was a moment, to be sure. Yeah, I got a sudden intake of breath from me too. Especially as I looked up and was reminded that Loverink is driving from North America, so that ping is not exactly that sub 100 that you're hoping for ideally. So having that extra little bit thrown in there, I'm sure made it that much more uncomfortable for both of them.
Just a little bit, and some games do struggle with a bit of that, a little bit of the net code, and I'm sure it's happened in ACC and other games too. iRacing F1, it does happen, but when you have something, when your connection bar is having a bit of a rave while you're out there trying to put some laps in, it does get a little nerve-wracking at times. But eventually you have to sort of stop looking at it and just say, you know what, I've got to worry about these laps. I've got to get the car moving, and staring at the left side of my screen isn't really going to help all too much. So,
No, that won't help.
And for Loverick, I mean, this is not his first time doing these kind of races in the Endurance Series, of course, regular in this series. So I think it's okay to have your comfortable, cozy North American ping and then have to deal with Australian ping for one night. I mean, it shouldn't be too much of an issue.
Yeah, no, it's certainly not a issue for them as long as they just keep it on the track. That's all that really matters for them. Here's Lindsay, though. The back of Chan might try to look to get past, but being fairly consistent, they want to go up to this battle train ahead.
Now, would most of these teams have started their fastest driver? I'm guessing because of the way qualifying worked, but some of these teams would they be considering coming in to try and undercut? Maybe, I know they've only got about 18 minutes left, but is that enough?
At this stage, I couldn't tell you at all. I think that would be something we would worry about a bit later on in the broadcast. Once these pit stops really start getting jumbled up and you see drivers coming out every single which way of the pack or of the grid, really. Right now, Zachary Smith does go down the inside there of Maloney, but fighting back, they head towards Spoon, and immediately it is Smith moving through along with Loverink. Down the inside, yep, and then we go up to Spoon. Skylar Loverink is going to try to make this one stick around the outside. On the brakes, late goes the Lamborghini, overshoots it entirely. Loverink retakes position number 9, and for the time being, Tom Maloney, it's just going south for him. Was able to stay on track, though, didn't spin, so that's very good news for him. But for your pole sitters in the 818, look at the progress. They're up into 8th position, and we're just still under an hour.
This might be a case of I better make up for what I did before I hand over to my teammates.
Oh, absolutely. But the thing is, it was the 315 that we just saw who was responsible for the starting craziness, chaos for that team. So yeah, on one hand, yeah, it is hey, I'll try to do as much as I can before I give it to you before it becomes your problem. But overall, it goes to show you, again, as I said earlier in the broadcast, the mental fortitude to actually drive these longer endurance formats, because it's so crucial that you're not throwing in the towel early on. And we do get a replay coming in. So this is the start from earlier. You have your 818 there on pole position. So as we head across the line here, you'll see exactly what happened, and you'll see just what happened to that pole sitting team. So up to the start line, you do see the rest of the field just coming into view now. There's the green flag. There are the green lights getting this race underway. So as we head down into turn number 1, it's going to be the slightest bit of contact that turns the 818. It's 2 little bits of contact, actually, both on the rear end, and everybody, of course, is able to just pass on through with no problems at all. So that is why we keep talking about the Lamborghini there in 8th position, because they have just been on a charge since that start.
Yeah, absolutely. They've not really given in there, but this battle's still going on. This has been going for quite a few laps now. Floyd just hasn't been able to get past yet, so we'll keep an eye on this.
Yep, for position number 6, of course, this Mercedes has been doing a great job, actually. It seems to be a bit of the odd one out, especially because you look at your, I mean, heck, even up to, I'd say your top 17, it's all, I would assume, the new car, minus, of course, Bokita there up in the lead. But yeah, the Mercedes, not really a car that I think too many people talk about. Not too many people give it any sort of mind. They're too focused on the newer cars, or even just what might be considered quote-unquote the meta. But that is something that is always great to see. Leo Dreyer here, P17 from South Africa, is leading a few of the others. Thomas McInnes there in 23rd in the BMW. Has some friends to keep him company, though, down this far. You've got some penalties in front and behind. A little bit of a penalty sandwich. I don't know what that would taste like, but I can only imagine it's not too good.
I think that would depend on whether you're the meat in that sandwich or the bread.
Either or.
always the bread, man. That's what I'm chasing in life. All right, I can't be anything else. But no,
we are just coming up on this first hour. So again, I haven't done these long races, but for those of you that have, are there milestones? Like, so you sort of set in your head, okay, that's the first hour in the books. Now we do this. Is there strategies involved? I claim ignorance.
Personally, I never focused on the time. When I did the Kyalami 9 hour, not the one that we had recently, but the one prior to that, there were a couple of times where I would check the clock and I would say, oh, it's been 45 minutes. Oh, that was fast. But then I would check again. I'd be like, oh man, it must have been another 45, and it was more like 10. So you don't really want to keep a track. I don't keep an eye on the time. I don't really care. Lovering picks up a 15-second penalty for a collision on lap 27, so that'll get added onto the pit stop. But anyways, no, I don't. My milestone is checkered flag. That's it. If I get there, that's great. Whatever happens between green and then is what's going to happen. I just got to take it as best I can and go from there. What about you, Mitch? Have you had the experience in these longer endurance race formats or no?
Yeah, I've done quite a few of these, and I think that the mentality changes the longer the race goes on. So you go from good position to, once you're sort of that 2-3 hours after, you go, can this race just end? Because you've done some
another one. Yeah.
Yeah, we just need to get. But I mean, once you're sort of, 1 or 2 hours left, you're gonna be, in my experience, in the position you're going to finish in, unless there's some catastrophic mistake from someone, or you get a drive through or a penalty. So yeah, I don't think you really focus on the time as much as people tend to think you do. You just drive and then keep an eye on fuel and then look at the time.
Sure.
Yeah.
I'm just reminded of years ago in an F1 race at Monaco, one of the drivers screaming at their engineer, "Stop giving me the lap count. I don't want to know how many are left. Tell me every 10." So, and that's at a 2-hour race. So it made me wonder.
Yeah, no, that's fair, because when you get those every single lap, oh, you have 12 laps, you have 11 laps, you have 10 laps. It does get annoying, and it does just break your focus a little bit. And as a driver, whether it's Formula One, or it's something like a Miata Spec Series, or it's something like our sim racing here, it does mess with your rhythm. It does mess with your flow, and you start thinking about how many laps are left, and you might think about it at the wrong time. You might miss a corner, you might miss an apex, you might miss a break point, you might hit somebody, you might let somebody through. It's these little things that you can't truly express until you've felt it yourself.
Sure. And Chat's mentioning as well, it's those little things, those 5 seconds, those 10 seconds, those 30 seconds that you save here and there that set up those moments where you have 5 minutes to go and there is a chance for a pass, or the top two end up finishing within 5 seconds of each other. But that wouldn't have happened if that person in second or that team in second hadn't have gotten almost everything almost perfect all day. So it's I can see the need to focus. I just don't see the ability, at least in myself.
No, it's fair. You gotta, again, like I said, you gotta do it yourself. That's the only way you can actually understand it completely, is by doing it yourself. We do have some of these pit stops coming through now, so drivers are getting to the end of their 70-minute stint. I don't think they have to switch. I think it's just sort of to reset the clock. I don't know if that's been changed since I last did it. I know when I did it, you could basically, as long as you were in before that stint was up, you were fine.
Yep, that's right. So you can push as long as you want and stay in the car. You just got to go for tyres and fuel to reset the timer. And speaking of time, it's my time to leave the commentary box. I will be back later on, but I'll leave you in the capable hands of these two lovely gentlemen.
All right, Mitch. Good to have you as always. Good to hear from you. I don't think it's been recent that I've been in the booth with you, but thank you for joining us.
No worries, guys.
And just before you slip out, I came in with a complete lack of smoothness, so let me go out by saying, Mitch, nice to meet you. Thank you for your part in this. It was a pleasure working with you, and I'm sure we'll do so again.
No worries. Same to you, Kevin. Thanks, guys. I'll see you later on.
Cheers. So, Kevin and I, a familiar duo in the booth, at least in North America, but always good to be back together in any way, shape, or form, whether it's an endurance series or anything similar. But Philip Bakita, this is just absolutely ridiculous. Especially with the incident at the start, 17, almost 18 seconds right now. I'm sure that's wrong. Because the 919, I don't know, that actually is pretty accurate, but that's sort of the whole give them an inch, they'll take a mile thing. But for Bakita, it's give her an inch and she's gonna take at least one country's width over you.
Well, that is over half a second a lap every lap for 33 laps, which is not
Insane.
only just consistent, but it's got to break your
Oh my
will at
God.
some point. Oh dear. Oops.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to kind of cut you.
No.
Oh,
No, I'll take it. Oh my God. Oh no. Oh, that's
That
a
is-
hopeless feeling. Oh.
big hit.
Oh, and
I
then
mean,
facing. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh, and then another one. Yeah.
you gotta be careful with those, and that's why when you spin out, it's important to hold the brake. I don't know if the brake was held there. I'm sure it was maybe the courteous quote-unquote thing to maybe get out of someone's way, but it just didn't work out. So the stewards could be looking at that. It was a self-inflicted spin, so it wasn't like they were tapped by anybody. But
you
that
might
was
as well have.
that was messy.
You might as
Yeah,
well
you
have
might
flipped the switch though, because they're in the all of them have taken this opportunity to dive for pit lane.
Yep, it's right towards the end of that first 70 minutes. Mitch mentioned it. 10 hours and 50 minutes on the clock is when that first sort of stint timer ends. So for some, it'll be grabbing tires, grabbing fuel, getting back out there. For others, it'll be all of that plus a driver change. Hignett and Floyd go into the pit. So far, your top 6 have gone into the pit lane. Smith as well. So your pole sitter decides that now's the time to get things sorted out. Same with Loverink there. So 15 seconds going to get added on. But yeah, activity is hustling and bustling in the pit lane, and we should see the rest of the grid come through. There's Ryan Bell, a huge dive down the inside into the Casio triangles. Great job, excuse me, there from Dreyer to get see that coming as Ricciuti picks up a stop go 20 for dangerous driving. That is gonna hurt.
Yeah, that's going to make a difference. So you can have 11 hours to go or not. That's still a lot of time to make up at this driving level. But we talked about this a little bit, but this track, the tarmac is so old and it is so low grip and so low traction. That's going to play more and more into this, I think, as far as track limits and some other things. So.
No, you're absolutely right. And the beauty of this is that, well, you'll have more, despite the tarmac being old, you'll have that rubber being put down, so that grip will increase. Although things could change if a certain meteorological power is given to the circuit. But right now, it's looking bright and sunny here in Japan. 19 ambient, not quite certain what that is in usable units, but it doesn't matter. The track's a nice, warm, toasty 24 degrees. Here's Ben Van Dam right now in the 400 Porsche with Britt behind in that 315 Lambo, and just up ahead, that is Kozer in the Ferrari. So while I'm sure Dam was hoping to catch up, it hasn't been the case, and just sliding all over. Look at that. I mean, it's almost like there's no grip out there.
Yeah, almost on cue. It is an incredibly slippery track, so you've got to be so careful. Now, admittedly, in our race last night, it did rain all night, which didn't, made a bad situation worse. But it is incredibly challenging to not burn the tires off. And having just switched them and gone back out on these soft, these underinflated tires and getting them up to temp while still trying to race is a true skill.
It is, and Britt there on the inside, no problems about it. Matthew Pignotta, P3 at the moment. Just up ahead is Bell in position number 2. We saw some issues earlier with that same Lamborghini, but it looks like things have sort of panned out a bit better for them. Stanley, though, in the lead currently, but that'll get sort of sent back around as this, some of these extra pit stops come through. Bakita got swapped out. Oh, no, it is Bakita's team in the lead, 89, sorry. So it looks like that BMW team did go for the driver swap. So Philippa will have some time to stretch a little bit, get some water. Remind everyone at home, of course, watching, make sure you drink, make sure you stretch, make sure you eat, make sure you're comfy and cozy. I've got some plenty of water here with me to keep my throat hydrated. Thankfully, my throat's ability to not hold on to moisture seems to be going away at the perfect time. I'm still struggling a little bit. It was great timing there for my body, like right at the start of the week. Had to carry it all the way through, and it's getting sorted out by now. And well, I've still got some more work to do until I'm able to rest my voice a little bit. But this right now, the battle for P2, as these tires come into play, as they come up to operating temps and windows, should be heat or spicing up quite nicely.
It should be, and if I'm not mistaken, Pignata stayed in. Bell, is that a driver change, or have they stayed in as well?
No, that they have stayed in. That
Okay.
is just keeping with what has been working. Again, as we stated, it's, you know, as long as you're in within that 70 minutes, the game doesn't care. You don't have to driver
Sure.
swap. If you do want to driver swap, of course, you should obviously communicate that with your teammate so no one's caught off guard. But yeah, it's the same driver. Some of these teams have decided to keep their first driver in. It looks like in sixth position, Lewis Hamilton has jumped in. I'm sure that isn't Lewis Hamilton, but we can pretend L. Hamilton in a Mercedes. Come on. Not at Monaco.
It's his nearly twin brother Liam, apparently.
Oh, yeah. Liam. Or it's Lewis, but instead of LEW, it's LOU. But anyways, Ryan Houlihan, that's a familiar name here. Ming Xing behind there in Houlihan in the 818 Lamborghini. It's Sweet, actually, who's ahead in position number 7 for the Porsche, is coming under attack. It looks like there is a bit of slip streaming. Houlihan pulls to the inside, but the gap isn't there. Not close enough, really, for a move, so he'll just step back behind and continue to carry on here. We are just past that first 70-minute stint timer. Those should have been reset, and not only that, but the penalty time will have also been reset. Everyone that had one going into their pit stops had that added on, and because of that, they will be coming back out on track with a clean slate. For some, it hasn't been too much of an issue. I don't think for anyone it's really been an issue.
Not huge, and now we've got that wonderful few moments where at least we have a true running order right now. There's no penalties to be adjudicated. There may be some more handed out, but at the moment, at the end of that first pit stop, we're back to this is where you are. Make your move from here. So no more math, just driving for a little while.
Well, thank God. I am not a math guy by any means, but I mean, I'm looking at the gaps right now with pit wall. The 89. I mean, that is almost 20 seconds over second place already. 818. They're still in 8th, so a long way back off of the top spot. As we have, I believe that's a back marker getting past. We've got a couple of interesting things starting to develop. Houlihan there in. Well, your pole-sitting Lamborghini is on the back through 130 yard, no move, of course, and then up the grid. You do have Ryan Bell and Matthew Pignata there still discussing the possibility of who gets to sit in position number 2. Of course, negotiations have settled, but they are still in a bit of a cold war of sorts.
Not by much, they haven't. That's still less than 0.3 of a second. But Houlihan, I've got to think as a team, they've got to be feeling pretty good about themselves. That little tap at the start was obviously not in the books or on the plan, but they're already back up well inside the top 10, and it looks like their second driver is just going to take up where the first one left off and just continue to grind their way through this field. Although, as is always said, further up this field you go, the harder they're going to be to pass.
Oh, absolutely. The pace and the skill of the drivers just goes up exponentially as you get higher up, it seems. We did see Houlihan get around the Porsche of Sweet through turn number 1. Was more than happy to do that. Hold on. Has something happened?
Oh, we're starting to see some blue flags now, and
We're
people doing as they should and leaping out of the way without wrecking themselves and without ruining their own races. But absolutely, if they're a lap ahead of you at this point, you've all pitted. Get over, let them go by, get in the slipstream, and see what you can learn.
I'm sorry. Did we lose Ryan Bell? The 23 just disappeared into the Aether. I
Oh,
think we
dear.
might have. I think we might have accidentally. I know we had one of the cars earlier retire the 191 because of server issues. But yeah, it looks like we have lost Ryan Bell. That is a huge kick in the stomach, especially when you think about how much work they put in prior to this race and, well, just where they ended up. Pignata will be more than happy to take that, of course. We'll have no qualms with that, and everyone behind will gain a position, but that is going to hurt their morale, definitely.
Hopefully they can get back in. I know if you're out of the server, hopefully they can rejoin and get back in, and at least only, if that's the word, lose a couple of laps.
Oh,
But yeah,
yep,
there
there
they
it
went.
is.
Just the mysterious vapor trail and nothing left.
No David Blaine on circuit, no smoke and mirrors. So a terrible magic trick, but that is just what happens sometimes with these races. The world's a big place. Things take time to get to you, but sometimes the wires trip over themselves, and you have drivers who do unfortunately disconnect from the server. So here's hoping that that team can rejoin us in due time. Of course, still plenty of time. Could still recover some pretty good positions, especially when you look at the pace they had compared to the competition. Maybe not on the same sort of campaign trail as the 818, excuse me. Oh, and there it is. Kieran Potter there has hopped in the car. I think there's a bit of a countdown for them if they have hit drive, so they should be out on track pretty soon. But look at that, just already right back in the server. Incredible stuff to see, and I'm sure they're going to take that one on the chin and just get back out there, get back racing, heads down.
Yeah, 10 hours, 40 minutes left. Anything can happen. If it happened to you, it can happen to somebody else. All the other cliches you can imagine, I'm sure, are going through their heads right now. Get their driver settled and back into this race just to see, if nothing else, to see what they can recover. It's been shown recovery drives are possible. Speaking of which, Houlihan now with that unfortunate dropout plus some incredible driving up to 6th.
Yep, great stuff. Germain picks up a 15-second penalty. Good old Glenn Germain. I've had some chats with him in regards to the livery sync, among other things, but great guy overall. Arian Muriel there, 446. Porsche is in a pretty tricky situation. Beta ahead, Slater behind, and I think Clark as well. Fry falls a little bit off the pace as we head into the hairpin. I think Muriel might have seen a bit of a light on the inside, but it might have been more of a candle rather than a doorway, because Slater is going to be taking advantage of that on the run up to Spoon in the slipstream. The Ferrari doesn't have the straight line speed, which just feels really strange to say when you think about Ferrari and, well, what they do when it comes to the automotive world. Although Formula 1 could give us, maybe something that makes a bit more sense. As Muriel almost into the back of the BMW there of Bate, and Clark pulls to the outside as we make the run up to 130R. You're sitting on the back wing here of the 732 BMW, the RDE Motorsport team, as we head through 130R. 5 cars through nicely. And it is going to be Jordy Slater who does give that position up to Fry. Tries to get around the inside. It isn't going to work. There might have been a little bit of contact there, but unfortunately, try as he might, it's just not going to work. And 2 positions lost, and the battling continues as Muriel gets a bit of a launch there on Bate on the start-finish straight. There was the slipstream, but you can see how much time is being lost immediately up into turn 1. Puts his nose down the inside, but has to back out, but is coming back up through turn number 2, up to turn number 3, into the S's, and it is going to be Bate that backs out. That brings Clark into the mix as well. Couldn't find some room to go past, but will have to gladly sit here until the opportunity presents itself. There's Slater behind in the Ferrari as we continue to go left and right and left and right and back again. There's a bit of a little Morse code, I think, there from Slater to say, hey man, I'm here. Charles Clark on exit does have the better run over Bates through Degna 1. Can't make the move stick. Has to go and settle through Degna 2. Slater again just all over the rear wing right now of the 19. And it seems to be crisis averted for Clark, but the question is, for how long do they have to wait? Oh, I think for a moment there, I think that was the Porsche of Fry who wanted to make a move on the inside. And there's Price as well in the McLaren, a very welcome addition.
This little group here has forgotten that they've got 10.5 hours to go. They are great time, and I don't blame them. This is what you race for. Oh, a little mistake and bang, another position changes, and the skill level. What I'm seeing here is a link of accidents that didn't happen. Right, they could have happened, and with less talented drivers, they might have happened. But these guys are making this look amazing, and they're making it look easy.
Yeah, that is definitely not an easy thing to do. Bate dropping 3 positions, and it looks like it might be 4 actually, as Pierce just streams around the outside before we even get to the corner. Bate is going to be left licking his wounds as we go on to yet another lap here. Pat Oliver in 31st position for Alpha Venturi Racing in the 717 Porsche right now is behind Partington. Another Porsche, but in the amateur class, and I believe that's Mike Crick up ahead as well. In the Ferrari, it is. Into the Casio Triangles, Pat Oliver is just sitting behind, waiting for the opportunity to strike, maybe hoping these two get a good run together, but it's actually going to be a terrible exit over the corner for Parlington, and Oliver will gladly take that, no problem at all. And that is another position gained for that team. Just about 10.5 hours to go.
And not just a position gain, but a gap opened. They got past and they got clear in a very short order. Of that, getting past somebody is one thing, but then keeping them behind you on this track and not making that little mistake and opening the door and letting them back through after all that hard work is a skill in and of itself.
It really is.
Not done.
I know, Ryan Whitmore, I think almost went into the back there of one of the cars ahead. This is a blue flag situation, of course. That would have been absolutely terrible if that had gone any sort of questionable way, but up ahead it is a side-by-side battle. Down to turn number 1, there's contact, and I believe that is the Ferrari of, who is that? It's Frizza off the track, was able to keep going and keep it out of the wall, but that is not what you want. And for that team, that is a huge change in plans. Thankfully, no damage, but you could almost feel like there was going to be contact.
It was, as much as we talk about as skilled as they are, make a little bump, and depending on how on the edge your car is, a little bump sometimes is all it takes.
Yep, and you said it, and there was a little voice in the back of my head that said, "Caster's curse." So
I absolutely categorically refuse to accept that there is such a thing as a caster's curse. I will, however, say there has been a high degree of me speaking followed almost immediately by somebody crashing tonight, but I'm still going to blame coincidence. No, it's only coincidence. As I say that, yes, we see the replay. That was a little door-to-door. That was a little slammy.
Yeah, it wasn't too egregious though, but yeah, Kevin, you gotta understand the caster's curse is a real thing. I've done it with North America. I've done it with Europe. I have a weekly knockout tournament I run in Trackmania. I do it there too. It exists. There's no such thing as a coincidence in the booth. Let's be completely honest. But we rejoin Ryan Houlihan here in position 6, still with quite a head of steam on this team, because of what happened earlier in this race has not deterred them at all. Hamilton in a lot of trouble though, because this Lamborghini is looking mighty aggressive right now. They want this position. They need to get back up front, and they have been doing just that over the last about hour and a half right now. Almost 90 minutes gone in this 12 hours of contesting. And later on the brakes brings them a bit closer, but can't make the move just yet. We make the run up to Spoon. You wonder if maybe gets a better exit plus a slipstream. Do we see a move through 130R, maybe side by side? We saw it once before. I don't think it's impossible to think it could happen again.
Well, they're certainly looking to make a move anywhere they can. Part of them has got to be watching that number 89 car fade off into the distance. And if they were hoping that that gap was going to get any smaller when they put in their second driver, they were sadly mistaken. That almost half a second a lap per lap, over 40 laps now, continues to be that gap at the front.
It does, and we join Ashley Johnson here in 15th position between Bartlett and Tafiq. And I believe, yeah, up ahead is Frizza. Frizza had the pace over this group, but hasn't gotten away as much as I would have expected, given past events. Of course, is currently trying to chase down. Is trying to chase down Murphy. Bartlett though doesn't get the best corner. That does bring Johnson a little bit closer as we head on to 130R. It's 3 Ferraris and 1 lonely Aston Martin here, and it's actually Bartlett who gets a pretty good slipstream. Everybody's single file here through that fast left-hander. Frizza maintains 13th, however, Bartlett 14th, Tafiq 15th, or sorry, Johnson 15th, Tafiq 16th. So some excellent driving, just sort of a little bit of hot lapping, maybe trying to see what the gaps are going to look like, what the lap times are going to look like, rather, as we head on for yet another lap 43, I believe, for them. And Ryan Houlihan's still with a whole lot of Mercedes to look at the tail end of.
Well, 3 Ferraris and an Aston makes sense to me as a grouping because they've both of the cars have got that, shall we say, lack of oomph at the start of a straightaway. So they're not going to be, there's not going to be that gap developing that there might be between, say, the Lamborghini and the Ferrari, where it opens up at the start of the straight, and then hopefully, if you're the Ferrari driver, closes down at the end. But this is all but one mark racing in this little space right here.
Yeah, it is, and we're getting up to some back markers, so this will sort of throw a wrench into the plan, and there it is right there, getting around, beautifully done, waiting for a more opportune moment to actually go around, or actually let the drivers through, of course. But I did just check now, it is Liam Hamilton in the Mercedes driver's seat, not Lewis, unfortunately.
Nope.
But that's okay. But yeah, you can see there is a couple of cars, going off to the side. They'll be slowing down, letting these guys through. But here's the thing, even with cars being blue flagged, those faster cars behind will be taking advantage of that and gaining a little bit of slipstream where they otherwise wouldn't, and will use that as much as they can to actually pull ahead. Oh, and this could be a little bit of a problem because Houlihan perfectly, maybe inadvertently, timed the pass because Hamilton just had to get on the brakes a little bit for the back marker Aston Martin here, and it could be Houlihan in the same sort of position, or sorry, the Porsche, my bad. But no, it hasn't, and Houlihan picks up a position beautifully calculated, pulling up to another blue flag that does let him through. I thought for a moment there's a little bit of oversteer, but I mean, Houlihan, hands down, if there's a driver of the day, or team of the day rather, I would give it to this team right here.
So far, absolutely. This is what you're supposed to do. This is what these long races are about. They've had 90 minutes to recover, and they're back almost into the top 5. Pardon me, they are in the top 5 now. So now they can start to breathe. But you were talking about the inadvertent pass, and Suzuka, again, because of that low traction tarmac, in one way is the home of the inadvertent pass, where you hit the brakes and suddenly realize you're just not stopping. And you've got a choice. You can go into them or up the inside and hope they see you coming. And it happens a lot here, and we've seen how much it happens here. These drivers are ready for it when it happens. Even at this level, they're still making that mistake, but they're also still ready for it when it happens. So it's a thing you don't get at every track, but it's just one of the 100 things that makes Suzuka special.
Oh, I absolutely agree with that. It's one of those things that you don't get to practice. You know, you have to race to refine this craft, and that's the hard part. Is when you're going into it completely blind, you don't know what to expect. You're going to be making these errors, you're going to be ruining your own race. So it's a trial by fire, really.
It is, and that fire is 12 hours long. And I know you take your, you do your bit and then you go away and you come back. I also know that at the end of one 80-minute race, I'm finished. I can't imagine coming back 3 hours later and doing another one. So these guys have all my respect in the world. Anybody who does this on a regular basis is got a set of skills I do not yet have.
Yep, and I think it's important to sort of discuss how these endurance races work in ACC for the uninitiated in the crowd, and also probably here, Kevin. Hi.
Hi.
When it comes to the way you do these endurance races, what you have to do is you have to have, your grid set up. You have to have people assigned to teams, and then once you actually have that sorted out, there is a person who is designated as what is driver number 1, and they have to stay in the server at all times. If they disconnect, the entire team disconnects. So while you said you have maybe an 80-minute, maybe 2-hour stint, and then you come back 3 hours later, you do it again, there is going to be somebody on the team that has to stay in the server for the entire 12 hours plus a couple minutes, of course, because of the final lap and the little bit of race proceedings. I've just been informed in chat that driver 1 doesn't have to stay the whole time, unless they change that. But last time I checked, there has to be one person designated as, I'm going to say, the anchor for the team. So when I did my 9-hour, it was me and the other person, Hunter Page, in the North American Sprint. I'm sure you've had the pleasure of racing with them, Kevin. But it is it's something that these teams have to account for, as Houlihan right down the inside of Sutherland. That was a neat little move into turn 1 and completing it on turn number 2. But, I mean, I don't even know what else I can say about this team.
I'm just looking now to see if, strangely enough, it is not them. I presume they would have the fastest lap to the session by now, but they do not. That's car number 89. But they are certainly moving through the field. That gap is getting smaller and smaller, and they are coming in a hurry.
They are. So it looks like driver 1 can disconnect when someone else is in the car. The only time you need to rejoin after disconnect is that driver 1 needs to come in first. Okay, so I have been misinformed, which is okay. It happens. But hey, life is a learning experience.
It still means that person has to be available for the full 12 hours. So
that's true. Yep. So you can't take a break even when you're done with your stint. You've got to be there in case something happens to get the team back in together. Ryan Bell in chat saying he broke at the hairpin and then everybody went off track and disconnected going up to 130R. So that's what happened for that team. Of course, they have rejoined the server, which is great news. So plans have changed. I think they may just say, hey, I'm going to get to the end of this race. Of course, unfortunate to have happened to them. But look at Houlihan already opening up a huge gap over Sutherland. That was a move that was just waiting to happen. And one thing that we talk about in the Sprint Series in Asia Pacific and Europe, in North America, is that you have these 60, 70-minute races, and you might take out a 10th or 2 here, maybe a couple hundredths. And the problem is that when you're at a point where that is happening, you end up with not enough time to make the pass happen. But when you have these long races, these 8 hours, these 9 hours, 10 hours, 12 hours, I'm surprised we don't have an 11-hour. But when you have these sort of incremental advantages, eventually you will catch up and you will be able to have the opportunity to make that pass. That's not something we see in the Sprint Series all that often.
Absolutely. As you said, a 1/10 of a second a lap doesn't seem like much, but when you think there's 350 plus laps in this race tonight, that's plenty. That's 35 seconds. So that's all you should need to catch up to anybody. So it keeps you, it's at the very least, it's going to keep the hope alive longer, I hope. And as for the poor folks in the car that reset, I'm just looking at chat. Yes, chances for that win are probably gone, but this brings up another thing with this endurance racing is that sometimes you just have to flat out reboot, literally in this case, but it means resetting goals and sort of settling yourself back in and figuring out what can we get out of this. So we've seen one great drive through from the back already. Obviously, this one's a bit more of a gap, but there are, 10 hours and 20 minutes to go and anything can happen. So I hope the very best for them, because that has got to be the worst way. Through nobody's fault, you're out of the running. So that's got to be pretty hideous. So congrats to them for coming back and committing to running the rest of this race.
Yep, and if you're like me, and it would be me in this situation, my goal is, again, just get to the end. Period. Yep. Don't even think about it. Just go, get it done. You've had your chance, you've had your opportunity, and it's been taken away from you, unfortunately. But that is just how the cookie crumbles. And like you said, Kevin, just reset it, and worry about what your new goal might be.
And don't make it worse. Don't push so hard that you end up getting a drive-through for track. Don't push so hard that you kill the tires halfway through your stint. There's a lot of do's and don'ts to making a comeback like that. And while we're talking about the do's, Houlihan gets another one and is just up to fourth and pushing. Now, there's a big gap between them and the top three from here. But if they've got some open track, and it looks like they do, they might be part of this chat for the podium fairly quickly.
Yep, it's Lee there in position number 3. Liam Hamilton is catching up to Sutherland rapidly. Those two weren't even in the shot together on Helicam, but now have been mushed together. Thankfully, not enough to make contact, but definitely enough to be giving each other, hey, why don't you race with me eyes. Those are pretty dangerous if you ask me. They are pulling up to a blue flag, so this could shake things up a little bit. That isn't Houlihan. I thought it was for a moment, but my eyes deceive me, as they do pretty much every day of the week. And, well, easy pass there over the blue flag. There's Houlihan just now going through 130R. And Hamilton is very close right now to Sutherland, but has to back out because there wasn't enough time to possibly get around as 130R creeps up rather quickly.
And Hamilton is getting darty. They're starting to make moves and, going into sort of a more threatening posture. I know that Mercedes got some love during 1.9, and it's showing. Only the one of them in the top 10, but they're firmly in the top 10, and they are giving that car ahead of them, that Lamborghini, everything they can handle.
Yeah, they are pushing for this position. They really want it desperately, and this would be a very nice result, of course, into the top 5, but you have to make it to the end of the race. That's the important thing. But challenging for the top 5 finish this early on is going to be a huge confidence boost to this 600 team. And if you're up ahead in the 58th position, you've got to make sure that you don't let the pressure get to you and you don't make a mistake. Yeah, there's a pretty significant gap right now. Just about 2/10 is what they're working with. Or sorry, 6/10 rather. But it can just... I've talked about it in EU and I've talked about it with NA, is when you have someone sitting in your rear view mirror for that long, it starts to get to you. You try to change your brake points a little bit, your turn-in points, even timing your gear shifts differently. But no matter what, never pulling away, that can really start to chip away at your mental state. And because of that, it's going to be a problem. And that can force errors that you realistically shouldn't be making.
Absolutely, yes. As they close up behind you, you can feel your shoulder tighten up. And I'm sure the more experienced drivers don't get that anymore, and that's one of the things that makes them great. But one thing that these two have got going is they've got a gap ahead and behind them that's significant. They don't have to worry about anybody but each other. So in the midst of this great big monstrous event that's going on, the two of them, I suspect right now, are just in their own little world. It's a couple 100 meters long, a couple 100 yards for our North American friends. But it's only that big right now. That's all that they're thinking about, is just beating that car. So that's one of those little microcosm moments that you get from time to time in a race.
See, Kevin, you say North American friends. That also includes you. You understand that, correct?
I understand that I live in the northern part of America. Technically been metric for many, many years. A lot of my compatriots still use the imperial units.
The Chad unit of measurement. If you ask me, listen,
I'm voting for going back to furlongs. I like what the Aussies have done with you folks, and just decided to refer to for all things American will be referred to in furlongs from this point forward. So I'll leave you to do the conversion. But while we're fiddling around with that, Hamilton still keeping this fight up. They are not exactly nose to tail, but close enough for that pressure to be happening on both of them. You mentioned the pressure on the car in front. It can also get grating to be that car behind, especially if you think you're quicker. That can get frustrating, and it can lead to bad decisions, and I'm glad to see that's not happening. It looks like it's settled down a little bit, and maybe they're just going to try and make some time between the two of them and close that gap if they can to Houlihan ahead.
Yeah, but it looks like the move actually coming out here from Michael Young onto Fry as we head through 130R on the inside. That move, well, that was coming, and it's going just as quickly. Fry backs out of that one. He knows he doesn't have the chance of defending this position for long, so he'd be much more comfortable just handing it off to someone else, doubling it and giving it to the next person, of course. So Michael Young grabs an extra position here, up into 24th, as he crosses the start-finish line to start another lap here of this amazing circuit of Suzuka, and Fry as well in not in hot pursuit, but definitely on the trail, of course, as we join Ashley Johnson in position 7 or 15, and it looks like the BMW there, I think that's the back marker, yeah, the 732 of, I'm not quite certain who that is at the top of my head, however, still very, very close to the to the back.
It looks to me like somebody who may have just been lapped and is a little upset about that. But the gap is starting to open up now. There's nothing wrong with that. Tuck in behind them and make all the time you can. It's not always pleasant having to give up that space, but when they're that much quicker, honestly, just step over, let them through, let them have their race, and see if you can learn anything from them has always been my idea.
Yeah, I can agree with that. But sometimes, you try to replicate it, and it doesn't work out. Especially when you're in different cars. That's the big thing right now. Is that we have a Ferrari and a BMW. They behave so much differently through each and every corner on every single track. And even if you are in the same machinery, your setups are going to be just a little bit different, maybe a little bit more camber here, a little bit of tire pressure, maybe your brake ducts are opened or closed a little bit more, so how you attack each corner, while very similar, will never be exactly the same, and if you try to do exactly what they're doing, it could spear you off into the wall.
And yes, absolutely, and we talk about slipstream a lot in the advantage stream, but there's also a side to that of the aero wash. These are big cars. They make a big hole in the air, and when you try and small limited splitters and relatively low front downforce cars into that mess, they will lose the ability to steer, and then they get to understeer, and now you're grinding tires and overheating them, and it brings a whole new world of problems. So and in my experience, that's just getting more and more to be the case as the tire model gets more and more realistic.
Yep, we had the discussions earlier in the broadcast about how before you could put, maximum toe or maximum camber and the tires would be fine, but in the most recent update in the 1.9 and even a little bit into 1.9.3, we've had that tire model updated, so regardless of setup, your tires are going to be going. So you can't take advantage of, max toe, max camber, and gain all that time and have your tires behave as though that isn't the case. The developers, of course, have been hard at work, apparently, after 1.9, getting ready for Assetto Corsa 2. The actual Assetto Corsa 2, not what the Assetto Corsa Competizione EXE is referred to as. And honestly, if you look at it, it is AC2. It's just not the same AC2 that they've been talking about. But yeah, the tires
AC squared,
here. AC squared.
Yeah.
Oh goodness, but no, the tires, of course, are something drivers have to worry about, and especially when you spin, how much of that rubber gets torn off, or even if you have to slam on the brakes and you just lock up, you can feel those flat spots. I've had the
Oh,
displeasure
yes.
of driving a car with flat spots. It is disgusting. You feel it a lot more when you're braking and through the corners. It's so gross in how it responds. And you just think, okay, can I please get on a new set as soon as possible? This is worse than anything imaginable.
Oh yeah, that instant punishment for spinning and doing the right thing, your brakes and staying where you should. But yeah, you will pay for it. But the thing that I really like about this most recent update is not what it's closed off. It's not these max slider, min slider setups. I don't miss those at all. But what I love now is that the setups work closer to the way the real cars work. So there's 3 or 4 or even 5 different ways to get the same effect out of the car, but they've all got side effects. So it turns into a balancing game rather than a maximization game. And I, for one, really like that. I like the idea of no perfect setup.
Hmm. Because the thing about that is, especially, how does it change driver to driver, Kevin? I mean, think about how you drive your car and how someone can drive the same car, but differently because of just who they are. I know if I got in the Ferrari and you got in the Ferrari and we both drove, there would be vastly different inputs.
Oh, yes, absolutely. And you see that when you start sharing setups with people, you get desperate and go into chat and say, I can't make this thing fast. Somebody give me a fast setup. And they give you a setup and you can't get a lap out of it. Or it's super slow, or it goes around in circles, or various reasons. And they're swearing that they're getting great laps out of it, and you watch them do it, but you can't do it because that's not the way you drive. So, yes. And again, that's something that we've had to see today. These drivers, even at the level they're at, I'm sure that none of them are on a setup that is 100% to their liking, because they have to share this car with at least 1, sometimes 2 or even 3 other drivers. So nobody's perfectly happy, but they all have to be able to drive it at the top end of what the car is capable of. So even more skill showing through.
Yeah, and that's a big thing. How much of the setup is actually compromised. Also, a triple 10 on the timer. Sorry. No, but like, how much of these setups are actually compromised? Like you said, everybody has a different setup that works for them. How much are you sacrificing on suspension? How much are you sacrificing on ride height? How much are you sacrificing on aero, brake ducts? All of these things. And are there teams where where the majority of the team has said, yes, the setup is good, I can roll with it? How many people are being forced into a position to say, all right, you know what? It's not my thing, but I've got to work with it. I've got to practice with it.
Yeah, and that I'm imagining in my head, thinking, I'm the number 3 driver on this team. I've got to figure out how to drive this because I'm not making them change it for me. So there is definitely that. And I'm wondering, it's just occurred to me, but I'm wondering how much more that has become the case as we move away from these max slider, min slider settings to these settings that are more sort of neutral and in the middle of the bar, and therefore much more likely to be different from each other.
Yep, that's something that Kunos has really done a good job of dialing in. I don't know about you, but I like to keep my min-maxing to D&D and looter shooters. So, I'll keep the idea of no perfect setup to a racing game.
Yeah. Well, that's fair enough. We should probably talk about the racing. Taufik and Murphy are still very much at it, and just ahead of them, they're coming up to some lap traffic as well. I believe our leader is, yes, just ahead of them, and also approaching lap traffic, but that lap traffic is fairly spread out, so I don't think it should be slowing them down much. They're still got over 20-second lead, 55 laps in. I'm sure they've gotten to that point where their team engineer is telling them it's time to almost cruise for a little while.
Yep.
Save your gear, save everything. Let's just hold this 20 seconds. There's no point in having more of a lead than that. So they've entered a different phase of the race. But a lot of these other folks, including we're watching here, Tafiq and Murphy, are definitely not done the racy bit.
Nope, and we had Hamilton through the chicane there. Tried to go around the outside, didn't work. Interesting note from chat from Ilpo. He's not really sure about fast teams, but they'll usually adapt more for the slower drivers because of the fact that you have a fast driver on your setup, they're going to make it work. So that's, I mean, again, I guess it depends team to team, but that's a really good point. I appreciate you saying that, because I wouldn't have thought of that. Murphy picks up a 5-second penalty for dangerous driving on lap 49. That also, I wanted to mention, Slater picked up a drive-through penalty for track limits. We just saw it towards the bottom of the scoring pylon before they went through the pit lane. So, we talked about it earlier, the track limits here, it's easy to go wide, especially at something like 130R. You think, well, there's the runoff is massive, and of course the line for what the game would consider a cut is pretty, I would say, liberal, but it's gonna bite you.
Well, coming out of the exit of 130R too, I found track limits are part of the issue, but the other part is you can get out there real close, but if you get high centered on the curb, horrible things can happen to your car. You will just suddenly pop up in the air. You're loose. It breaks that suction underneath the car, and it's a handful to get it squared away and slowed down before you get to that last tight and tricky little triangle turn.
Yeah, exactly. It's crucial you get that braking just right, because if you don't, well, you've got sort of another little path you can take, but realistically, you're probably going to hit the grass. You're going to unsettle the car. You might honestly spin it, and that is the last thing you want to do, especially in a race. I mean, even though it's 10 hours to go here, you still have the idea of, okay, I need to finish pretty high on this race. Whoa, Michael Young, that was dangerous. Price steps out of the way. That was a clincher right there.
Well, we've got Hamilton and Sutherland side by. Looks like we've got a bit of an issue there. We'll let the stewards do their job there, but it looks like that was definitely a problem.
I'm here, sorry.
Yeah, I was giving you a moment. I know we've had some issues, so I was making...
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. I think ACC just hates me all of a sudden, but whatever. I don't know, man. I had the issues with EU. I had the issues with NA. I tried to run on my personal stream. The same things happened. I had the game open earlier. It was dropping me for some reason. I have no idea.
The joy of live streaming, I gotta tell you. We just had a... Oh boy, we talked about blue flags and the importance of getting out of the way. The other side of that is, yes, you have to get out of the way. No, you don't have to hurl yourself into the ditch. And I know it wasn't intentional, but it looks like one of our drivers may have sort of overcommitted to that getting out of the way.
Yep, and drivers do continue on. It's, again, you have these little bouts of action through these long races, and that's good. It keeps things nice and interesting, but once you get those bits of action over, you got that equilibrium. It comes back, it gets really chill, and things sort of go back to where they were. And we are looking at Tafiq right now with Johnson behind, so they're keeping each other honest as we head through the Degnas. Kevin, you've had experience running through the Degnas. What's the most terrifying part about it?
I will speak from direct experience last night. Going through the Degnas in the rain, completely blind, is a life-changing experience. I mean, I don't have any hairs left that aren't gray, but part of the scalp went gray. I mean, it is terrifying because you have no idea where you are. You have no idea where cars are. You can't let off because somebody's right behind you. There's a replay of that little touch.
Oh.
That was unfortunate. Well, I'm going to leave that one for the stewards.
Yeah, that looked a little bit messy.
We've got Tafiq and Murphy, though, right now. These two are not done. Oh, another little touch there, but both of them survived. Whew. Boy, making a move into 130R, anywhere near 130R. Brave thing. And oh, no, we've
Oh,
got
and
several
Murphy's
of them.
off.
Yeah.
And Tief. And that brings
Oh.
Johnson up. Johnson's going to grab a position for free.
Oh,
Tafiq
yes.
gets out of that one relatively unscathed. Tom Johnson will be more than willing to take that one. And I believe behind, I think that's a BMW. I don't think that's actually someone racing for position, no. And that's sort of the downside when you end up being a back marker, is even when you get a drive on someone like that, you can't really go past them because you're going to be copping those blue flags. And then, well, all of that's for nothing because you're just going to have to let them through again. Yeah, that's Thomas McInnes right now, 37. So, maybe, I know we have blue flag rules and all that, but sometimes they do make the exception of letting that blue flag driver through if it's been agreed upon by both parties that the car behind is faster.
Absolutely. The other big conversation around blue flags is the phrase, let them pass when it is safe to do so. So some places that's really obvious. Going over the top of the mountain, it is never safe to let somebody pass going over the top of the mountain on Mount Panorama. Here, it's arguable through the S's. And whereabouts in the S's it might be possible to let somebody by. And it's not going to be the case here today because all of these drivers are such an exceptional level. But in some races, those drivers that are being passed are approaching the edge of their skill envelope as it is. And then to try and ask them to move out of the way and still make it through the S's without ending up in a wall is a challenge. So for sometimes that driver behind, especially in these long races, you might lose a second maybe. That's a lot of time. But it is better than ended up stuffing you and that lap driver into the wall while you try to make a pass that, you could have waited 2 turns.
I agree with you 100%. Speaking of skill and passes, that was a cool little move in the background there from who was I just lost the name too. I'm so upset. It was a nice little move there, side by side through the Casio triangles. Now we're here with Hungmin Chang in the 83 Ferrari. Sutherland up ahead. We've seen Sutherland a little bit here in the most recent parts of the broadcast. This is the battle for 8th position, though. This has been something that I think has been a long time coming. We just haven't really had a chance to look at it because we've been focusing on so much of the rest of the race. But for the 83 team, this is looking really good right now as we head through Spoon, Lamborghini, Ferrari. As we come out of here, I mean, this is, even with the slipstream, I don't think Chang really has the pace to catch up. I mean, yeah, look at the gap. It says 3/10, but it might be more like 3 seconds, as that actually opens up a little bit more to 4/10. Through 130R, though, it's done neatly from both of them. So we'll see into the Casio triangles and over the start-finish line. We'll see if that gap does come down. It could possibly. I don't know, though. I don't think the exit is really there for the Ferrari. And yeah, you can see, look at that. Sutherland's already moving. Joshua Morgan in the number 7 picks up a 15-second penalty for a collision on lap 50. Oh my God, lap 50? We're all on lap 60 almost. What?
Yes, we are. They're on lap 60. Which takes us to, well, I mean, we're just past, we missed it. We just passed the 10 hours. We are 2 hours in, 2 hours in and slightly less than 10 to go. And in this particular race, Ming Chang certainly thinks they've got the pace to get by, and they've got to be thinking too that Sutherland might be a little bit beat up right now. They had that long fight with Houlihan that ended up in slight contact and perhaps some frayed nerves. But they're going to really have to get themselves settled back down because Ming Chang is driving like they're taking no prisoners.
Oh, absolutely. It's what happens when some of these drivers get into that zone is the only thing they see is just a couple of roadblocks they got to get around. And that, I mean, that's when I'm going to say it's dangerous, but when I say it's dangerous, I don't say that in the way that they're going to take someone out. I say that in the way of they're going to get around you eventually. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. And when it becomes when, there's nothing you can do about it, especially when they're just bearing down on you and that pressure gets to you. You make a mistake and you go wide, and not only are you losing one position, you might lose 2 or 3 or even 4.
Absolutely. And if it's the last lap of the race, I'm fighting for every inch. I'm not going to let them by if I can help it. But with 10 hours to go, and that, like you said, that weight of inevitability sitting on, at some point you say, I'm going to let him go. I'm going to tuck in behind. But I noticed again just a couple seconds ago, we got another track limits drive-through. So they're starting to pop up. This track does punish you if you start to push. That's that low traction again. You get that little wiggle, and by the time you correct it, you've taken your track limits penalties. So that's something we're going to have to watch more and more as this goes on.
Yep, and when those tires start to go as well, yeah, we got 2 drive-throughs, one for McKinnon, one for Finch, as we get a little bit of an outside view of the Haribo car number 2. Hamilton picks up a drive-through for a collision on lap 37. This car has definitely seen better days. She's dirty, she's beaten up, and on the top, remember guys, feed time, big feed time, I don't know, expand dong. That's all I can think of right now is expand dong. Robert Wenzel in the number 2 in the amateur class. It's the thing I love about these liveries is people just hide little Easter eggs in there. And it's so much fun to see. Even when those cool designs, you'll have somebody somewhere who just makes this little decal, and it gets put in the weirdest spot, and the only way you notice it is at the strangest possible time. Finch and McKinnon's, though, they're in the pit lane for that drive-through.
The addition of custom liveries has huge thing. When they originally announced it, I didn't think it was going to be that big a deal. I wasn't even sure I was going to do one or have one done, because I don't have the skills. But it has added so much, and the level of creativity and the varying ways of doing it too. We're seeing some recreated ones from the past, from real world racing. We're seeing some private companies that perhaps people own, and they've turned their car into their billboards. We've seen everything. We've seen art cars, the whole bit, and I absolutely am convinced it's added a massive amount to the watchability and the drivability.
Yeah, it definitely does when it looks like a freaking tortoise. But anyways, do Haley there went a bit wide through spoon.
Yes.
This is 28. Oh my god, dude, that livery is so burned into my skull, and I hate it.
It did its job.
I love it.
Absolutely did its job.
By the end of that season, it grew on me. So you'll have that. Ferris Stanley though is continuing to hold that torch up for the number 89 team. The gap to Pignata, I don't even. It's 20 seconds now. Looking at pit wall, I mean that's insane. So it looks like even with the 818 team, despite that, I don't know if they would have been in the lead for long, especially with just how rapid this team is with the 89. I mean, every time I've looked at these endurance races, it's just thrashing after thrashing, and there's nothing that can be done about it.
It's that mindset. I've talked about it a couple of times. I don't have it. That mental toughness to go through things like a disconnect, to go through things like being chased for 45 minutes, and still be good enough to put yourself, to keep that car between the lines, to keep turning these lap times, to not be letting down your teammates. It's it really is. I can see it. It is a very, very different sport than esports driving even 60 or 80 minutes.
Yeah, exactly. And it's a team effort. If one person's struggling, maybe the next person can right the ship, can get things back up and moving, and maybe that'll revitalize the teammate who's maybe a little bit down in the dumps, maybe just not feeling themselves. So again, over these longer races, of course, you have plenty of time to make up all of the lost ground, as we have seen with the 818 team, going from pole position to dead last, back up into the top 5. It's incredible to see.
And this long format allows that. We get a longer story that gets told by these races, that you can overcome these challenges. And And you're going to end up with these stories in the future where you're sitting around with your buddies laughing about the night you thought it was all over after 20 minutes and you ended up in fifth. So, those are things you remember. And yes, you can have great moments in shorter races, but it's just got to mean more when you're physically and emotionally engaged for that length of time. And it isn't just this 12 hours today. These drivers have put in hundreds of hours of practice, the thousands of laps that they've driven around this track just to get ready. All of that, and then to think for even just a moment that it's all gone, it was all for nothing, and then to be able to come back from that, that is a mental fortitude that I aspire to.
Well, Kevin, if you want to get better at that, you got to do it yourself. Listen, that's how you do it, and that's sort of, again, I talked about earlier with the sprint format. When you have those very short races comparatively, you do end up, you spin, you go to the back. That's probably it. That's probably going to be it for you, and there's nothing you can do about it. And you just got to dust yourself off and get back out there for the next race. But with these long races, things can happen. And we're seeing that, especially just across the grid. We've had drivers move up and down, left and right, side to side. Maybe it's a bit of a roller coaster for them, if you will, but they've managed it very, very well. And, it's just right now, hot lapping for the bit, wait for people to get these gaps closed down. We have Hamilton in the pits. They're going to lose a couple of positions as they head on through.
Yeah, we're getting really close to that second stop now. I think we're into the last about 10 minutes before that second stint is going to end, and they're going to have to come in. And I like this idea where it's the car itself that has the stint limit. You must come in and change tires within that 70 minutes, but I believe they've only got about 11 minutes left until this next stop. So while the first time around it might have made sense to push everybody right to the end of their stint, some of these drivers are into their second stint now. They might be thinking that and the possibility for an undercut for some of these drivers that are stuck right behind somebody for a long period of time. I'm looking at you, Ming Chang. This might present an opportunity to do that undercut for the first and probably not last time tonight.
No, I absolutely agree with you on that front. And I mean, the physical toll of just sitting in the same spot, pressing the same pedals and the same gear paddles over and over and over again. And the only bit of respite you get is that 30 seconds in your pit stop where you can get up, do a quick stretch, and then you think, oh, I did like 5 seconds of stretching, and then you sit back down, and then, the car's just about to go. You have 3 seconds to get yourself sorted. So... Yeah. It's important to stretch, folks. Whether you're in the booth or you're on the track or you're sitting in your TeamSpeak. Yes, yeah, I think so. Yep, TeamSpeak. Either way, get up, stretch, drink some water, eat some food, and if it's getting a little cold where you are, wherever it may be, get yourself a blanket or some cozy clothes, like myself, sweatshirt, pajama pants. It's supposed to be warm. I guess Mother Nature just missed the memo because I woke up this morning at like 4:30 and it was like 40 degrees. I don't know what that is in...
That's 4 in real temperature.
Excuse you.
Yeah.
Real temperature. It's 4.444 repeating, of course, percentage of survival.
Yeah. I'm also gonna gloat a bit because it was absolutely glorious here. But we are, like I said, we're about 9 minutes out from these next enforced rounds of stops, and I'm interested to see who changes drivers. Who does somebody go back in already? Some of these smaller teams have only got 2 drivers, so it's going to start showing, I think.
Yeah, the smaller team sizes are always a bit of a problem because of how much work you're doing. I've had experience, like I said, that 9 hour, it was me and Hunter. It was the two of us.
Oh, man. 4.5 hours out of 9. Wow.
I think I did 6 of those. I don't remember. It might have been 5. I don't think it was too crazy, but splitting all of that work amongst 2 people, that's a lot of work. And that's not something we really prepared for. We just went into it and said, you know what? We're going to do this. Whatever happens, happens. Just get it done. When you have teams of 3, maybe 4 drivers, it's no big deal. And you split it up. It's nice and even. No one's really doing that much time. But I always have so much respect for people that go into this with the minimum number of drivers. They might be a little bit crazy when they do it. Let's be completely honest. But to say, you know what, we have what we have. These are the cards we have. We're gonna run with this as best we can. And getting to the end is a huge round of applause for them.
It is. I mean, my back hurts just thinking about it. So, but whether there's 2 people in your team or 4, 12 hours working together as a team, all that goes into this is a tremendous amount of work. And I'm using that as a segue to another group of people who do an unbelievable amount of work. Neil and the rest of the cast and crew here at OOR, the hundreds of hours, we talked about the hundreds of hours the drivers put in, that has got to pale in comparison to the number of hours that these guys are putting into making this not just a place to race, and not just the endurance races, and not just the sprint series, but the rookie series and all the other stuff that they're doing. And on top of that, maintaining an incredibly supportive and inclusive community on Discord and other places. I hope that they're willing to take a bow, because what they've done is deserving of one. And I, for one, thank them for doing it and making this a wonderful, safe, and fun place to come and play.
Exactly, I agree with that. And it's not just here in ACC, it's in F1, it's in iRacing, if I remember correctly. We have the Pro Series. So yeah, I mean, all the work that gets put in, not just into this race, but into this organization, into everything we do. And it's, we do it for you guys because we all want an organization or a league that we can be a part of where things are going to be fair, where we're not going to have to worry about the ego of some steward or whatever getting in the way because he happens to be friends with this other driver. Everybody's on the same playing field here. We don't care what your skill level is. We don't care what your relationship is with everyone else. You're coming here for equal racing, and we're going to give you equal racing. And if it just so happens that you get caught up in a little bit of a wave of misfortune, so be it.
Yeah, and that positive attitude goes a long way. As all of us know, the internet is not always a nice place, but it damn well always is here. And there's not many places can say that. So again, Neil and company, I hope you take a bow. Your hard work has not gone unnoticed.
Yep, Mullock, Neil, running the whole thing, start to finish for him. Yes, the nod, of course, from Mullock, a man of class.
Yes, yeah.
Literally anybody here in the OOR, but no, Mullock is, the founder of this organization. He's built this from the ground up. It's been, I couldn't even tell you how many hundreds, possibly thousands of hours of work he's put in on his own dime. We've got, we've had some sponsorships of Curse Permobil here. We have sim rigs as well, very prevalent in the sprint series. So it's a big old team effort, of course, but Mullock is doing a lot of the heavy lifting. There's a couple of other guys, but yeah, I would give it to Mullock. If I could give Mullock an award, I absolutely would. Although I think postage to Australia is pretty expensive, and I'm going to be honest, I don't feel like paying that.
Oh, fair enough. And yes, to be clear, we know it's a whole team of people, but it's easier to just put it all in one name and let them spread it around, because I know they will. Meanwhile, back on the track, seventh place right now. The tables have turned a bit. Ming Chang spent a whole lot of time being the hunter, and they're now on the other side of that, and they are very, very being hunted by Britt.
Yes, it's been slowly coming down this gap. It's 4/10 right now. I don't have the lap times in front of me right now, unfortunately, but yeah, it's been a slow real. It's that's the thing with racing, is you can relate it a lot to fishing. I know that seems a little strange, but you are able to do that. When you think about fishing, you catch that little bugger, you reel him in a bit, and you let him out. and then you reel him back in. You just sort of tire him out a little bit each time until he's finally ready to come in. And speaking of coming in, looks like Britt's getting reeled into the pit lanes right now. Now, thankfully, this isn't Stardew Valley where, you know, it's a role-playing game where you play the victim when you fish. I hate that so much. But but no, I think it's a fair analogy, is that saying, hey, yeah, you're racing a car, however, you're fishing for the position.
Fair enough. I'm not going to labor that one. Point out that Britt might be our first taker on the undercut. They were right behind Wing Chang, and they didn't seem to be able to get by. So maybe they're going to do so in the pit lane.
Yep. And that's
Also,
yeah,
really
that's a
looking
good
forward
point.
to see the. Oh, sorry.
No, you go ahead.
I was going to say, I'm really interested to see the who does and doesn't driver change this time. Does anybody go for a triple stint to start?
Oh, geez, that. I'm gonna be honest. That's kind of brutal. It is within the rules. It's totally fine if a driver wants to, you know, stay out there and
Triple
do
and
these.
done. Yeah.
Yeah, triple and done. They're more than welcome to, as long as that stint timer doesn't tick over 70 minutes. They're golden. They
Sure.
don't have to worry about anything. But we'll see if there are any changes. Again, entirely up to the teams.
Well, Team 315 in the Lambo is changed driver. Now got, if I may use a hockey analogy, now at least once, and you always want to do that early on in the game to make sure everybody's skating properly. So there's my Canadian-specific reference for the evening.
Oh man, you know, I love hockey too. I'm a fan of the Bruins. However, I don't want to talk about it. It hurt. I am so tilted. I'm proud of the Panthers. I'm rooting for them. They knocked us out. I got to root for the team that knocks me out. But like,
Sure.
damn it. But no, that is a very good analogy as well. You know, making sure everyone's skating on through nicely and, you know, not copping a stupid penalty.
Yes. Yeah. And again, we're talking about track limits are going to be building up. I don't have the information specifically, but there's got to be a lot of these teams on at least one or two, and it doesn't take much to get that third and that fourth one, that brutal fourth one that makes you admit that you've done it wrong 4 times and drive through the wall of shame.
Oh yeah, that's always the worst, because you know it's you do so well trying to keep yourself out of trouble, and then when you just maybe it's not every few laps, maybe it's like every 10 laps, 15 laps, 20 laps, you just get another reminder, you get another track warning. It says, hey, you're getting a little bit too dicey there, you got to tone it back a little bit, man. And then that sort of eats at you. You think, oh god, now you start driving a little bit more safe. Now you're losing time to the guy behind, you're losing time to the guy ahead, and then oh no, you've got another track limit, now you've got to drive through. And that is the worst feeling. Everything you do, and it's, I wouldn't say all for naught, but it certainly feels like it.
And I wonder at how many a team strategy meeting it actually comes up, where they just admit that over the course of 12 hours between the 3 or 4 of them, they're going to end up with one drive-through. And what do we do? So I wonder if that conversation happens. Chat, yes. Smith now in the 818 car back up to 3rd place. So less than 2.5 hours into this race, it's almost as though that first corner incident didn't happen.
Yep, that's just the determination and the drive that that this team has. It's you can't even be mad, even though you're
Nope.
you know, someone who's dealing with them. You're someone who's, you know, having to chase for position or maybe hold them behind. You can't help but just applaud them for their efforts to make it all the way back up. It's just it's insane. You can't help but love it.
Yeah, that's that powered by righteous indignation.
No, definitely not, Kevin. What are you talking about?
But we have still got a lot of really good racing. It's kind of shaken up right now because pardon me, everybody's done. All the stops will be done now. We've got some new names on the list, and again, I'm not familiar with a lot of these folks, so I'm still putting liveries back in with names. But we've certainly got Kay and the Lamborghini now. That battle's still up and running.
Yep, missing
And
another driver who's been swapped in. Vlasblom there, second place, also getting
Mhm.
swapped in. Lamb, another one. Kale, uh, Siafik in 11th, if I'm pronouncing that correctly. Fleming, Carpenter, I think, is back in the car. Hill, Steele. So, yeah, I think Steele was already in the car, sorry. So, yeah, we're getting a lot of driver swaps now, so that's going to be a new dynamic that gets introduced to this race. We'll see just how these drivers handle the pressure and how they can manage their car and the attack. Jonathan Steele right now, 52 for Bricks Racing. That car's getting a little dirty, but that's okay. It's been it's been kept out of trouble, at least for what I can believe. That's Hill just up ahead, and a blue flag there on the right side of your screen. Just letting these guys through. Is going to get on the throttle at a pretty solid time, so rejoin very nicely the Aston Martin behind. I don't think that's Carpenter. It might though, if I'm not mistaken. But Jonathan Hill, it looks like a little bit of a release of the brake there into Casio. Maybe trying to gain a little bit of time. Maybe braked a little bit early, realized his mistake, got off, and then right back on it again to just get back on track. But is continuing to sit behind Hill. It's just under 0.4 of a second. Not close enough for a move, though, thankfully.
Well, they're everybody's out on the fresh tires now, coming up to temp, feeling like, especially if it's their first drive of the night, feeling like maybe they want to make an impression. Maybe they want to accomplish something bright and early here. What I noticed, though, is that right at the very, very first, while they did change at the end of the first stint, Stanley is now double stinting in that car. So their strategy is a little more opaque than some of the others. Some of the others have just gone change. They chose to change and then not change. So we'll see how that plays out in the long run.
Yeah, maybe it's a case of realizing that your second driver has a much better chance of opening your gap up, and then just seeing how much they can open it up before the next person has to come in. I mean,
Sure.
yeah, like you said, it's a pretty opaque strategy. We don't know. We can only speculate here in the booth, but that is what I would assume is the call. But right now, Hill is not experiencing such a luxury.
No, there's some folks who are still driving right at the limit of what they can do to stay where they are. That the gap at the front is still over 16 seconds, but again, I firmly believe that 89 car, that BMW, is in race management mode at this point. Although having said that, they just added 0.4 to their gap, apparently, just by choosing to do so. But I still firmly believe that they are in race management mode up at the front, which, I mean, that's a great place to be.
They are the only team that I'm checking on Pitwall that has dropped a sub 2-minute time. They just did a 1:59.68. Second place, Vlasblom did a 2-minute 9. So, yeah, the 89 team, yeah, they're just full on. I mean, they're more just putting the car on cruise control and letting it drive itself at this point. It seems like, just because of the gap they have, it's ridiculous.
Have to pull into an extra pit stop to get a radio installed. But
Now they get
what?
Bluetooth, they can put their phone into it.
Fair enough. But that's a challenge too. I hear. I've never
What,
experienced a challenge. No, the challenge of being that far in front. Something I've never experienced. I have, strangely enough, experienced Bluetooth. But being 18 seconds in front, that's a whole different concentration game you're playing now, because you're concentrating against yourself, not making a mistake. For me, I know that's when I start. And when I'm usually that far behind. But when there's that much of a gap, it gets hard to concentrate.
Yeah, it really does. Ooh, Lamb picks up a 10-second penalty for a collision on lap 51. Keep in mind, we're on lap 71. So, really, really quick, because it looks like Steele wants us to maybe stop talking about other things and talk about him. You look at that and you say, oh, wow, a penalty from 20 laps ago, that's kind of ridiculous. But our stewarding team, I mean, they got to look at it from every single angle. They're looking at all these little details to make sure that they're being as fair as possible. Do they get it wrong sometimes? Yeah, they do. They're only human. It's going to happen, sure. But that's sort of the price we got to pay in the OR is if you want the most accurate penalty calls, you have to sort of expect there to be a significant amount of time between calling out the incident and actually getting a response to it. Like we saw, there was I think there was a driver who was out of position at the start, and it had happened, 20 plus laps prior? So
Absolutely.
that's gonna happen. Oh, hold on. This might get interesting. We have Fleming, I believe, Carpenter, Hill, and Steele. Hill gets a better exit out of the Casio triangles, does go door to door with the Aston Martin of Carpenter. Over the line they go. It's still side by side.
More
A little
contact.
bit of side drafting. It looks like there's a bump there. That invites Steele into the party. Unfortunately, he's more of a party crasher instead of the party animal. And for Graham Hill, that is going to undo all of that progress. They're both going to lose a position. Oh, my God. And that is one of the Porsches there. I'm not certain who that is. Oh, goodness. I mean, shout-outs to Steele for waiting, but, God, that could have gone so much worse. That's Robert Wenzel.
That was very nearly a case of no good going punished. I understand waiting. You've made that mistake. I used to race remote control cars, and that was the hard and fast gentleman's rule. If you wreck somebody, you wait. And I appreciate that to the bottom of my sportsman-like little soul. On the other hand, some of the decisions that were made during that wait may result in a trip to the steward's office.
Well, I've never had the pleasure of racing like that. I mean, the closest I've gotten is at work. We have a racing league, but those guys are really good about not killing each other.
Yes.
But I mean, it's just, I don't know. I personally think if they're not spinning out, if they're not facing the wrong direction, if they don't have to turn around, then yeah, you can wait a bit. But if they're off a good ways, at that point, I might just say, you know what, dude, we'll deal with this later. I'm gonna get going. I know the stewards are gonna have a chat with me. I apologize. Again, we'll get to it when we get to it, but I gotta leave you because I got a race to do.
And I was going to mention it too. As much as I appreciate the waiting, in the OR, the policy has been explained very clearly. Don't wait. If you've done something that's worth penalizing, the penalty is the penalty. Don't double that up by waiting for them. You're still going to get the penalty. And having spent most of one season in the stewarding booth, yes, the work that goes on in that booth is it's time stressful. Because one of the things I didn't know until I started doing it is once the race stops, you can't keep stewarding. Everything else has to be done after the race. So you're doing everything in your power to try and stay current. But in a 12-hour race, like you said earlier, the last thing you want to do is rush a decision and cost somebody a position or 10 positions or a stop they didn't need to make or give them a penalty that they didn't deserve. So sometimes that decision-making process takes 20 laps. But at least then you've got a much better chance of getting it right.
Yep, Muddle with 15 seconds on lap 63, I think it was. So another example of that. 10 laps ago, but not too far. This is Sue on the back end of Lamb, it looks like. The 315 Lamborghini as we go through turn number 1. There's only a couple of tenths between them through 2 as well, and soon into the S's. 15 seconds does hang over Lamb's head at the moment. So, again, added on during the pit stop. No big deal there. Just under 9.5 hours to go here for the Permobil 12 hours of Suzuka. We have been with you guys for a long way. The sun's still shining here in the land of the rising sun as Sue gets a little bit sideways. And hopefully that sun continues to shine. But weather is a strange one, and Mother Nature likes to mess with people, like when she forgets to give New England snow until it's like March and then pushed it all out. Didn't do it this year, but I know it's going to happen because it's happened before, and it's so dumb being like, hey, it's March 16th, and oh, look at that, we're getting 4 feet of snow tomorrow. What? How did that happen? Thankfully, there's no snow in this game because that would be a complete mess.
Oh, that's a different game. But this one, I got to say, as somebody who did an 80-minute in the rain last night. I am praying for rain. That is this race is already exciting and challenging, but an endurance race and throw rain in on top of that. I'm in my glory as long as I'm watching. To be fair, I'd drive in it too. I probably had the most fun last night out of any race in the last couple of seasons, just because of that level of focus that you need to stay on the track. Never mind to try and race somebody. It is. If you like racing, then boy oh boy, racing in the rain is a lot of fun.
It is. I just quick update, and I saw this, and I checked chat, and someone else saw it. The 818 team just did a 59.63.
Okay, it's on.
89 last lap was a 59.76. So still a long way back. They're just under a minute.
Yep.
However, that's pretty significant because they were struggling to break that 2-minute barrier. All of a sudden, they just go right through it. Is this the comeback?
I'm just thinking the 818 has also got a lot of open track in front of them right now. They have got 10 or 12 seconds at least to make up before they get to the next gaggle in front of them. And I'm not sure that the 919 has that same blessing. Oh, no, pardon me. They're kind of in the same boat. They're just coming onto the front straight, and they've also got a long space. So this is two cars that can't see each other that are absolutely racing their guts out.
Exactly. There's Vlasblom right now behind one of the backmarker Porsches. If we can see where Smith is, that'd be stellar. I think. Okay, so he's just coming through 130R now. So yeah, like you said, Kevin, they can't see each other, but they're in the exact same situation. Open track, nothing to worry about. 10 to 12 seconds. This is. Oh, I could see these two teams coming together and possibly having a fight for position number 2. But then, how much does that play into the 89 team's hand?
Every second that nobody's pushing them, that gap is out 19.5 again. So it looks, as I'll show my age here. This Schumacher. They tell him the gap's less than 20 seconds, Michael, and you hear okay, and then a couple seconds later it's at 22. It looks to me like that's what this BS Plus Racing is doing with that BMW. This is race management at its finest.
Yep, don't have to play Motorsport Manager to get that same sort of experience. You can do it right here in these endurance formats. We have had, oh my god, we've had so much great racing here in this event. Drivers, of course, all the time and effort being put in, coming out, showing their best. As we see one of the Porsches off, as I say. Apologies, of course. But no, I mean, just this is the one thing I absolutely love about racing is, you know, when it comes to whether it's sim racing or it's real life racing or maybe it's something like a certain game I go on and on about, Trackmania. You know, what we see. Well, no, I mean, honestly, what you see when you watch these races, these events, whether it's this 12-hour race or maybe you have a 24-hour race like the Nürburgring or Trackmania Grand League shoutouts. You're seeing the final product. You don't see all of the hours that go into a race. You don't see Jonathan Steele picking up a 10-second stop go for collision on lap 52 because we didn't see that.
Yep.
No, we did. We did. Just kidding. No, but again, honestly, no, seriously, the hours that these drivers have put in, the setup changes they have made, slowly but surely honing it in to something that they can push the maximum amount of power out of. You'll never know just how much time people put in. You can maybe get an average if you ask and take all those numbers and put it together. But the thing is that's always going to lessen the number of hours that one team put in and increase the number of hours that another team put in. You could say, oh, we put in, 30 hours, we'll say, just as an example, but the average is like 63. So, they just picked up an extra 33 hours when that's not true. So it can't be understated just how much work goes into these races, even with the sprint series. Heck, I'll even throw the rookie series in there. A lot of the new guys into sim racing, a lot of the new guys into league racing, I think that they put in I'd say just a little bit less than the sprint guys because they really want to get into those higher series. So shout outs to the drivers, shout outs to the teams, the strategies that come through, the setup guys. I mean, the work they got to do. Oh my God, can't even begin to talk about that without going crazy. It's just a lot of man hours that goes into these races, and seeing how it blossoms as the final product is presented before you, I love to no end, and I will continue to hold that belief until the day I die.
Absolutely. The race is the tip of the iceberg. It's the 10% you see, not the 90% you don't. And when we get sponsors like Permobil coming in and supporting us like this, to me, that's the payoff for all these drivers, for all this hard work. These sponsors come in, and by doing what they do, by making the effort they do, and by, sponsoring the way they sponsor, that is a vote of confidence. And it's a statement that they feel like what we're doing is professional, and it's something that they're willing to get behind. And that doesn't happen without a lot of commitment from the drivers, from the organization, from the sponsors themselves, from absolutely everybody at every level. You do not get a level of professionalism unless everybody's pulling in the same direction. And this is the personification of that. That's where we end up with these great racing every week and once a month in these big, longer endurance events.
Oh yeah, and I hope to be here for the next one. Of course, it's always a blast doing these. It's a nice change of pace because I don't have to worry about camera work and all these other fun things. I just get to sit here and Mullock does all the work, and it's really nice. A nice change of pace. Although we won't talk about this week, but anywho, yeah, that's the beauty, and even just in every other sport, basketball, football, baseball, hockey, lacrosse, heck, running. I'll even throw that in there. Think about, I live in Massachusetts. The Boston Marathon is huge here. The amount of prep work that goes into that event is incredible. So, everything that it comes together. It's basically our own little kitchen, and we are the chefs. And as far as I'm concerned, no one is running around with a little rat under their hat, pulling on their hair.
No, nobody is. As much as the game is all about being controllers, various types, all the people behind them are very, very real and putting in very real hours and a very real effort. And it's showing. Here we are almost 2.5 hours, over 2.5 hours into this event, and there are still tons of races that are within half a second. We're looking at 12th and 13th right now. Even though there's a penalty looming over the one of them, it has changed nothing about the way that these two cars are going after each other.
Yep, still pushing, still trying to get the best out of one another. We'll see what the lap times look like crossing the line here in just a moment. So for Fleming ahead, it's a 2:02.242, a lot of twos there. And for Carpenter, it's a 2:02.405. So it's a couple of tenths, but still incredibly close, less than a second, about half a second right now, actually. Looking around the grid as well, we see a couple of seconds here and there. Oh, we've got someone off. Hold on, we've got someone off. In turn number 3, that's Nathan Wilson in the 556 Porsche for OES Red. I'm not certain what happened there. Oh, it looks like a little bit of contact with... Oh, I'm not certain I can't quite tell who that is. The Porsche, though, does get out of that one cleanly. That is, if the camera will tell us, I'm sure it'll come back. That is the 216 Porsche of Paul Huddy. So that might get them a penalty, but that was wow. So even when we're focusing on something, completely different, there is going to be some other crazy incident that happens elsewhere. But yeah, Jacob Fleming and Austin Carpenter right now are giving us a nice little seat to sit in as we watch this very prolonged battle for P12. Jesse McLean in the 388 picks up a 10-second for ignoring blue flags on lap 72. Again, important to get out of the way for blue flags. Last time I checked the rule book, it said you're allowed 3 flashes of the headlights before it becomes a problem. I don't know if that's been changed though.
It is as I remember it, one of the only times you are allowed to flash. I believe it is very limited number of times. However, to offset that, we have a fairly stern blue flag rule. When you get that first blue flag from the game at the 1 second gap, you are on orders to get out of the way at the first safe location and not impede the race of the person who is passing you. So they're firm, but they're fair and they're consistent. You know, when that blue flag waves, there's no second guessing it. There's no, I can open up that gap to go over 1 second again. The second that flag waves, you are under obligation to step aside at the next safe moment. So safe, consistent, and fair.
Unless, the guys behind do something stupid and take each other out, then it's not a huge problem.
If it reopens,
yeah.
If they go in the wall before you get out of the way, that's on them, not on you. But
yep, exactly. No, they're doing a great job though. Everybody, honestly, across the board, getting out of the way, -1. But yeah, it's especially at Suzuka. The problem is not just with Suzuka, but other tracks, is there are going to be times where you do get that blue flag, and it is the worst possible place. It's like getting a blue flag as you go through the S's here at Suzuka. It would be like getting a blue flag as you're going, around the, the cutting at Bathurst.
Yes.
It would be like getting a blue flag, at the, excuse me, at the, what is it? Oh my God, I'm blanking right now.
Well,
you get what I'm saying. There's times where getting a blue flag, while yes, you are obligated to get out of the way, it's not the best time. So like this back straight here, it's a great time to say, hey, go ahead, you got time. But getting out of the way just the second you get it is admittedly a little dumb.
Oh, I love it though, because it is. I know what's going to happen, but for me, it is challenging, because the one that gets me is you spend 10 laps catching somebody that you're racing with, and you're in close, you got him, but you get that blue flag first, and so you got to get out of the way. And sometimes, and it's 50-50 because that's how statistics work, but sometimes you lose in that encounter. Where you had to get the spot was less optimal than where they got to give it up. Or worst case scenario, you thinking to yourself, they were supposed to give that up and they didn't, and now they're ahead of me. But whatever the case, what I do is trying to remind myself that the other 50% of the time, I'm going to be the one that got the lucky break. I'm going to be the one that gets passed in a lucky spot. And maybe, and it has happened, I've gotten the pass out of the deal. So sometimes getting blue flagged is not a negative. Sometimes if you play it right, you can actually use it to gain the position without aggravating anybody and still follow all the rules.
Exactly, and the benefit too is, especially if you get it just right, if you time it perfectly, if you can stick with those guys in front of you, you can just use their slipstream. You can pull up on whoever's going to be the next person, because if you're able to just stick close, it'll be a while before you reach whoever it is in front of you, but you will eventually do that, and then as they're slowing down, depending on where it is, you can just sort of Houdini your way around and grab that position without really trying.
Oh, sure. If you put your front bumper right behind that car that's ahead of you, that lapping car's rear bumper, and don't leave a space for that other guy to get back in, they don't have a choice. They have to wait till you go by too. And that's a perfectly legitimate pass. You'll say bad words when it happens to you, but you say good words when it happens for you. So, racing is racing.
Right. It's funny when it happens to you, but it sucks when it happens to me. I've dealt with that plenty of times in varying forms, and it's always a nice little bit of humble pie. We always like that. We always like that.
Humility is not a lesson we always want to.
Yeah, I agree with that, but it's a necessary one of life. It keeps us human, and that's what I appreciate.
Yeah, it leads to a lot less swearing.
Well, I mean, it depends. It depends on what it is. But I see where you're going with it, Kevin. I like that.
I'll speak only for myself in that instance. We've got some great races going on way in the back of the pack here, in the quiet places, right? The gaps between. And I love that too. I find myself in that spot lots of times where you go and you watch the replay and you think, boy, I didn't get much camera time. We had a great fight. But when that fight happens in 25th or 30th, you can't expect to get the camera on you all the time. You just got to enjoy it for the minute and, watch your own replays, I guess.
Right, and then you record it and you go to the other team. You're like, "Yo, this is a really nice battle," and then you sauce it over to them, or even during the race, or after, well, I don't say during, but like after the race, you can say, "Oh, hey, car number whoever, that was a really good battle we had. a long while ago, I appreciate the sportsmanship because I mean, let's be honest, the intrusive thoughts are there. The person's
Sure.
beside you, you're like, all I have to do, it's just one quarter turn to the left or the right, and then it's not a problem anymore. That little devil's sitting there on your shoulder, and he's like, do it. It's it's like Palpatine. Do it.
Yeah.
You're like, no, I can't. I have to be good. I have to be a sportsmanship because if someone did to me, I'd be upset. But no, you get battles all over the place. They're slow battles, but battles nonetheless.
And that's a huge part of racing for me, and it's part of what I love about it is I'll show my science fiction nerd in a show far away that's not the one you're thinking of. It's actually Star Trek instead of Star Wars. One of the Klingon characters says the real fight is in here, and they pound their own chest. And in auto racing, I would say the same thing, but I'd poke my own head. The biggest battle is always against yourself.
Yep. We talk about, I don't know about you, Kevin, but my streams, I talk about tilt and getting salty.
Oh, yes.
And being able to control yourself is admittedly a little difficult at times. This is actually a perfect timed penalty for Cordier, a 10-second stop go. For some people, you might look at that and go, well, bleep, 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 that's stupid. And then that can completely throw you off your game, and you start falling further and further back in the pack, and then that compounds on top of the tilt you already have, and then you're like, you know what, you throw your hands up, you're like, I'm done, I'm going to bed, or unless it's like the middle of the day because Australia, but I think it's important to manage that part, and it's not easy. I'll admit it, it's not easy to control, but once you actually control it, oh my god, let me tell you. It's looking good, and what's also looking good right now is Bailey Steven right now is going to be going down the inside. We have Jonathan Steele as well. That's Phipps there in the Lamborghini as we head down into turn number 1. Porsche on the inside. Last of the late breakers. Phipps putting up a fight. Tries to make it work around the outside. Is going to have to back out of it. Jonathan Steele extremely close to this for Bricks Racing in the number 52 Ferrari as we head through the S's here. It's Ben Steven that's gotten a nice gap to work with and can try to push that, use a little bit more of the maneuverability of the Porsche through this first half before getting towards the spoon corner before we get onto that back straight. And you can see already Jonathan Steele is keeping Phipps in check here in position 22. He's not worried about Steven right now. He doesn't care about that Porsche. He cares about the Lamborghini in front of him. 2 Italian manufacturers, 2 animals on the circuit are really keeping things interesting here as we just get a little bit before the 9-hour remaining mark. And even look through the hairpin. Steven doesn't get the best entry, but on exit, it's a lot better.
And absolutely, you can just see that third car in line, Steele, just lurking, just waiting for something to happen. The person I kind of want to be and kind of don't want to be at exactly the same time for exactly the same reason is Phipps in this. Being in the middle of this, oh boy, so much fun, but so stressful. You can't make a mistake because the one behind will get you, like is happening right now, but you also have to get everything right because the one in front of you is getting away. And oh boy, thinking in 2 directions at once at 300 kilometers an hour is fun.
Oh no, I agree with you. It's one of those times you almost wish you were an iguana and you could point one eye one way and one eye the other way and still be fine. Unfortunately, we don't have that ability as humans, or maybe fortunately, depending on how you want to look at it.
Yeah.
But
my brain can barely focus the 180 degrees that's in front of me at any one time.
Mine can barely focus in front of me. Period. There's no 180 degrees; it's just in front of me, like direct. Sometimes it struggles with that. But no, it's.
But Steele is applying the pressure here. That coming offline, just that little bit, that using the car to tell the story to the driver in front of you. I'm faster, I'm coming. And as the driver in front and the driver behind, it works. That's psychological warfare. I mean, on a track like Suzuka, where there's not a lot of real, there's 2 places probably that you could make a solid pass, but you can make it anywhere if they make a mistake. And pushing like this, can lead to those mistakes.
Yes, it can. I always say that racing is 90% mental.
Yes. Yeah.
Sitting in the rear view, just letting them know. And it sitting in the rear view, just letting them know you're there, no matter what they do, that's one thing. Sitting in the rear view and creeping ever so slightly every single lap,
Yes.
I think that does more damage because
Yes.
you see them sitting there and you go, okay, well, at some point you're kind of just going to go on autopilot and say, okay, they're not going to go for a move, who cares? But when it's almost the same position but just a little bit forward, it's the knowledge of having the inevitable creep closer and closer over the horizon, and there is almost nothing you can do about it, and that can destroy some races. You wonder, is as we ride on board here with Jonathan Steele, is Phipps in the same sort of position? Is that image of this Ferrari really getting to him, or is it just brushing it off, saying, all right, that's whatever, we can live with it? I want to check these lap times really quick. Phipps was 2:10 slower last lap, 2:03.2, and then a 2:03.08. So as they cross the line, it is. Oh, it's Phipps that's a little bit faster, just by a tenth, a 2:02.75 compared to a 2:02.85 from Steele. So it looks like there is not much in the way of Phipps being, blinded by the light and carrying on.
Well, in this format as well, this long format, this isn't just possibly going to pay off now. This could pay off 3 stints down the road. When Phipps is exhausted from this fight, and 3 stints later they're a little more tired than they thought they were going to be, and then they make that mistake, and it comes back to this pressure being applied now. So never a bad time to apply pressure, and sometimes you're going to have to wait for that payoff. But Steele is giving absolutely zero rest to Phipps at this moment. They got to be driving in that rearview mirror more than they're driving the windshield right now.
Yeah, I agree with that 100%. We do, really quick though, welcome back to the booth, Mr. Neil Mullick-Alexander. Neil, good to see you again.
G'day, guys. How are we?
Oh, we are doing fantabulous. I have had the legendary Kevin Parody with me in the booth, so I am more blessed than anyone here, I think.
It's the A-team up here.
I'm glad we're not live streaming. I hate blushing and shaking my head.
I was blushing before.
But Neil, this is the first time I've been in a booth with you, so thank you on a personal one-to-one level for OOR Racing.
The pleasure is mine.
I'm glad, and it shows, because there's no way you're doing this unless it's a passion, and I appreciate that, and I appreciate everything you guys do. This is great racing, and it happens because it's a great community, so thank you for that.
Oh, thank you for the kind words, Kevin. Yeah, it's great to have you, and thanks for your support as well, mate. It's very highly appreciated. As is yours, Nick A. Moan. Yes, Mo?
Yes.
Yes!
Yes.
Twice in one day! I have ascended.
Everybody,
I have ascended.
I am clapping for you. This
Thank
is
you.
clapping, don't worry.
I waited 2 hours and 45 minutes for that. Thank you.
I got it right at the start, man. I got it right at the start of the stream. I'm just riding that high still.
Need a soundboard just for that. Just for your name.
Oh, God. Do it.
It's been some great racing, though. 3 hours, and we've still got... That's ascend. That is ascend. It hasn't quite made a move and make it work either. But yeah, some great racing out there, and a big stint there from you, Nick.
Yeah, I do this. I say this, and I've said it before, and I'll say it again. It took me 23 years to figure out what the hell I wanted to do with my life, and commentating and broadcasting is what I want to do. Whether it's motorsport or something like hockey or football or baseball, I want to do that, and the only way I can get the experience is by doing it. So
That's it.
Thank you, Mullick, for giving me this opportunity. Even though it's maybe a little bit more over my stint of 2 hours, it's more like 3 hours. I don't care. I'm happy to do it.
I'll send you a check, the big bucks.
Oh man.
But it'll be in
A
Australian
dollar
dollars,
too?
so it'll be in Australian dollars, so you get a bit shafted there. You won't quite get as much as you wanted.
It's okay. Listen, I'll get it. First thing I do, getting a beer with it.
Yeah, good idea, all right.
Oh.
What's up a beer?
Guinness. What I go to.
Guinness. Look out. It's got
Yes,
the
sir.
thick stuff.
Yes. Oh,
you
I like
almost
my
stepped
beer
in
how
a
I like
bird.
my women.
You're gonna tell
Like
everyone.
my women.
Tell everyone what you're gonna do in a
Answer
sec,
that better
Nick.
be English.
Oh God, sorry. What was that, Moloch?
You should tell everyone what you're about to get up to a bit later on.
So, for those of you that don't know me, hi, I'm Legion, also Nick Amon. Glad to meet you. So not only am I doing a stint here for the Permobil 12 Hours of Suzuka, I am also tomorrow morning at 8:30 a.m. Eastern Time. I am not going to convert that because I don't feel like doing that right now. I am going to be doing not one, not two, but 3 stints for the M4EM 24 Hours of Le Mans presented by Missed Apex podcast. I am going to be live from 9:30 a.m. Eastern. That first stint, of course, 9:30 a.m. Eastern to 2:30 p.m. Eastern, and then the next one will be 6:30 to 9 p.m. the same day. And then, just to really make sure I get my comeuppance, 12:30 a.m. to 4:30 a.m. on Sunday. So make sure you guys catch that. I'm sure Mullick will be throwing that around.
Is that all you're doing?
But that is on Saturday.
Is that all you're doing? That's not much.
Yeah, that's.
What are you doing
By the
Sunday?
end of that, by the end of that,
I mean-
you're gonna have to mime it. Your voice is gonna be done.
Yeah.
Nah, don't worry. I got water. I got hot chocolate upstairs. I'll be golden. But no, that's what I'm gonna be doing pretty much all day tomorrow into Sunday. I know what I'm getting into. Shout outs to Mullick for letting me know about this. Actually, he was contacted by Brad. I believe it was Brad Philpott who hit him up about it. Was looking for commentators, and he passed it off to me. So the only reason this is happening is because Mullick is an absolute beast. So thank you, Mullick.
No, you're welcome.
I will report on it when I can, but I'm looking forward to it. I've never broadcasted or commentated for a 24-hour race, especially not with the stints I'm going to be doing. Oh my God, I'm excited. I'm ready for it, and I don't know. Maybe this is the next step in my journey. Who knows? Maybe it'll be the catalyst that gets me on the screens of your TVs.
Well, I hope that's the case, because your reason for wanting. Mine, no, I just like being watched. So
There's OnlyFans for that, Kevin.
Yeah,
I'll sign up. Don't you worry.
nobody will pay for
Yep.
that. But
I will too. I'll pay top dollar.
Yep.
I'll pay
yeah,
double.
I'm sick of getting paid to turn off the camera, though. That's that's just hurtful. Anyway, we should probably about some guys. But we've got Kale is definitely not done. The 555 Ferrari, I don't remember seeing that number this far up for a while. They're chasing Ming Su for 7th and 8th.
Sorry, really quick. I'll leave now, guys. Thank you for everything. Everybody in chat, you guys have been amazing. You've been beautiful. You've been
Thanks,
having
guys.
fun, and that's what we like to see here. Like and subscribe, all that great stuff. Make sure you drop the link to your friends. Come on, you got to get them in here for this kind of action. Again, shout outs to Mullick, of course, and welcoming into the booth to finally relieve me of my duties. I still have some laundry to do, so I can't go to bed quite yet. Christopher Taylor, welcome in, sir. Glad to meet you, and hopefully you're ready for some more action.
Ready and excited. Thanks for the intro.
Absolutely. Have a good night, gents. Cheers, everybody.
Thanks, Nick.
Stay safe.
Thanks,
stay
Kevin.
beautiful, and I'll see you next
Great
time.
work.
Well, you're very welcome. Thanks for having us. We'll hand back over to you.
Take
Good
care.
night.
We'll talk to you soon.
Good night.
G'day, Chris, and welcome to the commentary booth for the first time.
Thank you, Neil. Glad to be here. Long time listener, big time fan.
How's your day been? You've been in the steward's office, I believe.
It hasn't been too busy. It's been quite nice. Yeah. So the boys have been well behaved.
You've gone
Of
and
course,
said it.
have,
You've said it
cursed them,
now.
so-
You've
Well, see,
said
I'm
it.
not in the booth anymore, so it's okay for me to curse it.
I've seen a couple of times where stewards were coming to the booth for a chat. I won't name drop, but Stefan Bush told. And as soon as he said it was quiet, they kicked off for the next hour. So good luck, stewards, now that Chris has said that.
Yep. You can send the bills to my inbox.
What is your email address?
Yeah.
Hatemail at christophertaylor.com/not happening.
Yep.
But on the track, what's some great racing? We're 3 hours in and there's still so many battles head to head. The Pro-Am battle's been absolutely fire for most of this race. Usual standard little incidents here and there. Seen a couple of blue flag penalties come through in recent laps. But overall, I'm pretty happy with this. We've lost three teams so far. We'll just recap that.
Australia are always playing fun.
Yeah, it's good old disconnections. So Kovacs Purple, JP had a few disconnects early in the race. They started in the top 10 and they've had to pull the pin pretty early. BDA Motorsport 23, pretty sure Ryan Bell was in the car and he's just disappeared off the face of the earth, and they tried to rejoin and then they ended up retiring the car. So both those teams were in the top 10. I think BDA Motorsport was second at the time, which is really unfortunate. And the other team that retires, 2T Racing, Sean Glover's PC, decided to pass away today. So RIP for that.
In chat.
But you can't do much about disconnects at times. It's just one of those things. Every single race, there's always a team or two that'll have unfortunately copped that. Have you ever had that before?
At this 12 hour, we had that happen with myself and Mr. J in the old CJ Racing 17.
Good old Jay. He's racing today as well.
He is, the ANCR Arkel car. They're doing quite well so far, moving up the grid quite nicely after their lowly starting position.
Yeah, finding their way through it. It's just,
Yeah.
I don't think I can't remember if I've had a disconnect. I've definitely had PC issues where monitor would turn off whilst driving in a straight line. That's never ideal.
Just
Have
the nature of the beast, isn't it?
you had any wheel issues before?
Touching wood whilst I say this, absolutely not.
Yeah, we're just kind of jinxing it, aren't we?
Yeah, that's what this cast is apparently. The cast of jinxes.
But after all those issues, we do see car 89. Oh no, 400 has binned it. Oh, I've gone too far. We'll check that out in a sec. But car 89, they started in P3 or 4, I think 4, 3, 4, 3, 2. Oh, I can't even remember. They were not at pole position, and they just find a way to get it done. B&W isn't super around here, and they're up by 23 seconds. They are an absolutely stellar team, though. So
Yeah, absolute champions, every one of those drivers. Doesn't hurt when two of your closest competitors have acquired on turn one.
no, that doesn't hurt. Unusual mistake there by Lucas into turn one, and unfortunately 818, who have copped a couple of those during this series, copped it again. But they're fighting their way back, and they're up to P3, and they're absolutely on fire out on track at the moment.
Yeah, some scintillating pace from those boys to move all the way back up now.
I still reckon they'll finish at least P2. Fingers crossed, touch wood.
Going to come right down to the wire, I think, for them.
Gives me Mount Panorama 12-hour vibes. Very
Yeah, so that
similar.
was certainly an exciting finish. Hopefully as exciting, if not less contact this time.
Yep. Bakita was further back in that scenario due to her penalty, so she was fighting for with her teammates for 12 hours to get back up there. Came down to the last stint, bit of drama in the last stint, and they still got the win. Justin, the level should be much better now. Testing. Nah, you're nice. I've just made myself a smoothie. What's your go-to beverage while racing? And don't say beer.
It is coffee, believe it or not.
Coffee. I like it.
Yeah, smash the water the night before and coffee the day of, and then maybe 1 or 2 banana smoothies to stop the cramps.
Oh, you're way organised.
Yeah, she's a trade secret for CJ Racing, that one, so...
Oh, it's out there now. Everyone knows.
Yep.
Banana milkshakes. Pip says, Ferris is literally falling asleep whilst driving. That's just rude.
Great problem to have, I suppose.
Yeah. Crashed. Why? Fell asleep at the wheel.
Yep.
But go Ferris. Ferris is very talented.
Get that man a coffee.
Get that man a coffee. Or no dose. Just go full hog.
Full sand.
Nah, I've got banana in this smoothie. I've also got a little bit of avocado, some fats.
Like the healthy smoothie.
Healthy. Oh yeah, we'll say it's healthy. They all are, aren't they? No matter what's in them, you can blend anything. You can blend a shoe and put it in there and just say it's healthy. It's a new shoe diet.
Yeah, well, it's all natural, see?
He had to wake up early to drive because he's doing Formula E later. Oh, whoa. Ferris has got a big day ahead, so he's getting his stints done early. Cheers, Justin. Oh, Flemo has picked up a drive-through penalty for car 400. I'm going to assume that's for track limits. Don't speed in the pits, mate. We'll let you know about it for the next 3 weeks.
Preemptive curse. I was literally about to say how quiet a race they've had with penalties. Sorry, guys.
You just thought it. Sometimes
I did.
that's all you need. Welcome to the commentary box.
Yeah. I'll have to watch this mouth of mine from now on.
Lamborghinis, 4 in the top 6. Obviously a very, very strong car around here. What's the feedback from those that are driving or those that are in chat on the recent patch yesterday? Has it changed much with the car that you picked for this event? Because looking at the leaderboard, it's pretty much what we expected. 97 car, but they've been not happy with the Porsche since the previous patch, but they said they're a little bit happier today. Yeah, let us know in chat. Have you managed to test the new McLaren, Chris?
No, I spent my night last night testing the Ferrari. Felt a bit twitchier, which was nice. So if anything, for me, it was an improvement.
Yep.
I'm very interested to hear if anyone's been driving the Porsche, see how that's traveling with the new tyre wear as after yesterday.
I think it's a bit better. But again, I just have not had a chance to even look at my rig this week. Pip saying there's a bigger bop adjustment right before SRO on Wednesday, so that's going to be interesting. Now, is that just for that track, or are they actually doing it for more than one? The drip feeding, I appreciate they're actually doing so much work on it. It's very active in that space, but the drip feeding, the bops, very hard to organise for a league admin and a driver trying to pick something for a series. So hopefully...
Was that argument of should they have waited until they had WOP set for most of the tracks before they released it?
Oh, I just think they're just...
Cars.
It didn't quite go to plan on launch, maybe. That wasn't quite as close as they wanted, and because they've got these SRO events, they've really got to make sure that they're right bang on. Unsure, but Imola definitely being adjusted, right. So next week in our sprint series, it probably works out quite well. We don't have to worry about bop. We're driving the BMW M2.
The only bopping will be between the car.
And there'll be a lot of it. It'll be great. Mostly buffs, no nerfs for this Wednesday. Hopefully the buff comes to the Bentley 3 times over.
It would be nice to see the old boat up towards the front again.
And the Nissan. Not that Burrs needs it.
Yeah.
Got to take off 100 kg in Honda and Bentley. There you go. Piggers onto it. So yeah, if you did miss it yesterday, ACC dropped a brand new update, free update. It's got the new McLaren 720S Evo. For those that want to use it within OOR, you just have to wait probably a week and a bit. I'd imagine after Wednesday, Thursday next week when the dust settles, that we'll be able to officially say you can use it in the Sprint Series. And the GT3 Cup when that's coming up. It'll replace the current version of the 720. I don't know what I'm going to use. I'm going to start back racing hopefully next week, and I don't know what GT3 car to take the week after. I'm currently in the Ferrari, but
Ferrari does seem to be the go for easy gains on pace, at least somewhere to get up to speed.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. But I also want to do some meme liveries just to try and get everyone back for all the stuff that I'm watching on stream. So Ferrari's not great with their livery creation.
It is one of the most cursed layouts I've ever seen for any car in ACC.
It's bizarre. It's like, this is it. Good luck, everyone.
Yep, have fun.
And obviously the talented livery makers out there will make it work. It's just so time consuming.
Yeah, shout out to those guys. I don't know how they do it.
Freaks. And a big shout out to Mike Crick, if you're out there, Mike. We've had a massive week in OOR. For some reason we thought we'd do 3 different series in the 1 week. So it's been Rookies Tuesdays. That's a boot. That is the leader as well. That is something I have just witnessed. Absolute sadness.
I believe we will be going to court because we've just witnessed a murder.
Yeah, that's a lawsuit, I think. So Ethan Cale has just sent it into turn 1 and collected the leader just as we're having a nice casual chat. So that won't Make their life easier.
Damage.
Just going to check their stint time. 52 minutes. They're not too far away from a stint, but I hope there's not too much damage. Yes, is Ferris awake now, Pip? Interesting.
Seems to be going through Degner's okay.
Oh, he'll make it
Might
work.
be just what we need for a battle for the lead now.
Oh, you're going to need an absolute T-bone yeet, bloody intercontinental ballistic missile type of send. But you never know. It's a long race. It's still 8 hours 48. Back to Mike Crick. Yeah, big thanks to Mike Crick. We had a huge week this week, doing three series in 1 week, and I haven't had a day off. So it's just making sure everything goes running smoothly. So Cricky's jumped in and helped a lot with lots of the stuff for today. Much love to you, mate. It's made my life a lot easier, and we've just managed to finish everything last night at about 1 a.m. But we got there. Got to slow them somehow, says Conan. I don't think that was a half-assed attempt to slow them down, but an attempt was made.
Checking the mail from the Lamborghini mob following, I think.
I'm going to try and find that replay. Oh, it's an interesting one. Pip's actually behind, so it's a blue flag. I think maybe just a bit of a miscalculation. Yes, it gets past Ethan. It tucks in and just lost the rears a little bit. Couldn't pull the car up, and
Always tricky when you take a different line to what you practice into T1.
yeah, a bit of wash there as well, it looked like, but we soldier on. It won't be the last incident today. So a few track limit penalties for getting those DTs.
Yeah, surprisingly early. I think we've had 3 or 4 in the first hour, I think it was. So
Oh, really? That many?
yeah, it surprised us in the steel box. But it is one of those tracks where it's very easy to run just a little bit wide and get punished, especially through here.
That's wide. Speaking of, Bailey Stephen. FPS Evolve Racing. I do love their liveries. I actually love all the liveries out there.
I haven't seen any cursed ones on stream yet. I'm sure they're coming.
Well, I'm just sad we couldn't see Barney out there for very long.
Yes.
There's a 66% chance in this race, if your name's Zachary, that you're going to be on the podium. There's Zachary Smith and Zachary Vlasblom currently on the podium.
We start introducing Bob for names.
Well, Zach could be up there. I think one stage we had 6 or 7 Zachs in OR. It's probably more now. Actually going to go check. I think Ben was maybe. Was it Ben? There was one name we had, or Brad, that we had like 10 or 12. I'd imagine that's changed. I'm just going to type some names in and see what we get. There's no Brads. I think you're lying to me, game. Think you're lying to me, Discord? Oh my goodness. There's 25 Brads in OR.
25 Brads.
Yeah, it's too many to look through searching that way, so I'll give it the arse. Yeah, big shout out again to Nick and Kevin for their big stint in the booth, and also Mitch Hobbs, who's kicked it off today. Hobbs will be back a bit later on. And joining me in the booth right now is Christopher Taylor, who's also stewarding today, and also one of the grid girls.
Got a man or lady of many hats and dresses, apparently.
Oh, you can wear whatever you want.
Now, whatever brings a smile to my dial.
I reckon that night that I met you, you could have got away with wearing a dress. Yeah.
Look, from what I remember, it's very possible I was by the end of it.
Look, you had a crack.
Yep.
There was an effort made, and we couldn't find you ever again. BDE Motorsport car 732. The surviving BDE Motorsport car out there today. Again, really disappointing to see 23 get disconnected from P2 and just lost a lot of motivation to continue after that, which you can understand. Good situation here is Ferris Stanley. That time of the race where there's just a bit more traffic.
Always awkward when you're battling and the leaders come through, but I think the right decision there to pull out of it.
Look at that early, and oh, that's awkward. Whoa!
Very nearly another murder.
Did very well, to be honest, because they are also allowed to get through because they are blue flags, but nicely moved out of the way early there from both Bate and Muddle, as 83 did pick up a penalty for ignoring blue flags in lap 93. So they're probably a bit new to it. We'll hope to get you back in the future as well, Kevin. Is Kevin in Europe? Are you in Europe, Kevin? Pretty sure Kevin's in Europe. Which would be, I don't know, early hours of the morning, like very early hours of the morning. Not sure. Kevin will soon tell me that I'm wrong, which is fine. Speaking of wrong, Eric Scarney.
Having a battle here with
Kovac's teammate.
Kovacs. Yeah, interesting.
He's joined Kovacs for this race, and so only way to get initiated for Kovacs is to absolutely send it into the back of another Kovacs car, and from there you are officially a member of Kovacs. Will he oblige? That's a really hard corner to get past on a blue flag because it's asking so much of the car, but
a slightly different line really upsets the car through there. I think they've done well to get through in the end. Scarney's free to continue his chase.
He's got Bailey Stephen behind him, and looks like Benjamin Hignett was one of two drivers who didn't manage to get both their shootout laps in last night. Lucas Burrs being the other one, which just made him miss out on a pole position. And he ended up into the back of Zachary Smith on lap 1 in the race. So 0.03 of a second makes a big difference at the start of a race sometimes.
Absolutely. And such a close qualifying. Is it the closest one we've had so far? We've had a few close shootouts.
That's a good question. I'm not sure. Like, you'd think, that'd definitely be it, but I know we've had a lot of really close ones. Bailey taps out, gets out of the way on the main straight. Thank you, Bailey, for watching that video. And now, as you're Bailey Stephen, you just tuck in behind the 600 car
and just sneak on through. You use it to your advantage if you can. But the S's aren't usually a great place to let them through as well. It's possible, but very awkward to do it safely.
Yeah, there's the one that we showed the other day. And Bailey Stevens going to look. We can't quite get there. And just after the final one, before we get to Degner, one just through here's a good spot, but a bit too far back at the moment. And there's Ethan Carr picking up a stop-go 10 for that collision we saw with the leader, Ferris Stanley. What's your optimal race distance? Oh, there's a drama ahead. That's Scott Rochford, and there's a lot of...
Personally, I can never get enough seat time, so 12 hours is beautiful for me.
And what track would you be doing this at?
Bathurst or Watkins are my two favourites.
Oh, nice. And Carl's picked up a 10-second for ignoring blue flags on lap 93, so he's just had a bit of a double whack there. OES Orange, they're currently 7th, so that might drop them a little bit. Scarney just getting a rough exit out of Spoon. Joins a long list of drivers that have struggled at Spoon. I don't think anyone has ever nailed it properly.
It's such an odd corner, so off camber, that even when you do nail it, it still feels like you did something wrong.
Oh yeah, it's just weird. Sandeezy, he says Long Beach 24 hours. I'm assuming that's his go-to. I wish Long Beach was in this game. That'd be so great.
Just absolutely killer American tracks that we don't have. Sebring, Road America.
Las Vegas F1 jokes. Jokes. Sorry, Americans, if you're looking forward to that. So 91 had a moment at the hairpin, and now Carl Johnson is not too far back. So we could have 3 Kovacs cars nose to tail, and it's all for position. So I think this is where the world ends.
There can only be one in Kovacs as in Highlander.
Scotty Rochford's improved a lot over the last year. And I think that 91 car was in the top 10 at one stage today, maybe?
Early running, yeah, absolutely they were. Yep.
Flying along. The leading Kovacs car out there today. Carl Johnson, who I do believe now has force feedback on his wheel. He's a very fast man in his own right as well.
It's a little deep through the
As he
hairpin
goes
there.
extremely deep, makes me look silly. Oh, he's fast, he's just too fast.
Well, we'll just say he was letting him through there, I say.
Yeah, he's just being a gentleman. Yeah,
Very
chat.
tiny, not close enough to...
What's chat's preferred race distance and track? I'm going to have to say 72 hours of Brands Hatch is mine. Followed closely by anything at Hungaroring.
Pension for pain there, Mo, like in the tight tracks.
I'm joking about Brands, maybe. Maybe, slightly. Brands would be a tough enduro. Really tough.
One of the worst for blue flags, I imagine.
Bigger, 96 years of Brands.
Yep.
Yeah. He knows where it's at. That's an interesting way to take... That's your go.
That is certainly not the line. Certainly not the line.
24 hours of Spa, says Greenie. Greenie will be joining us in the booth later on. It's quite a popular one. 0 minutes of Brands. Not quite sure that fits into the endurance category, but I do respect that. Yeah, look at all these drive-throughs popping up. All those track limits are just starting to kick off. It's been 6 or 7 in the last 15 minutes.
Absolutely. What are we about halfway through the stints now, so probably not tyre wear working too much against them yet.
We've just hit 100 laps here at Suzuka. Nordschleifer, says T-Mac.
Certainly enough corners to keep it interesting for 24 hours.
I
that's for
must be
sure.
the only person that doesn't like that circuit. So much going on. Oh, Lucas Keys woke up and chose violence this morning. He's gone 12 hours of Snetterton.
Oh god. One of the best tracks to hot lap, but I don't know about racing on it.
Yeah, we've managed to squeeze Snetterton finally into a sprint series round, but I'm not sure when we're going to be visiting them next.
And I'm pretty sure I'll be washing my hair that day.
Yep, I'll be rearranging my fridge magnets. It's 315. They've moved themselves up into the top 5. So now the Lamborghinis hold 4 of the top 5. But still, BMW of BS Plus competition leading the way.
Holding a 10-second penalty, I assume, for pit lane speeding.
Would sound about right. Tim B says he's looking forward to the Barcelona Enduro for some strange reason. I am as well. Barcelona and Zandvoort for some reason I am really looking forward to. The next one though, do you know what we're off to, Chris?
Valencia.
We are. So that'll be spicy.
Yes, it's Snetterton Part 2, I think. Should be very interesting. Very interesting.
I love the track, but I don't think everyone does. Go back to Monza, damn it. Yes, it's going to happen after this season. I reckon we're going to do a Monza one again. It's just been re-added, or just been added to the GT3 Cup.
It is a classic track. As much as everyone loves to hate on it, I personally quite enjoy lapping there.
Yeah, you need a lot of consistency. There's only, 9 corners?
Yes, it's
Very
one of those corners
repetitive.
you make a mistake in one part of the track and it sort of flows on for so long. It's a big difference in lap time.
You're getting good flow at Monza. I've had some great races there. We did a 6-hour endurance there as well, and that was really good.
Making a move here. And he does it nicely.
Nice move. Austin McNeil getting past Corey Tui. They must have just made a pit stop in the last little bit, because it did say, no, I'll take that back. McNulty is not too far back behind or ahead. What would I know? Go away, game. Monza best track, fight me. I've had some great races with you at Monza. Octane Online Racing, win 24-hour race. The time is now. It's the broadcast side of things that are probably the trickiest, and probably maybe having a stewarding team for 24 hours. It's a big ask. We're already pretty bare bones as it is, as Zachary Vlasblom dives into the pits.
Of course, Paris Stanley already in the pits. It looks like it is now for all the leaders to pit.
I think that's why Team Macker gets a bad rap, is because so many pub lobbies just run Monza, because it's just easy. But turn 1 at Monza is got a bad reputation. But I think Imola's worse. The old 12 metres track.
Yeah, I'd say Monza is deceptive when people say it's easy. It's an easy layout to understand, but I think it's quite a difficult track to get good, fast times out of.
It's got those chicanes, and we need pinpoint precision. So
Absolutely.
Say that 12 times fast.
I'll leave that one to you, Mark.
No, thanks. I might try with 5 minutes to go. Worst T1 in the game, Kailami and Koda are always death. Koda's tricky because it's so blind, and the elevation changes, and you're coming back down the hill, and you can't see much. Kailami, it's just because it's so wide.
Really invites the sticking your nose where it doesn't belong type incident.
What other ones that we've seen that's pretty bad? I still think Imola's pretty bad after the kink. Again, you're carrying so much speed into that chicane, and a lot of drivers take it a little bit differently than others. And when there's speed involved, you're not scrubbing off all your speed there. That's what's really dangerous.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you're on the inside and try and brake a little bit late because it compromises the line so much, you almost always end up hitting the car on the outside.
Oh yeah, because you're going so slow as well. Alton Park turn 1's actually pretty good. Same with Donington. They're actually not too bad. Alton Park, the next couple of corners, yeah, that gets a bit messy.
Paul Ricard's a good shout. Yeah. You can get some good passes going around the outside at turn 1, which is one of the few corners I know of that you can do that.
And usually when that happens, if they don't get it right, you get tagged in the rear.
Yep.
Just coming back across someone. It's a great track though.
As long as we never have to do it in the rain again, I'll be happy.
That was an actual storm.
I've never driven a track that wet for that long.
I've never hosted a race that wet for that long. It was varying levels of heavy rain. It was crazy.
Absolutely.
Did anyone in chat that participated in the Paul Ricard wet race, what were your thoughts? Did you enjoy that? Is that something that tickled your fancy, or is that just 8 hours of just pure pain? Someone mentioned Discord, it's a 45 seconds straight in the M2. Paul Ricard would be.
I believe that was Mia, yeah.
Maybe, surely it's a bit exaggerated. Is it really 45 seconds?
It is a very long straight, and it is a very slow car.
Hope to God that's an exaggeration. Well, we don't have to do Paul Ricard in the M2, so you won't have to worry about it. And there's no straights long enough at Valencia to actually be concerned either. I think the M2 has 7 gears, doesn't it?
It certainly does.
Not that you'll ever use it.
Essentially a cruising gear. Not so useful on a racetrack, I don't think.
Doesn't have indicators, obvious reasons, BMW. Peter van Vingard. He's making his debut today in our Endurance Series. He's racing for ARCA Endurance Team with Aaron Thomas. Don't mind that livery. They started at the back of the grid, so they were starting 46th. Obviously we've lost 3, but they've moved up to 37th, so that's a great effort.
Excellent, yeah, excellent race so far for a debutant.
The leading AM team looks to be Team First Name in only a livery not even your mother would love, but it does have Haribo written on the side, so it does get a couple of points.
I think the blue flags through nicely there. You can tell the experienced drivers are quite good at it. It's probably one of the most race-defining differences between an experienced driver and a rookie in an endurance race is how less time they lose with letting the blue flags through.
Yeah, Corey's been around the traps for quite some time. That's a one way to do it.
Yeah, well, we cursed him, so...
The exit road. He lost a position because of that too. He lost another position to that.
Oh, no.
You've talked him up. He's going to lose another position. Wow, it's a very close battle here for the AM class.
Top 25, 25 to 30 is just very close together.
Giving each other a lot of room there. You could park the Costa Concordia between those two cars then.
Perhaps too gentlemanly there.
Another good battle for 20th. Got Chalmers, Pickford, Raschuti, all within a couple of seconds of each other. I haven't had it their own way today. They started 11th, just missed out on the shootout yesterday. Raschuti is a massive fan of the Lamborghini, so I'm not sure what's happened to car 90, but I do expect them to be a lot higher up.
They've certainly had a few issues to start the race, but they've got good pace. The only problem is Pete Chalmers is like a brick wall trying to get past. He's very good defensively.
Oh, he is. Even his own team would say he's hard to pass in practice races.
Yeah. But you love to see it. He's always usually fair and leaves the room.
I love a good defender. The AMS might not get the same love as the pros. Okay, the AM, but it's pretty hectic. It is. Yeah, it's crazy. I want to try and watch it a bit more. Just going to see what transpires here. Raschuti, a lot of pace. I think he might have got maybe a win this week in the sprints here. In split purple. So many splits, so many talented drivers. He's had a couple of wins this season. Let's go back down to the AM battle. Currently, David McNulty. We did talk up Team First Name before we commentator cursed him off track. Now it's Team Last Name, and I hope this curse works. Because, Bendy, you're having a great race, mate, and I don't see any problems whatsoever in your future. Good luck. They've gone with the... Oh, what's that livery? They've added the Permobil wording to it instead, which is great.
It does suit the Ferrari very well as well.
In the team name sandwich here is Partington, your old running mate.
Old Jabo, love to see it. He's been doing very well today.
It sounds like a curse coming up.
I'll never admit it.
We'll just delete the stream after the race.
Looks like he's got a good run coming into the hairpin here. Always a tough place to park though.
And there's been a drama. Raschuti. Is that a curse? Do I get curse points for that? Shizen. I'll go find the replay, but that's unfortunate.
Very unfortunate for both cars involved there.
Oh, it is unfortunate. I've just seen it. So the car behind just hit a bit of grass, a bit more grass, couldn't slow it up.
Very unfortunate way.
Oh, they probably should have maybe opened their steering and sacrificed their own drive a little bit there, but yeah, unfortunately for Rashidi, has copped another one for so fucking slow.
What a range of pause. We get back to this cracking battle. They all seem to be very similar pace. No one seems to be making too much of a move. It's more just following one after the other.
Stefano, you can't escape it. Corey Tui lets him through. That's right, Hullancy. The awareness is just, it's a skill. It's not impossible to do. You just need to be aware and show respect out on track. You make friends doing that as well. So great showcase there to Corey and how you do blue flags. He's got a few more to do. Drive through for the race leader.
Track limits?
Yes. Wow. But there's 8 hours 22 minutes left. If I was a betting man, which I sometimes am, I wouldn't say there would be another DT for those 3 drivers in the lead.
Gaggle of Lamborghinis following.
Yeah, aero wash is definitely a thing. It doesn't help, obviously, when when those tyres touch the grass and just get a little bit slipperier as well. Just unfortunate. It's not a malicious incident. It's just an incident, which happens in motorsport.
So Lucas Burrs does the fastest lap, 59.3, quicker than most people can qualify.
Ethan, don't beat yourself up too much, mate. We all make mistakes. Anyone who says they don't is full of shit. Hands up if you've been someone before. Shane Warrow has. He's just copped a stop go 30. Stop go 10. I think that was for the contact with Rashidi. So obviously with the longer races, the penalties are a little bit harsher than what you'd expect in a short 60-minute sprint. So you don't really see time penalties too much. You normally will see a drive-through or stop go. Depending on the track, obviously. If it's Spa, well, yeah, it's a bit different sometimes.
Some drive-throughs are worse than others.
They are. Ryan Green has said 919 into the lead, and that is the case. 4 point. That can't be right, game. Get your stuff sorted. It's a few seconds. There it is. 3 seconds to 919 and 89.
And the race is on.
It certainly is. So the Alpha Venturi 919 and 818 car have been putting in the times. They haven't dropped off the face of the earth. And Houlihan and 818's only 13 seconds back. I swear they were like 50 seconds back. So it doesn't take much. I saw Zachary Smith chat before as well, saying it's all over and they get no chance to win and there was 9 hours left in the race.
I believe that car themselves have proven that not to be the case in the past.
Well, all they need is if a disconnect for 89, then that's all over for 89. Anyone can cop that at any time. Zach not supposed to be in the car, so Zach's done a double stint. And he's got all the pressure on him here. He's 12 minutes stint so far.
About to be defending from a very incensed Philippa.
So wonder. Once Bakita catches, so there you go, she's already going to second. Can Zach defend her off enough, for long enough, to try and get 818 even closer to the 89 car? There's a lot of overtaking opportunities here at Suzuka. But if you know how to defend, it's a little bit better.
Yeah, very, very tricky if you're very similar pace to the car ahead to find a way through.
Especially if in the Lambo, you can kind of milk that car a little bit to your advantage. But yeah, Kid is very talented.
lap traffic probably going to come into play as much as anything else.
Standard, eh?
Yeah.
Looks like the Pro-Am battle. We've got Gafour Fahad for GSR Esports. They're leading the way. 666, that's Shakedown Racing team number 1. And 70, which is FPS Racing Evolve Yellow. I think it's yellow. I'm going to go with yellow.
Does have yellow on the car.
I'll take it. Thank you for coming. They're the top 3 in the podium. Top 3 Pro-Am, sorry. But again, this is very tight as well. So all the gaps... Oh, there's just so many great battles still. Suzuka always brings this out. Hearing word, there's going to be rain in 6 hours. Imagine if you could predict it like that.
Yeah, it would be nice if ACC had a proper weather widget with radar and all that sort of stuff. And but absolutely, Team Car 900 have been absolutely flying all race, really. Up into 15th at the moment. Love to see it.
We're going to get a couple of sweaty commentators in the booth for the next stint. I believe Austin McNeil, David McNulty, they're going to be jumping in the booth. And Tom Maloney, but I'm not sure if Tom's out there at the moment. Oh, he is. So all 3 of them are currently in the car. So once their stints finish, they'll come and say good day. So I reckon they're going to be running a little bit late. But that's all right.
Tom Maloney obviously doing very well in sprints this series as well. P2, I believe it was, at this very track last week.
I think he might be turning into Tom Proloney soon because going stellar, showing great pace. It's great to see him back out there racing. 5 minutes for a pee and a banana, then the debrief. That is interesting. Did you know if you eat 8 million bananas, you could die of radiation poisoning?
I've been saying a lot about this the last couple of days. I don't know what's happening.
I don't know what's happened. Mike said it in the MRT Discord, and I'm like, but how many? They're radioactive. Yeah, but how many did you have to have? Oh, someone said 100,000, but it's actually 8 million.
I feel like you'd get a few other health problems from eating that many bananas.
Absolutely.
See Pickford still looking at the back of Chalmers, going to be drilling his eyes into the back of that BMW by the time this race is finished.
That means move to Queensland if you want to develop an immunity to nuclear fallout. As Houlihan... Ooh, we got a pen. We got a pen. 10-second penalty for an unsafe rejoin on lap 106, which was about 4 laps ago.
Very unfortunate for those guys, but the rules are the rules.
Yeah, it's not over. As Buquet is within a second of Vlasblom.
She'll just be sizing him up around this lap, see where she's got the pace on him. Maybe another couple laps, so plenty of time for the move to be made.
Probably this lap into the chicane. I wonder if I'm saying Vlasblom's last name correctly. I've got a funny feeling. It looks like one of those names where there's a silent letter somewhere. Maybe one of the teammates can confirm. Others might know Zach as Captain O'Gold. No, that's correct. Thank you. I'll accept that.
Alpha might be getting a run here onto the back straight, coming into 130R. Very tough pass to me.
I had a feeling it's going to be into the chicane. That's the back off. It's going to get a good run though. Good run. No, just a bit too close. Troy on the outside. Great positioning of the car there by Zach. Keita's taken the eSport line. That might have been a track limit there. As they head down to start another lap.
And yet another good exit from Philippa.
Oh, he's going to put a little bit of a touch. There's another touch. This is hard. Another touch. Oh, no. But Keita off into the gravel. Oh, that's some side-by-side stuff. A bit too close for comfort. I'm not going to put my steward hat on there because I'd have to look at the replay. But
Absolutely, that's certainly when you'd need to look at all the angles.
yeah, there's a lot to break down from there. But no fences, no spins, no significant damage. I think they both were just driving very hard there.
Certainly you don't get towards the top end of this field without having a bit of fire in your belly.
That's it, exactly right. And we want this. We want to see drivers having a crack. That's the aim. But there's a defined rule set as well to help us steward that. Side by side stuff like that, I don't think it was too. It's too bad, but it hasn't lost too much time. What? It's 2.5 seconds. Play on.
Yeah, absolutely. Both cars are still very much in the race. Hopefully Hawhan can close up a little bit.
Yeah, it's closed up a second or so after that, maybe a few more seconds, but I've just got the 10. So keep at it. Tom Jones and the Bush Pigs Racing. Not too far off a podium in the Pro-Am class on debut. Now, after watching a couple of weeks, the first few of Sprint Round at the start of the season, we've been very impressed by the thought process of the majority of drivers when it comes to the racing now. You can see drivers thinking, am I close enough to actually make that dive stick, or am I going to go deep under brakes and make contact and they get a penalty because they had to open the steering? Can I have a crack at this move? Like, even there, you can just see Mike, I might be able to get alongside, but I can't.
Yeah, making the right choice for what is a 12-hour race.
Yeah, then the right choice for a 12-hour race is just... Oh, that's Tom Maloney being a cheeky. And they're going to go side by side around here, down to Degner 1. That's Tom using a blue flag to perfection. Tucks in, gets enough of the overlap there to make that work. Great overtake there, Tom. And Mike's just got caught napping a little bit, but he'll fight back. Tom Jones has to be giving him the blue flags. We saw a nasty incident here in one of the splits the other night.
Split red, yes.
Yeah, it had a bit of everything going on. But 3-horse little battle here for P16, 15. Jones, Maloney, Real.
Mike's still on the back of this as well, so he hasn't lost too much time, even though he did get snuck up on. Just being smart about it and leaving the room where he needed to, and still being in the race.
He's got the paces. Oh, it's deep. No contact though. One thing with Tom is he doesn't leave anything out on track. If there's a question to be asked, he'll put his hand up and he'll ask it. So, big pressure here on Tom Jones. I wonder if he can sing. Am I thinking of the right person when I think Tom Jones?
I think you're right. I don't want to say too much in case I'm also wrong.
I'm going to commit to it. I'm going to commit. It's not unusual. That's the first thing I think when I think of Tom Jones. Yeah, okay. Chat, feel free to absolutely ridicule the shizen out of me if I'm wrong there. Rusty said Jones is burning down the house. Okay, so we're on the right wavelength. That's the main thing. Just saw Rashuti get an overtake done there. Looks like Stoddart. So back up to 21st. We'll stay on board with Tom. And Mike has given in the blue flags, I think. That is first and second. So things are getting spicy in the 8-hour mark here.
Absolutely. Battles all over the field.
It's always very spicy competition between the Alpha Venturi teams and the BS Plus competition teams. Oh, bit of a slide. Yeah, rears of that Lambo very slidey. Here we go. Is Bakita going to have a look down at 130R to get the move done? She's side by side. She's got the right for the corner. They're going to have to share the corner. Who's going to back out? Who's going to give the space? Oh, there's a tiny bit of a touch there. Oh, I don't know what to make of that. Just play on again. This is just great, hard racing.
Absolutely. Nobody given an inch, which is exactly what you want to see, even if it is maybe not the right choice at the 4-hour mark.
It's... this isn't the 7 minutes left. There's 8 hours, 7 minutes left. But it's just great to see. A race means something. And they're out there being competitive, but also hopefully having fun. Because I think sometimes at the end of the day, we forget to have fun. We're in these seats because we love doing what we do. Yeah, that's exactly right, Ryan. You're up the pointy end as well. 315 could be right up here too. It's just sometimes the way the cookie crumbles.
Looks like she got a bit of a run here as well. Is she going to have a look into the hairpin?
Yeah, as you said before, what's going to really come into play here is how well these blue flags honour that. So straight away, Tom, I think that's Jake's mowing. So that's Shea Pools. He's straight out of the way, out of the hairpin.
Smart choice.
The usually awkward ones are when two cars are battling in another position battle and they're getting blue flagged. Yes. They think they can still race, but no, you still got to honour it as soon as you can. And just do what Tom Maloney did a couple of laps ago and just tuck him behind that blue flag car that's coming through.
And let the leader do the passing for you.
Yeah. Ben Floyd says, can these two keep this up for the rest of the race so everyone else can catch up? Well, they might just do that. Because the thing here is that you don't need to make this move now. Like, there is no rush to get this done. 818 is catching, but they do have a 10-second invoice on their heads, and he's going to defend the outside. I think Bakiti's going to get alongside it here. Going down to turn 1, there's going to be a little touch. Opposite of last lap. They'll score. He had a bit of a squiz. Wow, he's made that work. The Lamborghini. I think Bakiti's actually given that spot up. Redressed. This is just great racing. This is what we came to see.
Very hard, but seems they're both trying to be very fair as well.
That is not easy to do, this type of battling for so long.
Incredible focus it would require from both of these drivers.
I don't think we're going to spectate any other cars for a little bit. You can see what Paquette is trying to do, but Zach's just not making any mistakes.
Absolutely. He's parking it where he needs to park it and moving the car over when he needs to do it.
And he's committed to trying to get that position back. If he does lose it, he's trying to think his way through the corner. So there's a couple of switchbacks, a couple of late little moves to get himself space. He's just really struggling with that Lambo out of spoon.
It's like a better exit this time, so
yeah, it did.
might have to wait till the main straight again.
I think the move's going to get done at the chicane on the inside if she can somehow get that space. But Zach's going to park it in the middle of the track here. So, hey, you can have the outside of the track, but you're not getting past here. That's just great defending, great driving all around. Oh, he's gone a little bit deep. Is he still carried the speed? He has. Oh, how long can this sustain for? Houlihan's 5.6 seconds behind.
Absolutely clawing the time back as we go side by side through turn 1 again.
And the same thing again. He's going to be left the room. Doesn't quite get the exit. A little bit of a touch. The play on umpire. This is
Absolutely
marvellous.
cracking racing.
Some of the best in the business going head to head here. Can I check Discord? I can check Discord. Yeah, sure, Peach. Yep, absolutely. Can't wait for him to bin each other, says Conan. I miss your face out here, Conan. Ryan Green's getting a bit antsy. G'day, Peach. How are you, mate? Well, how you going, considering?
Yeah, very well, all things considered. Enjoying some rest. Just got back from some work that I was now able to do due to unforeseen circumstances. So, yeah, get back, and I am just enthralled by the battle we are currently watching. So, yeah, good timing.
This has been going on for 5-6 laps now. Absolutely stellar. And Houlihan now is to the gap to 4 seconds. So Zach is putting in a massive stint here to assist 818 and catching up a little.
Are we sure that is Zach in the car, not Sergio Perez from 2021?
Yeah, he's pretty wide, isn't he? Oh, here we go. Again, defends that middle inside line. Textbook defending. He's been giving Philippa the inside line down to turn 1 and going for the switchback when she goes deep. It's a brave strat. I don't think it's always going to work. This time he's going to defend the inside and make Paqueta go around the outside. They're going to squeeze each other. They've done this before. They've banged before. Paqueta was in the gravel trap. And again, he hangs on.
Millimeter perfect racing there.
Yep. Love
Look,
to see.
having raced this close with Zach James before, or Zach Vlasblom as he's now called, he is a very, very smart defender in terms of placing the car just in that annoying spot where as an attacker you kind of need to do something a little bit risky to get the move done, and it doesn't always pay off. So really defending very smartly here against somebody who's clearly about a couple of tenths faster a lap, but yeah, that's a wide arse Lambo that's ahead of her.
That's a big booty. Definitely press style. Oh, the hairpin's obviously a hard one to dive. You're asking a lot from everybody involved. But they haven't
And you can
tried
just
using
park
it
it
yet.
on that second apex as well.
Oh, exactly. Get a horrible run out. 2.7 seconds is Houlihan. Oh, Paqueta is going to be the meat in an AVR sandwich here soon. 556 have just had a moment, looks like at the chicane. Casio triangle. So, I'm not sure what's happened there. We can't really go watch it now because I can't take my eyes off this.
Surely she's close enough now to get alongside before 130. Oh, the Beamer has the legs on the Lambo, but he gives her the outside. And that's not where you want to be. Tries the little squeeze. She is ahead now to her corner. She's managing to take it nicely. Keeps it within the limits. That is fantastic overtake. Great driving by Vlasblom there as well to give her this space as he very nearly removes that space. Makes contact very close to the back there, but Pip is through and she will be turning on the afterburners now to try and rebuild that gap to Hooli, who has absolutely eaten it up in the last couple of laps.
Oh, absolutely. And this is on board with Houlihan now. 1.6 seconds back to Vlasblom. I'll just check the lap times last lap. So 818 was a 2 minutes 0.4. Vlasblom 2:02.4. So 2 seconds difference there. That's how much it costs you when you're defending. He's going to try and just stay onto the back of Bakita for as long as he can, and I don't imagine he's going to try and fight too hard to hold off 818. They'll work
Yeah, I
together
suspect
here.
the defense might be slightly less effective once the 818 car gets to the rear there.
Could you imagine? He's like, stuff ya. I'm gonna
I've done all the work now, I want to be here now.
Yep.
Make your own way through.
He certainly earned that P2, that's for sure.
Yeah, but I mean, great recovery so far from Julian Smith here, back up to P3 and very close to Lelius. Of course, they do have that 10-second penalty, which is going to affect them in the pit stops, but they've shown that they have the pace to get back up here and certainly still contend for the win. And that's the beauty of these 12 hours races, is a lap 1 incident, while it's unfortunate, is certainly not the end of the day and really being proven quite well here by the AVR car.
Absolutely, to get those back as far up as they have, and it's not even halfway through the race yet. It speaks about how fast they're going to go in the second half.
Burrs just hasn't had much luck today. Obviously, the incident in turn 1 and not quite getting his second shootout lap done last night, which effectively took him off pole. He took
Just got the overtake done on Sweet there, just as we switched over to him as well. So a little bit of luck goes his way there. Moves up into P5 and he will continue to chase down Stevie Tai about 13 seconds up the road.
Corey Sweet, and I quote him yesterday, or last night, says he's happy with how the Porsche's feeling more than he was. So I can confirm that Corey Sweet was happy at some stage.
Wow. Do you have visual proof, or at least some form of audio proof? Because most communications I've seen from Corey in the last week have been, what's the word? Not positive, I would say.
Yeah, so I stirred him up a little bit when he said that he was happy, because I didn't believe it. Corey, even Conan is saying it. Has Corey literally messaged everyone in Discord and every Discord server telling everyone how unhappy he is?
Yeah, it's his profile pic in Facebook as well. It's just, I'm unhappy with a Porsche now, I think. It must be something like that. It's making it fairly public, but 919 is right on the tail of 818, and I guess we'll see a little indication here of how difficult they will try and make it. Oh, sorry, 818 is on the rear of 919. I get confused between the numbers. So he's not letting him through just quite yet, but I think we may see something happen here at the exit of Spoon. Such a tricky corner to get right. You can see there the 818 car gets a little bit of a wiggle on the exit, and he's not quite close enough. And Blasblom stays ahead for now.
George asks, what's the strategy difference between the top 3? They're all on the same strat. Go as long as you can.
We saw them last round of pit stop being on the same lap, so a very similar sort of tyre wear and fuel usage, I'd say.
Yeah, just got to extend that stint for as long as you can, as clean as you can. So obviously you can see 818's got a 10-second invoice over their car. So their next stop will be 10 seconds slower. As
there it goes.
There we go. And there's a car coming into the pits. Oh, good driving all around there. Heads up. And there we go. 818, who started on the front, very, very front of the whole entire grid. Back up to P2 after being unfortunately collected lap 1, turn 1.
And only 2.3 seconds behind the leaders at the moment. So a pretty spectacular recovery there. And you see Lucas Burst there as well. He's in P5. They were down in, I think, 35th after their drive-through. So major recovery for them as well. And he is quickly closing that gap to Stevie Tai. It's down by about 2 seconds since he got past Sweet there. But unfortunately for him, the gap from Tai to Blasblom ahead is a very, very big 50 seconds. So that is going to take quite a bit of doing to get back on the podium for the No Idea car there.
Yeah, it'll take a bit of work. Also sadness as well. Obviously your team unfortunately had to retire the car, but also to BDE Motorsports 23, who were P2 at the time. Their car just disappeared off the face of the earth, and they rejoined, but they just lost a bit of motivation, I believe. And pulled up stumps.
Oh, that's Radar Felgen having an incident, and we see Tom Maloney also got a drive-through. I assume that is for track limits, which is a bit unfortunate. Get a replay here of Radar Felgen coming into, Spoon, the car ahead of him, doing some rather interesting braking, and he had nowhere to go. Did well to avoid the contact, but unfortunately does old Spinneroonie there.
Love the effort to try not to hit the car ahead.
Absolutely.
I really respect that. A lot of the times when people make mistakes and they just keep the line, they don't even try and turn the wheel. Felgen has done everything he can to avoid the car ahead and nailed it. Is the Pro-Am battle still spicy? Of course it is. I'd love to know what number of drive-through penalties you're up to for track limits. It'd be double figures easy. I can't remember the last
Is that
event.
many already? Okay.
Oh, for track limits, I reckon easily. I think we had 2 or 3 in the first stint.
I mean, it is one of those tracks where it's super, super easy to sort of pick them up a lot quicker than you would necessarily want. It's quite a few corners where you can get them easily, and a lot of them are just, especially their exit of Spoon is a great example. You gain nothing, but you just put a wheel outside that line and it's an immediate warning. You don't have time to lift off the throttle to maybe negate the warning or something. Like at the exit of 130R, you can at least lift, and sometimes you don't get the warning. But exit of Spoon and exit of Degner 1 as well, it's an almost instantaneous warning, and they can very quickly get 2 or 3 warnings in a lap if you're not particularly careful.
Yeah, what's the most you picked up here in one lap? Have you ever picked up a full 3?
No, I've only done 2. I haven't gotten the complete bingo card yet, but I got 2 in one lap during the race on Thursday, so that was nice.
Did you keep 2 for the entire race, or did you pick up another one?
No, I was on 2 for the entire race.
It's a fair effort. What about you, Chris?
I think I normally only get like 1 or 2 a lap here. It's not like Paul Ricard where I've gotten all 3 in one lap.
Yeah, Paul Ricard
Well,
is
the nice
pretty
thing
horrible.
the nice thing about Paul Ricard is you can get 2 in one corner if you like mess up the third corner, so that always hurts a little bit. I remember during the 8 hour we got 3 warnings in the first stint, and then John took the car and he got a warning, as you do. Did the drive-through, and on the outlap of the drive-through he got 3 warnings, so we were back on 3 warnings immediately after serving the drive-through.
Thanks,
and then we
John.
didn't get another warning for the rest of the day, so that worked out okay.
Good effort, yeah. That would be heartbreaking.
I've seen if you pick up or drive through in one limit on Paul Ricard back in the day. That was before they used to give track limit warnings notifications. So that's early days of ACC.
Okay, I've never seen that. I know the nice thing at Suzuka, not that I encourage anybody to do that, but if you ignore the final chicane, it's only 1 warning. You don't get a drive-through for that immediately, so a little bit of an oversight there in terms of track limits, but it is quite a risky line when you just absolutely yeet over it without attempting to take the corners. But it only counts for 1 warning, so certainly have seen it in some fun races where the final corner line was not quite the racing line.
Absolutely used that myself during the 100 we had here a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, I saw a few people take it a bit too early and they hit these.
And those are not movable for those who are unaware.
Oh, you could
These
take it
two
super
need a
early,
break.
or yeah, it's quite funny. I think AMS2 is it that corner? No, it's this corner here. I don't know what this layout's called, but it's so small.
Yeah, it's in GT Sport you can race that, and it's great fun in like little road cars, like a BMW M3 or something like that. It's called Suzuka East in that East layout, and it's so much fun in like slower cars because it's literally just a straight and the S's.
Yep.
And it's actually really fun.
It looks like a Spanish
sweet.
track is Corey's picked up a 10-second for ignoring blue flags. Naughty, naughty boy.
I wonder if his
Oh, that's why.
happiness motif is still there after that, but Chad Bridge there. Missing his-
Miles now.
Another drive-through there for Mr. Windsor in the 557 car. I assume that's for track limits as well. So they are piling up quite aggressively.
Still quite early in the race too, so even doing the drive-throughs, it feels like you might well get another one.
Yeah, not even halfway, not even close to halfway yet at the moment. So long way to go. And that gap to Burs has sort of stabilized a little bit, actually expanded a little bit over the last couple of laps. It was down to about 9 seconds, I think. No, sorry, it was 12 seconds. It is now 10 seconds, so it's coming down. I am a moron. But yeah, Burs slowly but surely closing in on Stephen Thai there. As we see car 11, Huang, I think that is a spelling mistake on the surname there, Hunak.
Nope, it's actually right. I actually checked that before.
Oh, okay. I thought he was Wong. Anyway, Hunak, which is an even cooler surname. They are in the pits, the 83 car. So they are, seems like the first out of basically the front runners to take this round of pit stops.
It's great to see the class battles going on. The top 10. It was all pros until 83 just pitted. You see a big row of pro-ams, and then you see down a bit lower when you get a bit of sadness with 52 and car 90. I don't think Rashidi could buy an overtake today. It's just everywhere he goes.
It's actually quite rare to see the sort of positions so well defined in terms of classes. Usually you have like a errant couple of pro-am cars sort of poking their nose up into the top 10 here and there, but Dan Dewar there, the car number 2, getting a 15-second penalty for causing a collision. So that would be the Suma car, I guess. They would be down in the AM battle.
Do you think it's a nature of the 35 lap qualifying, like less chance for people to make a mistake and for it to be punished in terms of starting position?
Yeah, absolutely, it plays a role. I mean, it's the grid is a little bit more defined by outright pace. And then I think Suzuka is just one of those tracks where your pace is your pace. It's very the fast guys are super fast. It's one of those tracks where I absolutely struggle. I'm 2 or 3 tenths slower in terms of my comparative pace to the front runners than I am at other tracks. It's just one of those, such a tricky track, low grip, very rhythm based, couple of very tricky corners where you need to be on the optimal line to get the most out of it. And yeah, I think that's just sort of showing throughout the field. There's a couple of drivers, as Mol pointed out, Richuti and Steele and them running out of position after incidents, but I think they were all running towards the upper end of the teens there as well earlier.
That's very true. The tarmac is very tricky here, I think. Well, you don't talk about it quite enough, how slippery it is compared to a lot of other tracks.
John.
Yeah, I finished early. Well, I think we won the race because we finished the whole 12 hours before anybody else did. Does that count?
It was pretty impressive.
It's a bit like golf, I think, yes.
Cool. So, thank you. I'll send you an address for the trophy. But yeah, I tried to get some wet pressures going last night, and because the multiplayer server was only damp, so I wanted to set up a single player server, and I put the track condition on optimum, and it is the slippiest thing I've ever driven in my entire life. It is literally Suzuka on ice. And then John pointed out that maybe you should put it to green to get a more representative experience, and that made it a lot more fun. Oh, very close there by Pete Alphabet, almost around the outside of Van Wijngaard. That's a cool surname. And they are very closely followed there by, I think, a leader who's a lap down actually here by Felgen. What happened to them? Have they had much incidents early in the race, the Felgen
They've
car?
had a few, yeah, unfortunately.
Okay. Because that is not usually where he runs. He's usually up the point. And oh, Wijngaard goes very deep into Degner 1. And Pete Alphabet makes it through, and he will now be under pressure from Felgen to unlap himself.
You got to try his last name. You got to try it.
Papayano?
I don't think that's actually too bad. Pepiano. That's what I say, but I know it's wrong. Felgen's going to try for the unlap here. It's just such a tricky one.
Oh!
That's not how you do it, though.
What were you saying about tricky?
Yeah.
That's not how you make bread.
Well, you're not wrong. That is certainly not the recipe for bread.
There's no
Yeah.
punt in bread. What kind of sourdough do you make? Yeah, that's unfortunate. Falcon just able to carry more speed in there, not quite adjusting for Pete's lack of speed into Spoon, and he does make contact there, and I think that will be a rather significant slap on the wrists. It's very important as an unlapping car to be as safe as possible, and it's super frustrating when you know you're significantly faster and the car ahead isn't just letting you through. But that is the realities of racing, unfortunately. Sometimes you have to deal with being in a position you don't want to be.
Absolutely. At the end of the day, it's their prerogative to let you through, and you just got to make sure it's safe.
I think we've got Austin and Bender ready to jump in. So I'll take over from Chris and I. But Pete, do you want to stay around till Tom gets here? You happy to?
Yeah, that's fine, no worries.
Sweet. All right. Well, I'll bring them in. Hello, David. How are you, mate? Absolutely beautiful.
Yeah, good, thanks. Just give me a moment. Reporting a couple of incidents.
Oh, don't stop me. Oh, we've probably just seen it on stream, I think.
You've seen both of them.
Rip. G'day, Austin. Welcome.
Thanks for having me. First time in the booth. Looking forward to it.
Welcome in. Great to have you here, mate. How was your stint?
Yeah, no, that was actually pretty good. We've had a couple of little errors, punt at T1 in the first stint too, but pace has been good. Happy with the car.
Happy with the car. Not like Corey Sweet.
Not like Corey Sweet, no, not at all.
I've really ripped on Corey today. He's going to hate this.
Well, he's going to hate the car more, so that's
Yeah,
okay.
that's true. I'll get away with it. Thanks for joining, Chris. You and I will jump out now and let these gentlemen do their thing. It's great to have you in. Great to commentate.
Thanks for having me, guys, and I'll talk to you later.
Good luck in the booth, and I'll see you guys a bit later on.
How is your race going so far, guys? Bender, are you driving today or in the number 2 car? Or are you still busy reporting incidents? Austin, you're in which car? Sorry.
I'm in 800. I'm with Thurks and Cricky. And yeah, we've had a pretty good race. We're about where we started. I dropped down a few spots with that instant T1, made it back. Having fun.
Excellent. How have you been finding? What car are you guys in?
We're in the Ferrari, so
Oh,
that's
nice.
been, yeah, no, it's good fun. It's safe.
It's very stable, nice and safe. Has its couple of negative areas where it's not as strong, but it's quite a fun car to drive around here.
How's the race been going from this view? Because we've seen little bits and pieces.
I can't tell you too much. I only jumped in about 15 minutes ago, but we've had quite a lot of action in the 15 minutes that I've been here. There's been a absolutely massive battle for the lead between Bukira and Blasblom for about 7 or 8 laps, where there was a change of the lead about 7 times. Bukira with a move into turn 1, missing her braking ever so slightly, and Blasblom getting the cutback, getting back ahead, and then a repeat for a couple of laps. But eventually she did get the move done, but during all of that, Houlihan in P3 managed to close the gap to them by about 12 or 13 seconds, and he got within 2 seconds of Bukira towards the end of it. So yeah, there's been quite a lot of development at the front. Unfortunately for Huli, he does have a 10-second penalty, which will affect them a little bit through the next pit stop, but they are 100% back in the battle for the win at the moment.
Yeah, Suzuka always leads to some pretty good racing. Obviously, we just had it in sprints in the past week, and yeah, always leads to some great moments, exciting overtakes.
Yeah, it's super tricky. It's a track where you can certainly go side by side, but because it's so slippery, it's very, very difficult to sort of maintain a proper exit without getting that wiggle on out of some of the corners, especially first corner, second corner, and turns like spoon, where you're able to get alongside, but getting on the power without getting that slide on into the car outside is it's quite a tricky thing to really manage.
Yeah, we've noticed a couple of times with the Ferrari's top end that it has now, and following maybe something like a Porsche with the drive out of corners, it's tricky at times to sort of get into the spot for those overtakes, so you really got to work for it.
Yeah, absolutely. I only performed one overtake on first day in the Ferrari, but it was a very optimistic send into turn 2 after Mr. Floyd in the Porsche went a little bit wide, but you need to be fairly optimistic or opportunistic in the Ferrari to really get them done due to that sort of lack of top speed. Can't quite pull alongside other cars. Speaking of top speed, here is a BMW, and that is certainly not lacking top speed, especially in the hands of Filippo Bagheera.
Yeah, it looks like Pip's been on the pace a lot today. Didn't see the drive through, but has already made it back, so been absolutely killing it today.
All right, I think I'm good. I'm here.
They've
Everybody-
reported the penalties.
Okay, I look forward to your car getting 9 penalties while you're in here for the incidents you've reported. That should brighten the mood, I guess.
It was going good until I joined here, and then everything kicked off within 30 seconds. Yeah.
It's all your fault, clearly.
You're in the Ferrari that got the punt there by Falcon, or?
Yeah, that's been.
That's unfortunate. Okay. Well, welcome on that positive note. How has the race been going apart from aforementioned incidents?
It's been pretty good. I just got out of the car, first stint. It seems like it's a mammoth day for me. I'm either in the car or I'm in the commentary box. There's no time off, so. But no, it's been a good race so far. I think for me the tyres really were quite good throughout the whole stint. Just sort of brought them in gently a little bit at the first few laps. Tyre wall was a little bit slower than I thought, given the track temp, but hopefully, conditions improve a bit and we see some moisture later on.
Yeah, certainly. Really hoping for some rain. That'll certainly spice things up a little bit. But that was actually quite a good point you brought up in terms of the tire wear. How have you guys been finding? You said the tires were good. Austin, you guys been dealing with the tires okay? Not too much drop off, especially with the latest update that has changed the tire wear again a little bit.
Yeah, our tower has actually been quite solid. We had call it a tactical mishap, whatever you want to say. Cricky ended up doing a 25-minute stint before we changed out drivers, and when we switched, we forgot to change tyres, so we ended up doing an hour and a half on a set of tyres, and I was still a tenth off my best pace near the end of the stint. So, yeah, the drop-off doesn't seem to be too bad, or I'm not pushing hard enough, either one.
It's weird because Suzuka, it seems like the type, as we see there, Radar Felgen gets a drive-through for the slight little punt there on Bender's car, but Suzuka seems certainly like a track that should be very, very heavy on tires, but it doesn't appear to really grain them quite as much as you would expect. And I'm wondering if it's due to just maybe the track surface being not quite as abrasive as other circuits, or it would make sense to me that you're sliding more, so you should get more tire wear, but it doesn't appear to be the case so far.
Yeah, I guess it can go either way, because obviously you're slipping and sliding everywhere, increases wear, but then if the track's just not as grippy, it's just not pulling on the tyres as hard, so don't know which way it goes, but yeah, the wear today doesn't seem to be too much of a problem for us.
That is good, and I mean, I remember Corey Sweet was complaining about the tires, and then last night he said the tire wear feels a lot better after the latest patch that dropped this week, so on the Porsche, which is good news for them considering they're driving it for 12 hours. And we see another 2 Porsches here in Pat Oliver and Heimer right ahead of him. This is a battle for position in the Pro-Am class. I'm guessing Pat Oliver and them have had some unfortunate incidents early in the race, maybe to drop them down the field. I'm not aware of what exactly happened, but close little battle here with Heimer for P21 in the race as well.
Yeah, I think with the 717 car, I think only one of them qualified, so they ended up getting the 103% time, started the race down in fourth ish.
Okay.
Yeah, and they've just been working their way up since.
Be interesting to know how many teams. I don't know if we've got a statistic for this, but how many teams used the default time in the qualification? Because I know in some of the events earlier this year, if you had a driver that had the default qualification time, then that meant you wouldn't be fast enough to get in just because of how close the field was.
Yeah, I'm wondering. I think the field spread here was maybe a little bit bigger than at some other tracks, which maybe allowed that default time to. Plus the fact that we only had, I think, 46 teams. So even with the default time, they probably made it in. But an interesting note there from race control: Pat Oliver has done every single lap so far in this race, and we are, what's that, 5.5 hours in? 4.5 hours in. That's a proper that's a proper stint from Pat Oliver so far.
Oh, there you go. Race control coming in with the facts. The default time dropped a team from 17th to 35th on the grid.
So that would be the team currently on screen. I think the AVR 717 car of Pat Oliver, and who is his teammate for this race? I can't recall exactly. It is Daniel Gray.
Are they both doing like 6-hour stints and then swap it over? Though that's brutal.
That's
I mean, it's a tactic, I guess.
certainly one way to split up your sprint timers, but see if it works for them.
Yeah, it's not something I would want to do. I've done only one 12-hour with a two-man team, and that was Bathurst earlier this year, and that is not happening again. Bathurst, obviously, not the best choice to do a two-man, but yeah, it gets, by the end of the race, your eyes are just absolutely knackered, and everything just hurts. It's not fantastic.
I'm reading in chat that Pat's actually doing it all on his own. I guess Daniel isn't available today, so it looks like it's 12 hours for Pat.
Will he be able to do that with the max driver stints, though?
I'm not sure. I noticed a three-person team, the stint time is 10 hours and 40 minutes. So I'm not sure what it'd be for 12, but they might make it.
Ah, okay, so it may have done the bug again. I remember at Donington as well, I think there was a bug where even for our team with 3 drivers, the driver stint was enough to finish the race for 1 driver. So maybe it's a bit of a bug or something. But either way, if he does 12 hours, RIP and well done.
A lot of respect for someone if they manage to go 12 hours.
As we see, Fahad Ghafour jumps into the pits. They were the lead Pro-Am car. And they drop back down to P12, Tafiq Mayuin into the car, and Cam Norris in the shakedown car takes the provisional lead. I'm not sure if they have completed their pit stop, but that battle for the Pro-Am has been a bit of a ding-dong so far today. A couple other cars that were involved earlier got taken out of the battle by some incidents and some penalties. But as we said, still a lot of time left in this race for that battle to be settled. So nothing will stay as it is.
So we're almost reached over a third race in. Have you guys got a favourite livery yet? You seen all the cars or?
I mean, I might be
I
a
have
little
some
bit
bias.
Yeah, I'm literally saying a bit biased, but the Milk Team liveries are looking pretty good, made by the Valiant Knight, Mike Crick himself.
Yeah, he also made ours, I think, but yeah, unfortunately we can't see Barney now. We have disconnected from the race, so yeah, there's I mean, the AVR liveries are always fantastic. They're like a proper race car livery. That's also a livery. Lucas Burrs and them in the No Idea car. It's not too shabby. Of course, Kaizen Racing or Kaizen Motorsport, same as their sprint livery, is a very nice livery. It's a difficult question, actually. I'm going to go with Barney just because it's not here, so nobody can prove to me that it's not the best livery on the track.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good point. It's not here, so you can't argue against it.
That is a, I mean, the OES livery is pretty fantastic as well. I've seen it in sprints as well. Very, very nice detail towards the rear of the car. This is Mr. Lamborghini with
I
the
do
bull.
like that livery.
It is very, very nice.
Part that amazes me is that every time, somehow, some way, the liveries just get that little bit better every time. And I'm like, they're already amazing. How do people do it?
Well, it helps when you have talented people like Valiant Knight and Thomas Riley who design these amazing liveries. And yeah, as you say, they keep just knocking it out of the park. Or the park. It's always a difficult one to say. I mean, the Kovacs red livery, the green one doesn't look as good to me, but the Kovacs red really works nicely. It does look so mean, the sort of old fighter jet style front, and the little detail of the Kovacs colors on the fins on the engine cover. If we can get a view of that, that is such a nice touch as well. The engine cover is on the rear. It's a rear engine car. Oh, sorry. But yeah, these are beautifully done by Pete Viney as well. He designed all the Kovacs Racing liveries. But you get your meme liveries like we have with the Barney livery. It's not a serious racing livery, and then you get your proper race car liveries. And then something like this, which is a bit of a sort of a mash-up between the two. It's always tricky to really pick which really stand out the most.
Yes, send it.
Yeah, one of my favorite bits is seeing all the little Easter eggs that the artists will hide in the cars. Got a couple of inner jokes for the milk team, 600 over 400, send it, all the good stuff.
It looks so mean when it's coming down the straight, like right at the camera, just a bunch of teeth, and yeah, certainly looks like it's going fast, even though it might be standing still. But join a battle here. It seems as though Patrick Oliver has dropped off the back of Heima a little bit, and he is now under pressure from Imran Zuhaili in a Ferrari here. So he, instead of attacking, which he was doing a couple of laps ago, he will now be going on the defensive.
Did notice I was racing with Pat Oliver a little bit earlier this morning. It seems like his tyres don't last too good into the second half of the stint, so that might just be affecting him throughout the day.
Might be a symptom of the Porsche as well. I mean, maybe Corey was eternally hopeful that the tire wear was better, and it's not quite as good as he was hoping for. Maybe Pat is just pushing a little bit too hard. There's quite a number of possibilities here, but regardless of what the tires are doing, he will need to get his defensive boots on and start putting that car in the way of the Alliance Pro car here that is really piling the pressure on now.
Yeah, I'm sure Pat will have his wits about him when it comes to defending. He's a quick man. He'll know what he's doing.
Yeah, certainly very experienced, and it's look as though the Pro-Am battle, we can see Tawfiq in P11 there. I think he is the lead Pro-Am car at the moment. Bartlett only 3.5 seconds behind that. Pickford only 8 tenths behind that, and then Maloney only 3.2 behind that. So the battle for the Pro-Am lead is certainly spicing up. And I don't know if anybody has ever seen in the sim, sort of the rigs channel, when Michael Pickford posts his rig, but he has a proper full motion rig with tension belts and freaking everything that you can buy for immersion, fans and everything like that. So I can only imagine sitting in that for 12 hours would be quite a bit of fun and quite exhausting as well.
Does he have fans and like a spray bottle set up to simulate rain when it rains?
I think he asks his wife just to throw a bucket over the whole rig.
Okay, yeah.
Just every now and then, yeah, just for a little downpour.
We definitely need some driver face cams of action shots when those sort of things happen. That would be entertaining for everyone to see, I think.
Well, we might just get to see that with the upcoming GT3 Cup. I believe the drivers will have the option to have their face cams on. maybe we'll get to see Picky having a bit of fun in there too.
Yeah, he'll be gyrating all over the place. I mean, I think I can convince my wife to, if I hit somebody, to just slap me behind the head. I think that'll be the only sort of immersion I can really get in terms of feeling what an accident feels like. But yeah, he's shown us some videos of how it operates, and it has the belt tensioners to simulate G's when you're braking and stuff like that. It's absolutely incredible. I give anybody who's interested in some in-depth sim rigs to go and have a little scroll up in the rigs channel and look what they are. And if you're wondering what channel we're talking about, it is the Discord of Octane Online Racing. If you want to join in on the fun, we have endurance racing, we have sprint racing, we have rookie racing. What else do we have? We have different regions, the AP region, we have EU, we have North America. So if you want to get involved in some high quality racing, certainly check out the Discord, jump on in and you can get involved.
Yeah, an absolutely great Discord. And don't forget about this upcoming Octane Academy, slowly building it up. We're going to give you all the instructions from buying your first wheel, placing it on the desk, to winning your first endurance race. So make sure you're here for that.
Yeah, a lot of education, as you mentioned, with the academy coming in, and it's not. We do have a rookie series already where you learn the very basics of racing and some basic car setups and stuff like that. But the academy will go into. Oh, Mike Reel there, big old moment coming out of Spoon, and that's going to give Steele a fantastic run down here. Does the Ferrari have the legs on the McLaren? It doesn't appear to. Will they go side by side? No, Steele backs out of it, and Reel stays ahead. But the academy will have all the information that is regarding racing and also not about racing, about setting up your PC, setting up your rig, all the little details, ideal FOVs and graphic settings and whatever there is to improve your overall experience of the game. Oh, that looked quite fast into the
That
pit
looked
lane.
close. Let's have a look.
Speed. Oh, he's well over. That was about 90 by the time he crossed the line. So that is going to be a drive-through, I would say.
That's a paddling. But yeah, just on the academy, I think what you're saying there, setting up PC and FOV, wheel rotation things. There's so many little nuanced settings that you don't perhaps realize when you first buy a wheel and plug it in, that hey, I can actually need to tinker with all these little things just to fine tune the experience.
Yeah, you'll get a lot of people who turn on the game with base force feedback settings and say, oh, it feels like crap. But then there's 2 or 3 small settings you change and all of a sudden it feels amazing. And yeah, those are the type of helpful things that you'll be able to learn from, well, some of the best in the game in the OR Academy. Ooh, that's a bit of a moment there for Wilson coming out of the hairpin. And we see Huddy here all over him in that what's it? ANZ CRL?
ANZ CRL?
Okay, I'm not sure what that stands for. Australia, New Zealand, Croatia, and Lithuania. I guess it's ANZ. Anyway, he is putting a lot of pressure on Wilson here, and you've already seen forcing one small mistake there out of the hairpin, but now it is Porsche versus Ferrari, 2 of the least impressive straight line cars, although it seems as though the Porsche certainly has the legs. Can he pull alongside all the way? He is just about there. Will he be given the space? Little bit of a squeeze there, but that is very good, clean racing. Wilson manages to stay ahead. Huddy gets back in behind, but now he will be looking to set up a good run out of the Cassia Triangle here, as they have the leaders, or one of the leaders, closing in behind them, so he will have to move out of the way, and that is going to put end to his current attack. But that will of course mean that Wilson will also need to get out of the way sometime soon, at which time hopefully he can sort of profit from that a little bit. And
Yeah,
there we go. Sorry, go ahead.
Big fan of racing like that. Obviously, you make the choice of when you let the blue flag through, so on the straight, which is good, and then really try and fight for that position when the next blue flag goes through as well. Often helps to just ease off a little bit, race smart, and then you get the position back in a bit.
And of course, with the new ruling and the new sporting code that we have, a blue flag is no longer, we used to have a 4-corner rule similar to Formula 1, but it is now as soon as it is safe, and that was a very good example of that. He took the chicane, saw the blue flag, and immediately moved out of the way and didn't cost anybody any time there, really. Is this the shakedown car?
I'm not sure. I can't really tell. There's not enough branding on it.
I think it might say shakedown, guys. I'm not sure.
You have no proof, so. Oh wait, okay, you have a little bit of proof, maybe. Oh wait, there's a big one on the side. That's
Yeah,
where you
there we
scored. Okay, sorry. Now it makes sense. Anyway, shakedown here, putting a lot of pressure on Damiano in the 800 car. That is your teammate, if I'm not mistaken, Austin?
It is. I'm car 800, so hoping he can hold on here. But at least as long as there's no damage, we're fine.
That
Still
is
got-
good. I see Tom Maloney is just about ready to join us, and that will be my cue to love and leave you. It's been a fun little stint, and enjoy the rest of the race.
Thank you very much. Good work.
Thanks for stopping by, JP.
Yeah, look, I'm a little biased, but that 800 car looks pretty good. Looks like Thurk's doing a good job at defending as well.
And we can welcome along Tom Maloney to the commentary box.
G'day everyone. G'day chat. How are we doing?
Yeah, good. Thanks, mate. How are you?
Just jumped out of the car after a pretty hot and heavy stint, so good to sit up straight for a little while and see what else is going on in the race.
Yeah, looks like there's plenty of little battle packs going on at the moment. Plenty of action. How's your race been going so far?
We had a ripper first stint. I managed to make a pretty decent amount of progress from 15th up to into the top 10, and then just sort of it unravelled a little bit the next two stints. We unfortunately Scotty Rochford got a bit of a tap at the hairpin, which cost us a fair bit, and then the old track limit drive-through bit us in that stint as well. So. But yeah, we're sort of still tracking around, sort of hanging around 4th or 5th in Pro-Am, which is about sort of, we're looking to sort of compete at the top there, so in a good place.
Yeah, those things happen, but obviously, I mean, there's still over 7 hours left, so not even halfway through the race yet, so plenty more can happen.
Exactly, and it seems like it's been a pretty exciting race so far. I noticed behind me, Philippa and Zach Vlasblom were having a big old ding-dong. You usually expect them to catch you at 4 or 5 tenths a lap, but they were dragging backwards while they were fighting, so exciting little 12-hour race we've got going.
I don't know if I'd call a 12-hour race a little race, but yes.
It's 12 little races. 12 1-hour races.
So you're telling me I can win it at turn 1 12 times in the race?
Absolutely. If you want to do 12 stints in a 12-hour race, then you're more than welcome to do that.
Fun fact, that's what we believe Paddy Oliver is doing. I don't believe his second driver is able to drive today, so he is doing 12 hours.
That's madness. You don't want to do that. It's not good.
Yeah, I wouldn't be doing that, but respect to him. Keeping on trucking.
So what are the stories at the moment up this little grid? I think we were lucky. We jumped the green car in the pits and sort of we were behind them after my drive-through, but a couple of cars sort of pretty close by in that little range as well, from what I can tell.
Yeah, look, I've only just jumped onto the comms box, so I haven't had an overview for too long, but obviously there was the big fight between Pip and Flas. Sorry, P1 and 2. They were back and forth for ages, which you saw. The poor Kovacs. I think it's Kovacs Purple, the Vardy car, had a couple of issues, so they had to drop out early.
Yeah, shame,
Yeah,
but
a big shame, although, I mean, I can't say I miss seeing Vardy on track, but I'll leave that one.
You missed the glorious bonnet cam view with the two eyes looking back at you. That's the only thing you're really missing out on.
Don't get started on bonnet cam.
Yes, bonnet cam gang, rise up.
Hey, here we go.
having a wonderful helicopter view here. Go sit in the Ferris wheel. Yes.
Don't mind this. Not a bad view up here.
As long as I get let down at the end of it, feels like I'm stuck. Doesn't look like there's anyone monitoring it either. You just climb on.
I'm a bit disappointed at the lack of weather as well. It's we're going to go underground here into a wall. It's, I think they didn't finish that tunnel off.
I don't think I made the cut. Yes, I too am disappointed with the weather or lack thereof.
Yeah, look, while I'm here, I'd love to see some racing in wet weather, but while I'm sitting behind the driver's seat, I'll take that dry track. Thank you. I don't want to have to think too hard. Although in, what day is it? Wednesday, Sprint Yellow got their quali was wet, and that was a lot of fun. Got thrown into that, thrown in the deep end.
Thanks for the donation there, John. 400 Thai baht going to a good cause with some with a song from everyone's childhood. I think Bender does a very good recreation of that song.
So it's been many a year since I've heard that song. Don't want to do it injustice by trying to sing it now.
Looks like we've got a little spicy battle pack here. What's this? P32 to P35? Let's see if anything happens.
Yeah, P34, P35, and it's been easier to follow along this track than I'm used to. I think from my I don't know how you felt in the car, Bender, but it felt a bit easier to sort of just hang it behind another car and not wash out too wide.
Yeah, I mean, there was only really a couple of moments I had going one through 130R following someone else. Most of the time, it was just letting people lap me and go through. There weren't really too much following at this stage, but yeah, I think it's just the nature of the track as well. Yeah, it's hard to really stay on someone's bumper with all the corners, so perhaps you don't feel it as much.
Yeah, I sort of have to agree. Like, in the Ferrari today, it doesn't feel too bad. There's a couple of times where I've been aggressively behind someone through 130R and you can feel the aero wash. But generally, it's not too bad. But which is in contrast to how I found the Lamborghini in sprints, actually. I feel like that suffered quite a bit from the aero wash.
Hello, Nathan Wilson. Yeah, I think, I was probably expecting to feel it more through the S's here. These are quite sort of, aero heavy as well as mechanical grip. So I was able to sort of follow cars, which was a bit surprising to me.
Good little battle that we got going on here too, for just inside the top 10. See if we can get any mistakes made through the Degners. Maybe throw it up in the inside of the hairpin if he's feeling brave.
Ferrari is rapid through the S's, so he'll have to rely on that little bit extra straight line speed that the Lambo has to try and make a jump on the Ferrari, but like always, it's definitely a lot easier to put your car in the way of someone than it is to try and get past them.
Yeah, I might be looking for a better exit out of Spoon, or just keep it safe, wait until the Casio triangle and try and get an exit down the main straight. Use that higher speed for the Lambo, try and get it into turn 1.
Michael Young in the Lambo behind also trying to get some move on. They've had a rough start, that number 90 car, unfortunately. But trying to make their way back through the field. And when you're a bit faster but blue flagged, it's always challenging to... You don't want to get up to a battle because it's much harder for them to justify letting you through.
Yeah, you got to race them like it's for a normal position, and they want to completely ignore you because you blue flagged. It's always an interesting position. Hard enough to overtake here sometimes without a significant pace gap. As we can see, that Lamborghini really wanted the inside there. Definitely faster down the straight. Cuts it back up at the inside. That's a good move. Does he get it through Team 2? Yeah, it looks like he's got it. Yeah, well done.
That's a very nice move. Just set that up perfectly.
There you do it. And now I'm not even going to try and pronounce this guy's last name, but just as a mark of respect. But he's now got that Lamborghini of the number 90 right up his tail, and he'll be wanting to probably defend from that as well, so he's not sort of behind two more cars.
You made the mistake there again. I'm not going to pronounce his last name. Well, you could have just gone, Yi Lin here is doing a great job. Just go with the first name, mate.
I prefer consistency, and I'm going to refer to everyone by their last name, so...
Shit.
Look,
Shit.
adjusting times call for adjusting measures.
A little bit of blue flag mess here as well. That Ferrari doing a good job of letting everyone through.
Had seen a couple penalties come through for blue flags, but in general, looks like everyone's been doing pretty good. So, well done. Great work, Mel, with those videos, making sure everyone's across the new rules for the blue flags. Looks like it's working pretty well.
I would say it's pretty obvious who has watched it and who hasn't. Just sort of from my experience, there's some people who do a really, really good job of sort of getting out of the way and sort of telegraphing it, make sure it's really obvious how they're going to do it and where they're going to do it. But then there's obviously, unfortunately, as we've seen the penalties for it, those people that just probably weren't paying attention to their deltas and saw a car suddenly 0.2 behind them and panicked. So, yeah, definitely good to have that education come through. It's definitely made the experience for, I think, the front runners and the back runners being able to understand how the best to do it is really valuable.
Here we have Andrew O'Hara, who's up in P1 with, what's that, looks like a nearly 14-second gap. Definitely keeping that pace up. That's a solid time.
You reckon he's ever been a blue flag?
Yes.
Surely he's been part of, like, multi-class racing at least.
Andrew's been a metronome. Always rely on him to just do the same lap over and over and over again. Which is why he's up there 14 seconds ahead of P2.
Yeah, the guys in this BS Plus competition car clearly showing that they're very consistent because, well, I think most consider the Lamborghini to be the fastest car. They're clearly showing that they've got the race pace and they can hold it. Here we got Max Ferrari's chasing down Fleming in the MRT 400 car. Porsche on Porsche.
Good to see the Porsche sort of performing well in more than just the absolute elite hands as well. There was a while there where it was very, very scary to drive if you didn't have an absolute grip on how it handled anything. But now it's good to see it sort of settle into a really nice race car. It seems to look after its tyres really well and sort of be able to do really consistent pace across a stint.
Still remember the old Porsche. This is probably going back to maybe last year, 2022, but maybe even 2021. Someone was running the Porsche in the Bathurst 12-hour event we were doing, and it was going down the back straight in the toe, and it was topping out at 265.
Yeah, it does seem like the new Porsche is maybe just a bit more rounded, not such a specific, maybe hot lap car.
It is very, very good on corner exit. You cannot over-under that Porsche. It just disappears on corner exit.
I was stuck behind a Porsche for about 25 minutes in sprints. I 100% understand.
Carpenter here in the lead Aston Martin. It was a very good car in 1.8. It's disappointing to sort of see it drop off in the stakes in 1.9, but it's always good to see a car. And they're right on the back of Mark Bushell in the Kovacs Green entry as well, so that's a little bit of a battle as well.
Yeah, was a big fan of the Aston. Brought me up a couple of... Certainly did my time in it. It was a lot of fun. Don't miss the turbo lag though.
I miss the V12 Aston.
Don't we all?
I feel like the V12 Aston needs to be a single class race that we do.
Oh, the sound would just be glorious. You know? You could just play it in the background.
Everyone wins.
Not short of the gap to Chris Murphy in front of these guys, but looks like they've got a pretty solid gap behind them, so just fighting for their own little position on track at the moment.
We've got about 3 seconds marked to Chris, so yeah, it'll be interesting to sort of see if Mark puts any effort into defending, given that gap is pretty small.
Yeah, well, he's a little bit of a tricky one to navigate as a driver, because obviously you want the spot, but then also you don't want to lose time to the people ahead to get more spots, so got to choose your battles wisely, particularly in a 12-hour race.
And that green car's had a monster recovery. Yeah, Mark had a pretty rough first stint from what I heard. He had a spin at the chicane, so to bring that back up into the top 20 is a pretty mighty effort from those boys.
Seems like there's been a couple of good comeback drives today. People starting out of position or getting turned around, losing a couple spots, but plenty of people making it back. Looks like he might just be falling off the back a little bit. Maybe the Aston's struggling with the aero wash a little bit, like we mentioned before.
Pro-Am class in general just seems like it's genuinely properly close. It is the biggest class we've got today, and Brake Czech Republic in the lead of the AM class as well, doing a superb job in the Porsche there, with a 2.5 second gap to car 3 as well. So whilst the Pro class is a bit of a hot lap stint mode, Pro, AM and Pro and AM definitely keeping the content going for everyone, not even halfway through the race.
You got to do it for the content.
I remember that when I stick my nose down into 130R. It's for the content.
Well, I've just been told that Mr. Peter Alphabet is coming in this lap, and I'm jumping back in, so thanks for having me, guys.
Good luck, sir.
Back a bit later.
Good luck. Enjoy your stint.
Thank you.
Yeah, here we have the AVR car with Paul Britt in it.
I think I'd want a bit more than half a lap's notice that I'm jumping in for a stint, to be honest.
Maybe just a bit more time. Just set up my pressures correctly, make sure that the fuel's good. Like, we've already had a couple of pit stop blunders, and that was with preparation of about 15 minutes, so whatever works for them, I guess.
Nothing will beat me giving Michael Babb at Donington the car in reverse after I absolutely whiffed stopping for the pit stop, had to back up to get, and then it just grabbed the car and threw it straight up, so I didn't have time to put it in neutral.
That has happened to me today. Got in reverse. Lots of fun. But that's the way things crumble sometimes in these 12 hours. A couple of seconds in the scheme of thing isn't too bad. Just got to keep it going, finish the race.
Sorry about your car coming around about Austin. I think I had you on the back of me at one point there. You had some pretty good pace. Where are you guys sitting? How's your race folding out?
Yeah, no, it's not too bad. So I think we got turned around at T1, so I had to make a couple of spots back in the first stint. But it looks like we're hanging around high 20s, low 30s, which is, we started 33rd, so that's pretty good. Keeping on pace.
Progress is good. You like to see it?
There we are, car 800, beautiful car.
In the moment.
In the moment. Got Thurks driving at the moment. He's doing well. This is his first stint of the day, actually. He had to miss out this morning, so.
Yeah, a bit of that at the moment. A couple of guys sort of having to do double stints at the start and that sort of thing to cover availability. But yeah, look, you know, you've got the car in front's got a penalty. And you're 19 seconds behind, but they've got 20 seconds to sit there in the pit, so everything to play for still.
Looks like we have Luke here with OES Blue getting pretty racy on the back of his Porsche. Clearly trying to make a move.
All of the Ferrari drivers sighing in unison as it was given a top speed nerf with the latest update, and genuinely fair enough, that thing was always pretty slow in a straight line.
Yeah.
But it's ridiculous everywhere else they sucked in.
Yeah, the car is very responsive. It feels great through the S's here. Just turn it with the throttle, it just goes. It's great. So I do understand, but also it makes me sad.
Egner's is such a tough corner to follow because it's such a narrow little window to get the car rotated, and a lot to give up if you're on a little bit wide. So running close behind on the car makes that corner very, very challenging. And having to think about a poke there, Luke, but thinks better of it. He's going to tuck in behind that Porsche down the not straight towards Spoon and see if he can mind punt him or set him offline for the run up the back straight and get that pass made.
Yeah, maybe throw a little fake in, try and spook him a little bit, get in his mirrors, make him think he's going to do something. See how he decides to play this one out. It looks like he does have the pace. See what he decides to do with it. Also, not sure about... Oh, yeah, there it is. Looks like the Porsche ahead of him is also almost within the 15 seconds of the penalty for P30. So it looks like he's trying to save some time as they go 2 by 2 through the Casio triangle. Does he make this? Does he hold on to it? The Porsche's very good out of the corners, but it looks like the Ferrari does have the run this time.
That Porsche is marching in a straight line, so Luke's gonna have to defend again. He's gonna go for the outside. I don't know if I would necessarily choose that if I had the choice. But that Ferrari's got the inside line for turn 1. If he can keep it on track here for turn 2, he's got that move made, and I think he has managed to make that work. Well done, Luke. That was textbook, I think, is a good way to describe that.
Yep, that was a very solid way to get that position. Well done. Got the drive out of Casio triangle over the Porsche, very impressive, and then held it through T1, T2. Well done.
And Max Fry here on the back of David Neighbour in one of the few BMWs in this race. Few front engine cars in this race even, so good to see them sort of running P3 in the front engine stakes as a car 555 as a drive through for track limits. They've had a pretty exciting race from my spot on the sidelines from what I can tell.
Has certainly noticed a couple of drive-throughs coming through for these track limits. Just so easy to get 1 or 2 in a lap. Lose concentration for a bit. Degner's 130R comes at you when you least expect it.
And when I got my drive-through, I'd literally just crossed the line on the outside and it was already, no, you're gone. It wasn't even sort of that, sometimes it gives you a chance to sort of back off before you come back on the track, before it tells you if it's no time gained or a warning.
Yeah, at least let me lift off the throttle to pretend like I didn't cut the course. Damn.
But that won't cost him too much. Taufik behind him's 42 seconds behind, so a drive-through is just going to take him off the back of Yalin. And just sort of give him some free air if he comes back out in a good spot on the track.
Yeah, just serve that one. Still looks like he'll have a bit of open track, hopefully. They'll just keep doing the laps, trying to get a bit of time back. Trying to see if we have any other spicy battles. As we got Jamie Kosa, OES Orange from P10 coming into the pits. Oh wait, no, that's serving his drive-through. Yep.
And when you got 40 odd seconds on your car behind, you just take that one as soon as it comes in. There's not much to be gained by holding it out.
He was on Liam Hamilton in the very fast car. Great looking car, that one too.
What?
Bop.
Correct. There is no bop. There's no problems with the bop.
600 is greater than 400, I guess.
That is mathematically correct. I don't know if there's any other meanings to that, but we'll ignore them and assume that that is purely just a mathematical statement.
I'm sure it doesn't mean the team 400 down in P21. No, not one bit. Looks like they've had a pretty eventful race too. I think they had one fairly major incident before, ended up giving them a drive-through because of the collision, which is pretty rough. But they're still up here, top 10, doing well.
Yeah, I was following that car at the start of my stint, and Connor's he was an absolute metronome, just consistently just putting the car in the same spot, doing the same lap time over and over again. And I was blue flagged to them, so I was able actually to follow him through. As that Ferrari sends it up the inside of Max Fry there, and the Porsche manages to make it work. Pretty cheeky move there, but good driving by everyone to sort of...
Wow, P43 diving out on P20 into the hairpin. Brave.
Sure.
Look, racing, racing. Love to see it. Looks like he's quite unhappy with it.
He's worked out that he probably shouldn't have done that.
For the content, you love to see it. Looks like he's still pretty keen to get it back though, so guess he didn't want to give up the position.
He must have had some pace to at least be sort of in touching distance, and that's brought Jacob Fleming right onto the back of this battle as well in the apparently inferior 400 car. So
here we go. We have a replay. One of is that the AVR cars? No, that's
no idea.
Oh no, is this what I think it is?
That's pretty wide, and ouch.
Unlucky.
Yeah, the Lambo's it's a pretty stable car, but if it wants to bite, it'll bite hard. So unlucky for that no idea car. They had a pretty tumultuous start, but then they've just sort of put the hammer down and got themselves back up to P4.
Yeah, heard they've had a bit of a recovery drive today, so hopefully not too much damage, not too much lack of face, but always hurts to see.
Especially when it's mid-stint, like, you know, if it's 2 or 3 laps to go on your stint, then it's not a huge problem, but mid-stint is when it really hurts, because that puts you out for the rest of the race.
Oh yeah, totally. Had 18 seconds worth of damage at the start of my stint. Hate to see it. Got a nice little battle going on here too.
All for P19. Dave Neighbour in that BMW, which seems to have some pretty good legs on the straight. And he's well known for being one of the wider cars in the world in terms of trying to get past. So, see how he goes in keeping Jacob Fleming back.
Oh, as he tries to send it up the inside, send a little message, maybe run him wide. Very brave.
It's a different car. Is it? No, it's not. Ignore me, sorry.
Either way,
brains addled.
Yeah, not wrong. I've been thinking enough of this morning with all the racing. Didn't keep it up the inside for 130R. Smart move. See if he tries to get the run out of Cassia Triangle down the straight again.
You know, you're leaving plenty of room on the entry to the corner, but it just seems to be a little bit more compliant over the bump, so it can really just sort of hammer out of that chicane, whereas definitely in the Lambo at least, there's a little bump on the end of that curb, which if you take it just immediately costs you a tenth and a half. It seems like that BMW just ate it for breakfast.
Yeah, started considering the BMW as maybe the new Bentley. While still competitive, it can just eat up those curbs a bit more, so...
Starts with a B.
True, it does.
They're both German cars. Come and fight me.
We got is it OES Orange Ferrari coming up behind, so it looks like these guys will get blue flag soon. Be interesting to see how these guys handle that.
Yeah, if faster car comes up, you want to be the car behind here, because you can really tuck in behind, and hopefully, I think the BMW can have you be able to let that car through either way in the in or way out of the chicane of the hairpin. So might not work out for Max, but he's definitely going to think about it. Dave gets out of it. Max goes around the outside of the hairpin. The camber's there for him, and he'll test the Porsche's drive and makes it stick. Fantastic move. Well done.
Good stuff, smart racing. Backed out at a good time, was able to keep near, and then made the most of when the next car ahead was blue flagged. Good stuff.
So now our neighbour will have Jacob Fleming to think about now, with no blue flags really to consider. And then old mate single stint Panelova sitting about another 18 seconds behind. I would be interested to sort of see what his average lap time in the first third versus the last third of the race would be.
Yes, if he is anywhere near his best time at the end of 12 hours, give that man a raise.
I actually think it might disqualify. I think you've only got 11 hours on your total driver, from memory, so I don't think he'll make it. But it will still be a mighty effort regardless.
I'm sure the stewards will be able to figure something out for him. Had a couple of issues like that previously, they get sorted. As we can see, Jacob Fleming still right behind this Beamer, just trying to catch up that last little bit. Looks a little bit like the Beamer's a bit taily. Maybe just wearing the tyres down a little bit. Not sure how long his stint's been.
He came in at the same time as I did, so it's probably about halfway through a stint here. So if there is a going off, then not optimal.
Guess it's just Suzuka things then. Track's nice and slippery.
And it's starting to cool down now, so the cars will obviously come into a little bit of a different window here with the tyre pressures and stuff. So, but definitely Jacob's got half an eye on making a move on David. He's pokes the nose out, and Dave, slightly late defensive manoeuvre, sort of tells him not a chance in hell, buddy. Do it properly.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see where Fleming decides to try and make his move. If you can force him into an error, see what he's got.
And Neighbour's very wide at the first part of Spoon. Fleming follows him wide. Again, that's that sort of target fixation you can get when you're following a car. Fleming's definitely got a better exit on the second phase of Spoon, though. And he'll have a look towards the inside of 130R if he's really brave.
Don't think he's going to put his nose in. Maybe spook him a little bit, but he might aim for Casio Triangle if he can stay nice and close.
That BMW's got some legs down the straights, which I think is saving Dave pretty well at the moment.
Puts himself in the mirror, pulls himself up well. Does he get the drive out of the second part of the chicane?
Not really.
Not really. Hits that bump on the exit too.
And who's that car behind? Is that a blue flag or is it a...
Yeah, I think that's
Ryan Whitmore.
same-
Yeah. Yep.
They've clearly got the pace as well, but I think I saw a comment before that they have had some freezing problems, so clearly fallen down out of the position they're supposed to be, and it's just so tricky to pass. Nice and close through the S's here. Probably no overtaking opportunities. Certainly don't want to send it up the inside in Dagnar unless you get a much better run.
You can definitely set someone up on the exit of Dunlop, though, if you can get them to get the last part of the S's wrong, but didn't manage to do that, and we'll see if he can set Dave up into the hairpin. But that BMW is just pretty comfortable out of Degner 2, and Blue Flag does a very good job getting out of the... There's a lot going on in the background there.
That's unlucky. Yeah, a lot of stuff happening right there. That was very tricky, hard to navigate. Probably 3 layers of blue flags right there.
So Ryan lets another car through, and there's another blue flag sort of trying to let another car through, and then I think Ryan just wasn't aware, overcommitted to sort of trying to take advantage of that blue flag, and unfortunately wiped that other car out. So unsure who that Ferrari is, but they'll probably have a bit of damage to think about.
Yeah, I believe that's the car 700. So haven't been having the best day. So from bad to worse, when it rains it pours. Hopefully it's not too bad though.
Yeah, and that 692 car is a couple laps down on 700, so well and truly out of position and probably a little bit impatient, which, you know, after nearly 6 hours of sort of being out of position, understandable, but you still got to respect where the race is. And now Andrew O'Hara's decided to make an appearance on the back of these guys as well.
Yeah, he's been doing very, very well, and looks like he's 10 seconds or so ahead from P2.
That's down a little bit, so Zach Smith's managed to bring back 5 seconds on the 89 car.
Yep, definitely feels like this race is not over. Curious to see sort of what those times will be at the pit stops, while that Porsche there almost loses it through Dunlop. Does well to hold it, as here comes P1. Yeah, very solid. 2 minutes, .495 for his last lap. That is very quick, mid-race.
Mid-stint as well.
Yep.
As the fuel's coming off and the tyres are sort of at their hottest. Be interesting to see what sort of time Zach Smith's doing, because they've got a bit to catch up on after their first lap incident. So excellent to see him up there in P2. Car 52's in the pits. They've been running a very different strategy there. Sort of not pitting in sync with anyone else, sort of running pretty short stints. It'd be interesting to sort of see if there's any specific reason why, if that's an availability thing, but they're just not in sync with anyone. And they're pretty quick, but just not really sort of doing the same thing as everyone else, which can work, but I'll be interested to see what the theory is there.
Yeah, it seems a bit of a strange time, because I know us in 400 have fallen out of sync as well. We accidentally didn't change drivers in coming into a pit stop, and we didn't want to do a second stint, which is totally fair. So because of how the stints line up, we just did a short 25-30 minute stint, which would have been at the end. So now we just build it now. So now we're slightly off, but we should just do one last stint right at the very end. But yeah, we'll have to see what's going on. See how it all plays out.
Definitely. Are you all available all day? Is it sort of one of those things where, you know, you've got someone there that can do a fuel calc and just make sure they can eke you guys out to the end of the race, or?
Yeah, there's normally about 2 of us there. We're 3-man team, there should be 2 people available here, because obviously I've got a comp stint now, and then Thurks will be jumping in the booth a bit later as well, but there's always 2 of us.
Yeah, I agree, Scarney. Please rain. That will throw this race into the air, something shocking. I don't think I've done any genuine wet practice. I don't know how many people would have either, but it would definitely make this race very, very exciting. Not to say that it's not exciting though, because there's still some genuine battles for the lead of the AM class and towards the podium for Pro-Am, so plenty going on.
Yeah, the racing has been non-stop, despite the missing rain. But looking at the wind, there does look like there's a little breeze. There's a couple of clouds in the sky, so maybe we're going to get the great dark racing in the rain. Lots of fun that one is.
Hopefully everyone's got headlight buttons mapped to know which button they are. As we're on board here with Glenn Germain, who's got a blue flag car behind him. He's going to let those guys through. That's the AVR 919 car, I think. So pretty good example for anyone watching of how to deal with being a blue flag. Probably want to be able to do that a bit later down the straight, but managed to make it work pretty well. He'll follow through to Casio Triangle as another car really sneaks up the inside of Glenn there, that Porsche. I think that's Pat Oliver, I think.
Yeah, I believe that's Paddy Oliver, AVR and Porsche.
Still awake.
Yeah, a bit cheeky there. Was blue flagged, so I guess it just pushed the issue, but no error. No harm done. Keep racing. Looking like there hasn't been many penalties given recently. I guess everyone's sort of calmed down a bit halfway through. Haven't even seen any drive-throughs recently. Track limits.
No, now you've said it. There's going to be another 10 coming through now, so...
Just wanted to spice things up.
Have you tested your commentator's curse yet? Does yours work?
I haven't tested mine yet. First time here, still sort of figuring out the ins and outs of it. But I'll certainly have to give it a go.
Saying specific names are going really well is always a reliable, tried and true method from personal experience. But I am also one of those people who just doesn't seem to have that sort of same level of magic that some people have in terms of cursing people. So there's that 919 Lambo just has blue flags all around him to contend with.
Yeah, blue flags can certainly be a bit tricky. It's just got to try and be as predictable as you possibly can so both parties don't lose as much time as they could. Just got to be safe out here.
Neighbours still got Fleming right up his backside, so great defence from the
spot.
BMW.
The widest BMW you've ever seen.
And that's a
Oh,
very
who's that
sad
going
looking
slightly?
Ferrari.
Oh, Nathan Wilson. Wonder what's happened here. Looks like he'd be able to get it back to the pits though, so well done. I'm sure we'll get a replay soon and dissect what has happened.
Oh, it's so tough to get out of the way sometimes when you're that heavily damaged.
Yeah, end up on the wrong side of the track, got to try and cross. Now he's on the wrong side from the pit stops. It's a hard time. Yeah, here we are. Fleming's still on the back of Neighbour. Just can't quite make that gap to push through. Neighbour's clearly doing a very, very good job of defence. And they got P1 coming up behind them. And unsure if it's an unpopular opinion or not, but I actually also really like the liveries when they're looking a bit dirty and bruised at this point through the race.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
I like the way that BMW with got a little bit of like a black eye effect around the headlights. It does make it hard to tell if there's damage, but I really rate that sort of the darkness they've got there. We've got a replay here. I think it'll be some sadness in a Ferrari.
Here we go.
That is
Ooh.
a lot of sadness in a Ferrari.
That's very easy to do. The Exodus boon is very slippery.
Especially, I think, and I know in the Ferrari you kind of want to be in a lower traction control for the hairpin, just to sort of take out a little bit of that turbo lag. But you know, if you forget to wind it back up again for spoon, very easy to do that.
Yeah, and as easy to drive as the Ferrari is, it has a lot of on-throttle rotation. If you're not ready for it, that can happen. Throws you straight into a wall.
At least you towards the end of the track, Nathan, so it's not too hard to get back to the pits. JC, have you got the quaddy right at the moment so far? Have you?
Following here with number 58. No, we're not. We're following with number 1, number 89, Andrew O'Hara, making his way through. Gap's down to 8.6 seconds now. So it looks like Smith's just got a little bit of extra pace over him. Unsure how long the rest of their stint is, but be curious to see how much they make up before they pit.
If we're lucky, the little stint timer in car is usually pretty accurate, so we'll be able to. I think I saw O'Hara. Zach had 46 minutes driven, so he's got another 25 minutes or so to go. And they're running a two-man team as well, so the 89 car's got the benefit of 4 people, so 3 reasonably fresh drivers versus 2 pretty exhausted people is always a nice luxury to have. I don't know. I don't think I'd want to be doing this with 2 people. I'm pretty gutted now. I'm not even halfway through.
Yeah, 12 hours with 2 is a big effort. So, be curious to see if they can keep that pace up. I mean, I'm sure they can. They are very fast. But just compared to another very fast team with 4 people, it's definitely, I would say, an uphill battle. But we have 6.5 hours left to go, not even halfway through the race. Who knows what could happen?
A couple of pit stops starting as well. The 58 car has jumped into the pits for another stop. They did not have a drive-through, so again, a little bit out of sync with everyone, but I think that's sort of when you got 70-minute stints, you can sort of make a couple of different strategies work, and it'll all come out in the wash at the end of the race.
Yeah, it's always always the way. You come into these with your nice little spreadsheet with your stint timers on it, and then you get punted halfway through your stint, and you got to change everything immediately. So, just one of those things that you got to roll with.
You guys prepared?
I mean, a little bit. We'd like to think we did. I've seen a couple of people just come in and decide to drive Suzuka for 12 hours though, so good on them.
Sprint race on Wednesday was my practice.
More than enough.
Ryan Green, Pat is already driver of the day. Look, at the moment, he's definitely got most hours driven. I'll give him that. But if he can make that top 20 from on his own, then he is absolutely driver of the day.
We got Matthew Pignata in P3 as well. I don't remember the gap he had to Zach Smith, but also
Nearly 13 seconds, yeah.
Yeah. Not seeing any penalties. I'm gonna try out this curse again.
Pick a name, go.
Really bland. Ooh. I don't know. Oh, it feels mean to like purposely pick out a name. Someone just vote themselves in and grab a penalty for me.
So there's a decent battle for P15 there. 91, 119 and 676, all within about 2 seconds of each other.
Yeah, good spot, and Lovering behind them is also pretty quick, so I wouldn't be surprised if they caught up soon.
It's a pretty decent gap, 16 seconds, but anything can happen on a 2-minute lap. So Chris Murphy, who's doing his second, at least, Enduro participation. He was meant to participate in the Donington Enduro, but unfortunately had a hardware issue, which meant the entry was duplicated, and that's usually game over, unfortunately. So good to see him out there running. Mark Bushell, who's a OOR, I think, veteran, is a nice, easy way to describe him. Had to hang around there in P15, and Austin Carpenter in the Convicts and Colonials, hanging around very close behind in the Aston. So good to see these cars battle and sort of see where the Aston's stronger than the Lambo and vice versa.
Yeah, great little battle pack this one. Seems like it's settled down just a little bit, but I'm sure it'll spice up soon. As we just see, Bush will run a bit wide out there through Degna 2, very easy to do. And I'm not sure if it's just me, but it looks like the sun's certainly starting to sort of lower down, almost come into the driver's eyes here. Looks like it's a bit hazy. Certainly going to be see it starting to get a bit darker soon.
3:30, it's about time.
Excited to see this race end in the dark. That's going to be very, very exciting.
Looks like Neighbours pulled out a bit of a gap on Fleming, so that assault has ended. But Pat Oliver, to keep him awake, has Q's behind him a second. So while we've got this battle going on, as Chris Murphy goes very wide on the exit of 130R, we've got Mark Bushell right on his tail. It's definitely a couple of different little battles to keep an eye on around this wonderful little circuit. Well, I say little, it's pretty big, but definitely good to see there's not too much field spread going on.
Yeah, it has certainly been very competitive. Suzuka always promotes good racing. So far it seems like it's been a cracker of a 12-hour, and we're only halfway in.
When are you next driving? Are you in the seat immediately after you jump out of here, or what, have you got another little break before you have to get back in the hot seat?
To be honest, kind of just winging it. I don't think I'll jump in straight after the booth. I think I'll have a bit of a break, but it won't be too long. Oh, as we see Mark Bushell run a little bit wide out of Dunlop.
Ouch. The Lambo, like it definitely likes the curb on the inside of Dunlop, but it also does like to bite a little bit sometimes up through there. And if you run a bit wide, it's one of those corners where you can sort of keep running wider and wider onto the dirt. So be interested to see what happened there. There was definitely a bit of a battle starting to heat up between these guys, but some work to do now for Mark to catch back up.
Yeah, can always catch you out the exit of Dunlop. Think you can make it round, you keep your foot planted, the wheel touches the dirt, and that just drags you out. So very easy to do, but it always costs you a bunch of time. So now we just got Chris Murphy and Austin Carpenter fighting for P14. Pro-Am has been very competitive today. Lots of great little battles going on.
Taufik is about 5 seconds off the back of the pro class, so I think that car is pretty comfortable in the lead of the Pro-Am class, but behind them, Jerry Johnson Murphy still reasonably within touching distance. Chris Murphy about 24 seconds behind Johnston, but with 6 hours to go, weird things can happen and that gap can disappear. So that's a better drive through. So we'll see what he's got.
Yeah, always got to take into account maybe some of these people are racing on 3 warnings, taking it very easy. Maybe it's just served to drive through and pushing like crazy.
I gave that car to Chris with 0 warnings, so if he's got any more warnings now, that's all on him.
Well, you never know. You'd certainly hope he doesn't, but
We had a chat call out for our favourite livery for this Enduro yet? Have we had that discussion? Do we know?
we discussed it a little bit before, and I mean, no one could decide. I'm biased to the MRT liveries. Obviously, the Kovacs are popular, particularly this red one. Reckons it looks pretty good. I mean, a lot of people miss Barney. That one's up for debate.
Have you seen the other options that purple car has?
Yeah, I've seen a couple.
Nothing wrong with a meme livery. And yes, Spidey, Pat is doing it. So unfortunately, Daniel Gray is otherwise unavailable and a very late withdrawal. So Pat's going to go as far as he possibly can by himself. And if that's the end of the race, then shout out to him. But regardless, still, I've driven from Melbourne to Sydney once, and you're getting pretty sick of it by the 4th hour. So he's almost 6 hours in. So.
Ryan Green reckons Pat will finish. I don't doubt you. I feel like he's very committed to the cause, but my goodness, is that going to be the story of the day? Chris Murphy run a little wide on the exit there. That's 2 turns in a row. Certainly flirting with death, I'd reckon. Nice lap time though. 2:02, 2:22.
I was discussing before with my teammates that I think someone's already done 2:00,000, and I think that's a race win.
Oh yeah, that's just
That
default.
if you do that, you win the race, and we just call it.
I know we're in the middle of this endurance race, but already looking forward to the next one, which I believe is at Valencia. Is it a 10-hour of Valencia?
It is the 10-hour at Valencia, and unfortunately, I'm not available, which I'm very disappointed about. I feel like that'd be a very difficult sort of track to pass on, so it'll be a very heavily strategy-dependent race there. So looking forward to be able to sort of watch that from afar and sort of see, this game's in pretty significant state of flux at the moment in terms of car performance. So seeing if they can balance it out and sort of make sure it's a fair fight between cars, that'll be really good to see.
Yeah, so far, for the few laps that I've driven around Valencia, it seems like a lot of fun, very flowy, very smooth. Absolutely love how smooth it is, but haven't raced it yet. Not seriously, so very excited for a 10-hour.
I'll tell you what you can do, and this is from personal experience, 3 wide into the last corner. That is absolutely a valid overtaking manoeuvre, and it works every time.
That seems horrifying, and I'll make sure to try it.
And record it, please, because everyone needs to see it happen. Chris is really struggling to get that nose of the Lambo turned in. He might have burnt out that front tyres a little bit. The car looks like it's not too damaged. But Carpenter behind is definitely starting to really set him up.
Yes, I reckon Chris here can read the text on the Aston Martin's front badge in his rear view mirror. He is nice and close, certainly trying to force an error. great little race between those two.
What? That gap for O'Hara to Smith is still about 8 and a bit seconds, so it's managed to balance it out. And O'Hara coming to within the last sort of 15 minutes of his stint, so see if they give Marina Morella a go in the car. I don't think I've seen him yet. We'll go on board with Megan D, who's chasing down Anthony Sassano, but with a cheeky 10-second penalty to contend with.
Yeah, not sure what they got that 10-second penalty for, but very excited to see Meg coming out and racing today. Was told that there was a spot in the McLaren, so definitely decided to take up after pit speeding. There you go.
That'll do it.
Oh, of course, because we watched old Meaty come into the pits, and yeah, that's right.
Some would say pit speeding is a rookie error.
I mean, yes, but then you say it's a rookie error, I'm going to go into the next and accidentally kill myself, so don't want to bash on it too much.
Just brake at the lollipops. You'll always be slow in time. But Megan's got a pretty significant gap behind her. Fry and the Porsches boxed, and then the 400 cars another 77 seconds behind them. So that penalty's not going to make all too much difference in the grand scheme of things, but it's still going to make getting past Anthony Sassano here and sort of trying to build up as much of a gap as possible to keep that after the pit stops really, really important for the McLaren.
Yeah, it's nice to know that you're not really at risk of losing too much, but obviously you still want to try and push forward as much as you can. It's just a bit of a hindrance, as we see a lot going on here through the S's. Looks like, yeah, no ideas going past 700 blue flags. Now we've got the OES car.
And the OS car is blue flagged to the no idea car, so nothing's here for position, but still 4 cars in close proximity as the helicopter cam gets distracted by cars going 130R.
Yeah, it's always interesting to see it sort of these later stages of the race when you start getting 3-4 levels of blue flags. It's very tricky to navigate safely.
Carpenter has gotten past Murphy there in P14 and 15, so that battle has unfortunately ended. And, for those who are in the know, it'll be Kovacs on Kovacs once again with Murphy and Bushelt. So as we see Matt Lamb getting past a blue flag here, all the way up to 130R. See how he takes 130R. If he, as per usual, nails the apex, gets every single inch of racetrack out, gets the anchors out, cuts Cassia triangle absolutely perfectly, and not a lot to doubt why those guys are in the top 10 at the moment and hunting down P6, despite their unfortunate incident with Paul Ritt before at turn 1.
Yeah, no, they are a very quick team. No point counting them out at all. What's that looks like? 7.5 seconds behind P6, L Hamilton. So certainly on the cards.
Really wringing the neck of that Lambo, getting the tail right out in the S's, which definitely a strategy to help it sort of rotate and make those changes of direction, but not great for tyre wear.
Did we talk about tyre wear before? Because I think we mentioned it before, but how do you find it?
I almost found it sort of, everything sort of came back to me towards the end of a stint more than anything. Like, you know, probably about 15, 20 minutes in, I could definitely tell that the car just didn't have the same amount of grip as it did at the start. But then it didn't really sort of drop off further, if that makes sense. I don't know if you had a similar sort of experience. And then, you know, it just sort of seemed to level out as the fuel load came out. So I don't know what your experience was like.
Yeah, I'd say it's pretty similar. Just due to things that we messed up in our pit stop, I ended up starting my stint on half an hour old tyres. And then at the end of 70 minutes, they were still doing the times that I started with. So I guess that sort of started them past that brink, and then they just sort of stayed there, managed throughout the stint. So seems pretty good.
That's another thing that's sort of been in a lot of flux with the most recent updates to ACC is the tyre wear. If everyone remembers the initial 1.9, there was accelerated graining, I think is a good way to describe what was going on. I don't know how much experience you had, Austin, but it was pretty terrifying the way the car could drop off performance halfway through a stint. That has since been rectified, but still definitely tyre wear is a lot more prevalent in this version of the game than it was for the last year or so.
Yeah, I think it's been a really good addition, to be honest. I'm not sure if you noticed it, but very early on at the original 1.9 patch, OOR organised a bit of a tyre test around Suzuka, funnily enough. Got a bunch of drivers into different cars to see what the tyre wear was like. And it was very interesting, the results of those. Actually, even drivers in the same car would have massively varying results, depending on how they drove and what their setup was and all these different things. Obviously, they've dialed it down a lot now. It's certainly not quite as bad, but it'd be interesting to see where they think the happy medium is. I think there should be a bit more wear, personally. Bring in sort of that tyre management game just a bit, another added factor. I think it's a lot of fun.
Yeah, I agree. There's a middle ground there, and I think the biggest thing was that you had to really bring the tyres in, rather than sort of just go out there and just absolutely bash out laps like you used to do. It'd be good to see a little bit more sort of variability and introduce the fact that driving style can influence tyre wear and that sort of thing. But the smartest minds in Italy are hard at work on that one, and we'll wait to sort of see what they can come up with.
Yes, I certainly have no clue on how to develop a game, balance the game, any sort of that thing. So I'm just happy to sit here and drive, and they can sort out the hard parts. So, and what can I say? Even regardless of what they do, we're having a great race here. Always enjoy the racing.
Then confirming in chat there that unfortunately there is a stint timer. That is a stopped Lambo. I hope it wasn't the Matt Lamb. I dare say that there's been some nefarious action going on. We'll catch a replay of it now, and I'll let you walk us through it, Austin.
Yeah, so here we have gone through 130R, hoping it doesn't involve the OES Ferrari, but I'm suspecting it might. Loses a bit on the entry, got it fine, pulls it up fine. Yeah, just a bit too deep. So, looked like he lost it a bit on the exit of 130R. Ooh. Yeah, lost it a bit on the exit of 130R. Still catching it on the way into the braking zone, went just a bit deep.
He grabbed a bit of grass on the way into 130R as well, so very lucky that he hasn't got any damage out of that, but he does have now some pretty unhappy tyres. So we caught half a glimpse of David McNulty, who was just recently in the box with us. We'll jump on with Jay Partington, the ANZ CRL Car 216. That's a very nicely liveried Porsche there.
Yeah,
Blue and red on a Porsche always tends to look pretty good, so nice to see that.
He's certainly looking very feisty on the back of Wenzel here in the number 2 Porsche.
And remember he said you haven't seen a DT for a little while?
Yes.
Look at P27.
Ooh, you love to see it. Things are happening.
That's a decent battle there for P25 between Phipps, Macbeth and Bate. So that'll unfortunately disappear as these reasonably soon upcoming pit stops come to their completion. Macbeth with a 10-second penalty there in one of the shakedown entries, and Bate with a DT, I assume, for track limits.
Yeah, I'd say it'd be a track limits drive-through. We still got Jay Partington on the back of Wenzel, fighting for, is that P32?
Unfortunately, admin in chat saying that Pat Oliver will unfortunately get DQ for exceeding his stint timer, which is a damn shame, but it means he can go to bed an hour earlier. And I think he would well deserve that after driving 11 hours straight.
Justice for Paddy Oliver, I say. Let him finish the race.
I don't know if the stewards have any way to override that, unfortunately.
I think the only way they can is once he's actually served the disqualification, they remove it. But the problem is, I believe when you get disqualified, you're immediately put back to the pits. So, unsure. See how that one plays out.
He has 10 hours left on the timer, according to Ryan. So, interesting. See how that plays out. That's maybe he will make it.
You'll
That
have to
will
see
be headlines. And Jay's got a pretty wiggly little Porsche there. Made a mess of Degner 1, which is a challenging corner at the best of times. So it's given Rob Wenzel a little bit of breathing room into the hairpin. And actually, Dave McNulty's only 2 seconds ahead of these guys. So if Rob's got the pace, if I was Jay, I'd be letting him catch up to Bender and sort of seeing if they can get in trouble themselves.
Yeah, a little spicy little battle for the top 3 positions in the AM class by the looks of it. Been great little battles going on all day for these class wins. See if we can get closer through 130R into the Casio triangle. Get a good run down the straight. Looks like he does.
He's got him going very defensive into the chicane. You can absolutely set up a better exit out of here.
Looks like he got pretty good traction. Ah, he's coming to the pits. All right.
The pits ruined it.
It's a bit rude. But that's all right. We'll see if we can catch up to McNulty now. See if he has the pace.
And again, sort of, you know, that car is well and truly out of sync with David McNulty and team last name there. You know, he's only been driving for 40 minutes. Okay, it's been longer in here than I thought. So, but yeah, sort of just over half a stint gap. So it's the end of this race is going to be probably not confirmed until probably about 15-20 minutes to go, which is always a nice thing to have. We've got Marino Marilla in the 89. Andrew O'Hara has handed over the keys and said, go and do your thing, who has pulled out about a second and a half on Ryan Houlihan in the 818 car.
Yeah, you're saying this is Marilla's first stint, right? So it must be nice
I think
and fresh.
so.
Yeah, come out and set some blazing laps, I reckon. That gap to number 2 though is fairly steady. It was roughly 8.5 before, now it's 9.5. No one's sort of going anywhere.
And then another 12-ish to Pignata in the 919 as well. But they are miles ahead of Corey Sweet in the 97 Porsche, I think is the...
Yes, in fact, they are right there.
I believe these guys tried to make a change out of the Porsche at the absolute last minute. And I think they will be regretting not making that change. Not regretting not being able to make that change because they are running very nicely there in P4. Matt Lamb about 6-ish seconds behind. And a couple of laps ahead of the Rockets Evolve 111 entry. So running very, very nicely there with a bit of stuff to keep them entertained and not just hot lapping by themselves.
Request was politely declined. I'm sure it was.
They didn't want to change into new McLaren, did they?
I mean, that's a whole other story, I think, when you met people that want the new McLaren, but...
The old McLaren as well seemed like it was performing pretty well in Round 100's hands, so...
10-second penalty comes through for causing a collision on light 159. Poor Glenn Germain in car 700. When is that? That's 11 laps ago. Was that incident into the hairpin with the blue flags? Unsure. Anyway, if they received their invoice, just have to serve it.
Payment due at next pit stop.
And here we have it, yep. Partington has caught up to the rear of David McNulty. Because they're in the car off to the right. See how they rejoin.
Is that number 90? wait and see. It's one of the beauties of endurance racing is sometimes you see cars in places that you just have no real reason to sort of expect to see a car, and it's up to you to sort of deal with that.
Yeah, lots of great little places that you can send your car off into the abyss of this track. Just appear out of nowhere. I find it's always fun when you're coming through the hairpin and there's a car on the inside trying to rejoin. That always catches you off guard.
Like the gap in the wall at Alton Park.
Oh, love that one. That's an absolute classic.
Pat Oliver has something to look at. That's not just plain racetrack. He's right on the back of Imran Zahaili.
So I believe actually that Zahaili's just overtaken Paddy Oliver. I think they were behind a couple of laps ago.
There you go. Has Pat made a mistake, or?
I mean, of driving for 6 hours straight? Yeah, possibly.
And don't remind me, we're not even halfway yet.
We're almost there. So
Nearly
close.
there.
Apparently 787's had a big death at the Exeter Spoon, so I'd be curious to see if anything comes of that.
787. Who is that? Pat just weaving on the straight to keep the mind switched on. We'll jump into a replay.
Is it the same as before?
Yes, it is.
Yeah. Keeps it out of the wall. No, he doesn't. That's unfortunate. Ooh.
A bad place to be. That's a really bad place to be.
Well done. Everyone's alive. Just.
And these cars just don't have the steering lock to be able to sort of really, when the car's sort of pointing towards where people are going around you, you don't really have the steering lock to sort of be able to sort of pull the car out of the way.
Yeah, can't say GT3 cars are known for their maneuverability around tight corners. Particularly not like that. But they did well. No collisions. Keep on racing. Yeah, it looks like the Paddy Oliver might just be lacking a bit of pace compared to the Ferrari ahead, so don't blame him. He's doing well.
Let him go.
He is doing very well. McNulty's still ahead of Farthington. Looks like he's been able to defend for the AM lead. Here we have another Shakedown Racing Team car driving around in 28th.
Another Preach Designs livery, which is always nice to see. Always nice to see high quality liveries in general. As as I said before, meme liveries are good as long as they're the minority, and there's a couple of them, and they're not all meme liveries.
Yeah, there's some very good liveries on the field today. Some classics that we've seen before, some new ones. Have some very good artists and graphic designers around OOR and around sim racing. Love to see the work they can create.
And definitely something that's also coming up in the Octane Academy that has been recently spun up. To be able to sort of pass on some insight in terms of how those liveries are constructed. There's a couple of different ways of doing it. So, if you're keen on doing some liveries as well, have a look for the role for that, and we'll hopefully have some information there to get you set up sooner rather than later.
Shout out to Meg, just popped into chat saying they've done their stints for today. Well done, looked like you were very quick.
It's kind of freeing, sort of being able to sort of just hand over the keys to your other teammates and say, it's your problem now. I'm going to go and do something else for a little bit. And yes, Energy Kid, he was meant to be part with Daniel Gray. Unfortunately, Daniel's a late out, reason unknown. So Pat's going to